What's up, guys? We're here, we did it, the New Worlds map contest. First tournament on the map Wavelet by Freakling and CrystalDrag. Really excited about today's event. A very long event, over 7 hours. We're gonna have Kwark, Machine, and MasterRey co-casting. Might get some appearances from Pato and SaiyanSC. We got a fire lineup today. Feast your eyes, boys. It's gonna be a long, action-packed tournament on one map. What is this? What is the New Worlds map contest? Well, I'll tell you what it is. It's an entirely new Brood War event involving map makers, players, and the public. Basically, the BroodWarMaps.net community, been around for decades, is organizing a map contest. The criteria is a standard-ish, comfortable map. They asked a bunch of map makers from around the world to submit maps, and I believe 17 map makers did, including the author of Eclipse, Neil Sylphid, and Ascension. His name is Latius. He submitted a map to this contest. So they got altogether, I believe, 33 maps. And what they did next was basically ask the public to vote on their top 12 maps. That was the first round of this map contest. You get a bunch of submissions, and then you ask the public to vote on them. And the 12 maps that receive the most votes or whatever make it to the next round, right? This was all done on TL.net in the tournament forum section. The thread received over 10,000 views, over 100 voters participated. Big shout out to everyone. Really appreciate people who checked out the thread. Appreciate even more people who posted comments and voted. Deserving special notice is Metaphysics, Oxnu, a couple community-oriented members who kept up with the thread and provided feedback, and we're just really passionate about what's going on. And map makers were super excited. They don't get a lot of attention. They're kind of the elephant in the room in the sense that maps play a big part in this whole game, but I think map makers traditionally have been very marginalized in Brood War's history. So this was a really cool, fun, inclusive way to involve map makers in Brood War content. So anyways, back to the format. After 12 map makers were chosen through a public vote. Sorry, I should have probably put this graphic up before. So first you had the map submission period. You had 33 maps submitted. Stage 2, some of the maps were screened just to make sure they fit the criteria, like a standard map, and I think some of them were sort of disqualified. Some map makers withdrew because they weren't able to revise their maps as necessary. That's another major aspect of this contest series, map makers being able to sort of develop their maps as they get feedback, and there's little time periods in between these stages allowing for map makers to update their maps. So only map makers who are really kind of devoted to developing their maps further are rewarded in this contest series. You can't just submit a map and go AFK. We're rewarding people who are, you know, taking feedback and continually developing their maps and preparing it for what's to come. So after the maps were screened based on the criteria, you ended up with 21 submissions from 33. The third stage, which I last mentioned, there was a public vote. We asked people to vote on, you know, their favorite top 12 maps. And if you go to the next stage, number 4, you had 12 maps, and then we opened it up to a public vote again. And the map makers had the 12 maps that were selected. Their authors had a little bit of time to revise their maps further. So we created a whole new thread and then posted images of them and the map files for anybody who's willing to kind of really take a close look at the map images or open up the maps in single player. So we laid out those 12 maps, and then we asked the public to vote on the top 4. That's really the main goal of any map maker in this contest series. You want to make it into the top 4. Why? Because at the end of all this voting process, the top 4 maps that get voted for, each one gets featured in a separate tournament, which is pretty cool. That means the same map is played over and over again in every single game and every single matchup of that tournament. Today's stream event, we will be broadcasting a tournament on one of the finalist maps. So after the public voted on the top 4 maps, we ended up our 4 maps to do 4 playtest tournaments on. Each tournament, the format is there's 8 players, top foreigners, best of 5s, and the final is a best of 7. That's a lot of games. It's all pre-played because the players have different schedules, and it's very difficult to do something like this live, especially broadcast everything in one single event. That's why today's event, I can tell you, is over 7 hours. We have the replays to show. They were just recently played. Big shout out to all the players who participated. You'll see today Hawk versus Voddy. You'll see Oya versus Ultra. You'll see Dandy versus Tech. You'll see Dewalt versus Sziky. And then there will be 3 more matchups. So 8-man, single elimination, all best of 5s with the final best of 7. There's prizes for the winning players. What happens after the 4 playtest tournaments is pretty cool too. We basically ask the public to vote again on their favorite 1 map out of the 4 finalist maps. And they're basically basing their vote on the tournament game. So we assume that you watch them, you have some sense of how all the maps play out, and you vote for the number 1 map. After that number 1 map is voted for, there is a prize for the author of that map. Pretty cool. So there's a prize for, you know, the number 1 map at the end, and there's also prizes for the winning tournament players. Again, I want to emphasize how like inclusive and cool this format is. It involves the public, it involves players, it involves map makers, there's broadcast stream events. It creates different stakeholders, and I think that's kind of unusual. I can't think of any Brood War event where the public can actually determine the outcome of you know, the event as it can in this case. I am joined by Freakling. What's up, Machine?
Hey, how's it going, Ox?
I'm joined by Machine. We're gonna get other casters jumping in here. Machine, I'm just kind of explaining how this contest series works. It's a little complicated, but it's cool once people kind of understand.
Yeah, it seems pretty complicated, but fortunately you got the graphics to kind of make it easier to explain.
You get a bunch of maps that's submitted, guys, and then you want to end up with 4 maps, and then you have a tournament on each one of those, right? And then after all the tournaments are done, you ask the public to vote on their number 1 map. That's basically it. Big shout out to the map making community. They finally got to a point where they can actually organize something like this, guys. Machine, you know that Brood War player base is pretty niche. It's pretty small, right? You can only imagine how small the map making community is.
Yeah, I can believe it.
And they have like 0 opportunities to really connect with players. They have like 0 opportunities to like get their maps played on, pretty much. A lot of maps historically have just been uploaded on a website, broodwarmaps.net, or saved on people's computers, and they never really see the light of day. So with this kind of contest series, and before we were doing show matches on maps to kind of like stimulate the map making scene and bring map makers into dialogue with players, we're really trying to do something big and special in terms of just bringing the map making community out of you know, the marginalized position that they occupy within the Brood War community. So that's a really cool aspect of it. And of course, what I didn't mention is a lot of these maps are being developed in the hopes that tournament organizers adopt them. They're being submitted to ASL map contests. Other map contests that are open, they're being submitted to. If you're a player out there and you feel kind of uneasy about new maps, what I can tell you is you can actually play a big part in providing feedback and voting and basically helping to influence the maps that are developed by these guys that are to your liking. So that's one of the major things we're doing, is trying to bridge the gap between map makers and players. Sometimes, you know, there's a lot of differences between the two. High competitive players might sometimes think map makers don't know what they're doing, or they're not capable of doing this or that. Whether that's true or not, what I wanted to say is it's, I think, really important to kind of bring these two groups into discussion and dialogue with each other and have them work together to produce maps that like make everybody happy.
Yeah, exactly. Like the end product is you have, you know, maps that everybody can agree on, which is, you know, would be really nice, and they get adopted within the scene. It'd be so cool to get a foreign map into ASL, as you've mentioned before. So
Right
yeah,
on.
we've got some pretty big goals here.
I think the other cool thing about it, Machine, is like some of the most interesting discussions I think take place over maps and their futures, about balance, and it's really educational. It actually teaches you a lot about how complex the game is. It teaches you sometimes the ability to differentiate between biases, because sometimes players, when they talk about things, it's not always true. And two, it doesn't mean the map is imbalanced if it has that kind of future, right? So it's really up to the map maker's ability as a puppet master to be able to like address the needs and interests of all the three players. I kind of think of a map maker as like a parent with three whiny kids that have contradictory demands. You know, one of them's like a Zerg's like, give me chokes so I can put lurkers there. The other one's like, you know, I need enough space behind the mineral line for my zealots to go back there and start, you know, fucking shit up. Another one's like, you know, make sure my base is small enough so I can, you know, create some sort of like turret ring without, you know, spending too many minerals. So there's all these things that map makers have to be kind of responsible for and attentive to. Doing a contest series like this, I think it's really cool. It gets players and map makers and any viewers who are interested engaged in that way, and it could be a real learning experience, and there could be some real cool discussions and debates. Otherwise, most Brood War content is like, here you go, here's some matches, GG, cool. I mean, it's fantastic. I'm not trying to put down Brood War content out there, but it doesn't really engage on a deep level. So I
As far as like maps are concerned, exactly. Yeah.
Well, they're the elephant in the room. Like, all events involve maps, right? But it's just something that's not really discussed much. Big shout out to Minerals in the chat, helping to co-organize the New Worlds Map Contest. He gave it its name, NWMC. It will be a series. They will be doing more of these. I want to quickly talk about the 12 semifinals maps. So basically 33 maps were submitted by 17 map makers. We asked the public to vote on 12 of them. Here are the names of the maps, ranked. There were basically 4 judges as well, and they assigned a score to the maps. We had TL people vote. We have map makers voting. And for this round, at least, you can see the scores. And so those are the 12 maps that made it. Big shout out to all the map makers there. After this semi-finalist round, again, we asked the public to vote on the top 4 maps. And you can see the top 4 that made it. This is kind of like the ultimate goal, besides getting the number 1 map at the end. It's to make it into the top 4 so you get your map featured in a tournament. There are very few joys in life, you know, like losing your virginity, graduating from high school. And I think watching players play on your map and people watch your map and comment on it is right up there, right? So in case you're kind of wondering why this is so special, well, I think you'd have to get into map making and make a map to understand how hard it is, first, to get to a place like this, and to what it feels like to watch people kind of engage with something you've created, right? It's sort of like people watching players play. How much players enjoy that? Well, map makers obviously would enjoy people sort of watching their maps and engaging with that. So anyways, these are the 4 maps that made it in the top 4. Something cool about this voting stage that I want to mention, they used the Dewalt system, if that's how you pronounce it. They basically asked the public to vote for their 4 top maps, but to rank them from number 1 to 4. So if you rank the map as number 1, that map would receive more points than if it was ranked number 2 or 3 or 4. The Dewalt system basically, I think, assigns 1 whole point if a map is ranked first. It assigns half a point if it's ranked second. It assigns 0.33 points if it's ranked third. And I think it assigns 0.25 points if it's ranked fourth. So Wavelet got their number 1 because it was ranked, number 1 or number 2 or number 3 or number 4 in people's lists. And it probably was ranked as number 1 in quite a few lists. That's why it scores so high. I got 51 votes. Tundra is another map that we will host a separate tournament on. Big shout out to Stalzerg and Freakling, the authors of that map. The third map by Goodnight, called Goodnight by CrystalDrag, came in 3rd place, 43 votes with a score of 22.83. And last but not least, we had Sanctuary by Jungle Terrain and Minerals. Big shout out to them. So those are the top 4 maps that made it. And each one will be featured in a tournament. We will be broadcasting them. Look out for dates. We post event posters on Reddit. We post them on tl.net in the tournament section. Also in the Team Think Quick Discord. So yeah, folks, that is basically how the New Worlds map contest works. Any questions?
When are the 4 tournaments?
The first one is today that you're casting.
Oh, okay. Awesome.
Yeah. So
This
we
is on
also
Wavelet, or-
you got it. Yeah. So the first one is going to be on the map Wavelet.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Pretty familiar with that one. I'm pretty excited. This is just we got to see a lot of this yesterday actually, so very solid map for PvT. Haven't really seen too much TVZ on it, so it's gonna be nice to see what Hawk and Voddy could come up with here. But I mean, just a solid map in general. I really looking forward to seeing this hopefully get accepted into more foreign tournaments.
And when Machine said, we saw this yesterday, guys, there was an event we did where we showed Call Over Scan on this map, just an unofficial playtest, best of 5. A lot of good games on it. Yo, what's up, Kwark? Thanks for joining. As we're getting ready to host the games on this map, I got Freakling here, guys. He's been making maps for a long time. He's the map maker you hate, or you love to hate. Everybody hates map makers, right?
Yeah, right. All they do is just ruin events.
Seriously. It's either map makers or latency or the race matchup or race that you can get angry at if
Or
you're a
it's
player.
just Protoss.
Or it's just Protoss.
Yeah, right. That's Freakling, guys. He's from Germany. He's made a lot of maps. He's mentored a lot of map makers. Some of the maps he's made, you might remember Reap the Storm. Inner Coven was an ASL recently. He's made Roadkill. What am I missing, Freakling? Some of the
In the way of an eddy. In the way of an eddy.
Ooh, classic.
Which else? Well, Trespass was a letter in your coven, had you already mentioned. Certainly some other maps that have been used in ESL, for example.
And we're talking about maps that have been used, guys. If you go to broodwarmaps.net and type in the author name Freakling, I don't know, there must be, over 60 maps that you've uploaded, and I know you've worked on so many maps that
Probably not that many.
you've never even uploaded before. We'll just go with 60. Just hype
Yeah, that
you
seems
up
like
a
a
bit.
pretty solid number. 60.
I wouldn't. It's probably not more than 30 or. No, it would be would be surprised if it's more than 30 actually.
Okay, so this map, man. You guys are doing a standard map contest. I think players would actually like that because one of the criticisms of a lot of maps is like it's too experimental or it's not balanced or whatever. So you and CrystalDrag produced this map. I believe the concept mostly belongs to you. CrystalDrag did the deco. Can you just walk us through why you created this map and why it reminds people of circuit breakers?
Well, it reminds people of circuit breakers because it's space platform terrain. It's got actual symmetry, like left-right sides are basically mirrored with the positions of the expansions, and of course it's both maps have low ground expansions at 3 and 9 o'clock. And I guess to some degree there's path at around 6 and 12 o'clock where you go through the low ground as well, which is somewhat comparable to circuit breakers, I guess, but I think that's probably where the similarities end.
And where do the differences begin? So I notice all the expansions have a gas on this map.
Yeah, yes, and it's got fewer expansions overall, of course.
And there's no high platforms
Because-
like you have on circuit breakers.
Not leading to the thirds, no. And there are no bridges as well, so. Yeah, that means there isn't that. The natural is a bit easier to attack, I guess, because you can't just hold the bridges. But you get a gas third next to your main to compensate.
Which is nice.
Was,
I really like
by the
that.
way, which was different, by the way, for the original map called Void Rim that this is based on, but with having a low ground gas base at 3 and 9 as the only other gas base, that's a bit too hard to take. So I decided that all the bases should be gas bases here. Hello.
Yeah, I like the addition of the third gas base here close by, which is obviously much, like, not very similar to circuit breakers in that way. I think it's kind of necessary because the fourth for Protoss here is a little further, a little more difficult to hold. A lot of the times in like PvZ, for example, the mineral only is only really kind of used to gain positioning to take that quick fourth base with a third gas. So yeah, it's pretty well designed here.
Also, it's always good if you have options to expand in both clockwise and counterclockwise directions. Because if you're in close spawns to your opponent, you usually want to expand away from them. So.
Of course.
Okay, why do people like this map so much? So it made it, in the top 12, and then it made it in the top 4, and not just top 4, but it was at the top, number 1. A lot of players voted on it as well, and they voted for the other semi-finalists and finalist maps. But why do you think this map appeals to people?
Probably because they think it'll be comfortable to play on.
Why do they think it's comfortable to play on?
Why are you asking me?
Machine? You think like it's a simple layout, like it doesn't take, or is the center area kind of complicated actually in the way that like the ramps?
It's kind of not. The more I've like seen and played on this map, I think comfortable is really the correct word Freakling used there. You don't run into instances like, for example, on Benzene, where you have unusual pathing and units can get caught behind your natural. Everything, because it's so open, leading out of the natural to the center to the third, and these ramps are very large. You have less instances of units really getting stuck, moving around, unfortunate pathways, let's say. So if you're able to like move, select your army, and send it from let's say the 7 o'clock position to the 9 o'clock position, it will move. It is open enough.
Right.
There's no places that units are really getting caught, bunched, which is always kind of I don't know. It's just a nice addition to see on a map like this.
Well, one of the things that Terrans sometimes complain about when it comes to Eclipse is the third is hard to take. Like when they're moving out, they get busted. Whereas on this map, similar to Circuit Breaker, you can actually take the third and position siege tanks inside your main at the cliffs.
Yeah, and you can also just rally to those kind of triangular shaped areas in front of the nets. And that basically shields both the natural and the third here.
And
the only other entrance is a small ramp that's pretty far off the main path. So that means you can pretty easily get the third.
One of the things that Voddy had pointed out a while back when he was casting a game on this featuring Sziky and Andy was Zerg, when taking that third, could basically with one sunken cover both entry points to that hatchery, if that makes sense.
Yeah, you can put a sunken or just as well a cannon as Protoss, just about halfway between the small ramp and the front entrance, and that can cover both entrances, yes.
So doing all these things is neat. When you're creating a map, you want to sort of satisfy players, but you inevitably have to ask yourself, is this balanced? Just because, I'm giving this race this neat thing, that race this neat thing. I think one of the hard things about making a map is just making sure that all races have sort of a level playing field. And is that what you think this map offers? That it doesn't heavily favor one race?
Probably not heavily, no. There can always be some details, of course, some features that might be too abusable. Or if you have a choke somewhere or ramp, like, should it be maybe a bit wider or a bit tighter? All these things, of course, can play a role in balance.
Okay, guys. This is the map that made it to the top 4, and a whole tournament is going to be played on this map. Another thing I wanted to mention is that having a whole tournament on a single map, it's to reward the map maker for creating the map, submitting it, continually developing it to get it to this stage. It's also to play test it to see how it plays out. The content, the games also help other tournament organizers when they're thinking about adopting a map. They basically have, replays or broadcast event to watch, such as this, to get a sense of how this map plays out. So we kind of achieve a lot of goals, I think, by doing these playtest tournaments. Big shout out to Minerals and I guess Freakling, who came up with the idea to do playtest tournaments. Initially, I thought we would do show matches. That was as far as my brain can go, but I really like what you guys did with the format of, basically allowing 4 maps to be playtested in 4 separate tournaments. All the matchups, guys, it's going to be 8 players, like I mentioned. It's going to be best of 5s, and the final is the best of 7. We're going to broadcast all the games today. All of them.
I'm hyped with some pretty high-level foreigners too, so like I can't think of a better test, honestly, for this map.
There you go, man. We got Hawk versus Voddy. We'll have Oya versus Ultra, Dandy versus Tech, Dewalt versus Sziky. There will be a number 1 winner at the end. And of course the players provided feedback and other sorts of good things after playing on this map. And like I mentioned, we're going to repeat this format with the other maps and hopefully do another contest series like this in the future. So if you're a map maker out there or you're thinking about map making, hey, this is your chance. An event like this has never existed before. So, you know, open up SCM Draft Editor and get to work. There is a broodwarmaps.net website, like I mentioned. There's also a Discord that we are spamming the link to in our Twitch chat. Do join it. It has some wonderful community-oriented members there. A lot of people have recently joined it. Shout out to Freakling for setting up that server. I think it's one of the coolest servers. It's my favorite because the most interesting discussions happen in there because they're about maps and, you know, map futures and balance and, you know, all sorts of neat things. Really stimulating and educational. On that note, Freakling, did you want to give a, you know, acknowledgement to Suicidal Insanity? Let people know who he is.
Well, he's the maker of STM Draft, of course.
And what's that?
The map editor.
So that map editor, it's a software that you guys use to make maps. You don't use the campaign or whatever, the built-in software that...
Hell no.
When did you guys stop using that one?
About... When did STM Draft come out? I don't know. Probably earlier. I don't. There were others before that. There was an edited version of STM Draft called Extra Editor, which had some additional features. And then there was an editor called Starforge that was popular for a while, and then 2004, maybe even earlier, STM Draft really came into being, and everyone's been using that since then.
And does everyone include Korean map makers who make ASL ladder maps?
Everyone. Korean, foreign, UMS map makers, Melee map makers.
That's wonderful. Big shout out to Suicidal Insanity. I believe he's from Germany as well. If you're interested in that program, guys, there's a Wikipedia article on it, SCM Draft Editor. You can find a download link there. Freakling, what's the benefit of playing around with that program if you're not a map maker? If you're, say, a player or somebody who just wants to learn about the game?
Well, I mean, we've got a very positive trend, of course, that all maps, for example, even the ones played in Africa leagues, are released unprotected nowadays. So older maps, if you try to open Casper era maps, those are usually protected, so you can't just open them up with a map editor. But all maps that come out nowadays, you can just open up. And that means, of course, you can use the editor to, for example, very quickly figure out some wall-ins that work on the map. And it's particularly easy because you get, for example, an overlay that displays unwalkable terrain for you, and then you have another overlay that displays the collision boxes of all the buildings and units for you. So then you can just see if a wall-in is tied versus circlings, for example.
It's awesome. And I think you can also spot ghost holes.
Or if you want to figure out how can I fit like 10 factories in my main, then of course you can also very quickly just do that as well.
We had set up some unofficial playtests on some of the maps from this contest with Scan, and he knows a bit about that program. He opened it up, and I think he was talking to Freakling and Minerals about ghost holes, or somehow he learned about ghost holes.
Yeah, we told him about ghost holes, and now he knows that basically any map in existence, you can find some spots where you could drop a ghost, where it's hidden, and you could just nuke the shit out of something in the vicinity. Like, for example, there's one on... he found one on... what's the name? The two-player map. Eclipse. Where you can drop a ghost behind the natural and nuke the natural from the cover of the cliffs, for example, stuff like that.
I think Scan was doing that, so big shout out to him for playtesting some of the maps and also nuking the shit out of people. Taking advantage of many map features that you might not be aware of. So yeah, download SCM Draft Editor, guys. Play around with it. If you have any questions about it, ask the map makers. They're familiar with the program. They can help you out. Yeah, so really happy to kind of shine a light on one of the most marginalized aspects of Brood War map making. Me personally coming back after all these years and then having conversations with Minerals, who was the first map maker who brought to my attention the existence of scummy map makers. I've sort of grown appreciation for the central importance of maps, map making, and map makers whose names many people aren't familiar with. That's why I try to shout out the authors of maps, whether they're by foreigners or Koreans, just to kind of give them an acknowledgement that they don't really normally get. We're more familiar with players' names and things like that. So. Alright guys, I think we are going to get ready to start the tournament.
Oh boy, here we go.
Machine's just in the back like, shut the fuck up, bots. Let's start this already, I don't have much time.
Nah man, I'm excited. This is gonna be good. It's a good mix NA, South American, Europe, like top European players. A few underground names like I'd say Tech that don't normally get to see the light of day, but pretty solid player as well. So it's gonna be excited.
Big shout out to them for participating, and there's prizes, guys, for the winning tournament players. If you can, please donate to the prize pool, support the players. There's also a separate prize pool for the winning map maker at the end. There is also a new mapper prize, which is basically a new map maker who is in the contest, who did the best relative to other map makers, and that winner's already been declared. Big shout out to SC Spider. You may have seen his name in different streams. Really great guy who's donated to events, helped organize the New Worlds map contest, recorded a lot of data for us that we're gathering to help map makers sort of, have information at their disposal when they're making maps to see what people like, what people don't like, and things like that. So just want to give a big shout out to SC Spider, and congratulations, my friend. His map Terraform, which we have broadcasted some show matches on, and Machine has played on it before in a fantastic match against Streamer. It did really well. I think that's really his first map too, so job well done. And I believe there's a prize. It's like 25% of the mapper prize pool, but Spider, being such a generous man, has donated it to, I believe, the player prize pool. So thank you, Spider, for doing that. You're still a piece of shit in my book, Spider, but an honorable piece of shit. Alright guys, so the first matchup, we got Hawk first. Voddy.
Yeah, man, this is gonna be a really good one. Zerg versus Terran matchup. Hawk kind of stealing the NA show lately, I'd say, winning Rogues Gallery, solo league tournament not too long ago, and just honestly, he's kind of been on a roll. You know, just in general, very solid. You know, understanding of high level Zerg, and you know, he's also been streaming quite a bit on Twitch recently. So if you Zerg players are out there, definitely worth checking him out. Voddy, you know, just more of like an old school European Terran hope. Always places very highly in BSL. And I think Voddy, I think he has particularly strong Terran versus Protoss. Usually, he's a very strong TVP player, but no slouch in TVT or Terran versus Zerg as well. So I think he's going to be a tough player for Hawk to really face up against. But yeah, we'll have to see how this one goes.
Okay, so there you have it. Machine slightly favoring Hawk over Voddy on Wavelet. One of the things that Voddy told me a long time ago, because he has tested a lot of new maps for us in the past, was he loves new maps because he tries to analyze them before he plays on them, obviously, and find ways to sort of exploit certain map features to humiliate his opponents. He didn't say the humiliation part, but it's kind of cool how, you know, he's trying to basically be the first person to exploit a certain aspect of a map, because typically I think players watch a lot of pro gamers and they copy what they do, their builds or strategies, or, you know, this person did this with this aspect of the map and I'm going to do that. So I like that part about Voddy's sort of thing about, you know, I want to be the first to figure that out.
Yeah, he's definitely the rare kind of player who actually likes to play on new and more experimental and more complex maps. Let me read what he had to say about the map. He gave it 9 of 10 points, because not 10 because it doesn't do anything special or particularly interesting in his opinion, but it's faultless, so it gets a high score. That's what he had to say about the map. Hawk had to say a lot more, but I guess we can talk about that later.
Okay, thank you, Freakling. Kwark should be with us.
I am with you.
Thank you, my friend.
I'm always with you, Ox.
You're the best. You were streaming for like over 8 hours yesterday, so I don't know if you'd make it today.
Yeah, I hit 11 hours. Almost hit 2400 MMR though.
Oh, that's
no
awesome.
Way.
Congrats.
That's awesome.
Yeah, unfortunately the server disconnected, so although I beat Mighty, I didn't get the point to it. That would have been my 2400.
Big flex from my friend Kwark there. Mighty is a fantastic player. Here we are, guys. We're on the map Wavelet.
We have Hawk as the red Zerg in the top right and Voddy as the white Terran in the bottom left. And I should probably defer to my co-caster Machine here, because this is a ZVT and I don't know what I'm talking about.
I think you know plenty, Kwark, but yeah, 2400. Jeez, I just want to go back to that. That's incredible. Like,
nah, it's late season MMR. Late season MMR is a joke. It's
yeah, I've noticed it over the last week. It's getting a little easier, but
yeah.
man, congrats. But yeah, getting back to this game, Hawk versus Voddy. I don't know what we're really gonna expect here. I wouldn't even necessarily say Hawk is the should win this one by any means. Voddy, he's gonna really be a tough Terran for Hawk to topple here. He's got plenty up his sleeve. He's looks to be walling off this natural pretty early on. I kind of like that. It's a very it's a pretty large entrance. It could be a little difficult to typically hold something like a Zergling run by, which actually it looks like we're seeing a very early pool here from Hawk. So it looks like Voddy's kind of planned this out. This is definitely going to pay off for him.
Yeah, especially with the cross position. The overpool isn't going to get much value cross position. Now, Voddy does sometimes like to do the forward back, so I see why Hawk would go for the overpool here, but it's in this case it looks like Voddy's just playing defensively.
Voddy has to be a bit careful though, because you actually can't wall this nut choke completely tight with just the Rex and 2 depots. So there's a gap below the barracks where he's setting it up right now.
I see. Okay, so that'll just even force a Terran to pull SCVs in order to defend block early on.
Yeah, if he's facing some
Now, one thing that we've seen a lot with Voddy is that he likes to go for his Valkyrie rushes. And there have been some issues with his timing in the past, I think, where there's Muta have just come in and he's had his Valkyrie like 90% done, but then all his Marines die before the Valkyrie's finished. So I'm worried about that potentially happening. I think we saw a best of 5 with, I think, Sziky, where Sziky won the same way 3 times in a row with the exact same timing.
Yeah, he absolutely did. I remember that series, and you're right. It's a very strong move that I think you can kind of get away with against more passive Zergs, but Hawk is, which Hawk kind of is, if I really think of his play in general. He defaults towards playing a little more passively than I'd say a Sziky or an Eon Zerg really would. Right off, we're not seeing this overpull really going to be able to accomplish anything. Voddy has done a great job scouting this out. It's blocked. It's not going to get much done.
And a second Vax instead of a gas. That is unusual, I think. Normally you would go for like gas, eBay, like style cross positions, right? You wouldn't go for quick second Vax. Is that correct, or am I making that up?
You can actually do both. So it's just a different build where it's a little more robust. You have a few extra Marines to kind of defend with, or pressure should you choose to early on. Yeah, I think it's maybe a little more normal to get quick gas in either eBay or Academy, but this is maybe Voddy just saying, you know what, this isn't exactly a full wall. Let me just get a few more Marines early on here and shut down any funny business.
Yeah, that makes sense. I was just looking at it with the cross map and thinking, well, you've got all these Marines, what are you going to do with them?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I think it's maybe a little bit of a missed call, because it would take him so long to walk across the map here. But we see Hawk just moving forward. He's got his very quick Spire down, up to 19 drone count so far. Probably looking to send a drone to take a quick third base here. Meanwhile, Voddy just building up that SCV count. He's got an Academy almost completed. Ooh, donates a Marine there, unfortunately.
Bad pathing. The choke was blocked, so the Marine just ran forwards.
Yeah. Oh, that's always painful when that happens.
Okay.
Do you like Hawk's choice of the third base here with the 3 o'clock compared to the top middle?
I wasn't expecting this. I would say I would have chosen to take another main, but that's just typically how I choose to play, because it's much easier to hold a ramp with just a couple of lurkers, 2 or 3 lurkers, than I guess this area leading into that third. It's quite narrow, so it would be a little more difficult for Marines to just waltz past, get a good angle against a lurker defense. It is also much closer, so it's easier for Hawk to drone up and build up that worker count there too. So there is a payoff.
Voddy's ward is not blocked. He had a fire bat and a medic ready, and they were just slightly mispositioned.
Yeah, still doing a good job repositioning. He does kill off the majority of these, but yeah, it was a slight mistake there.
Yeah, that would have been a fantastic hold had he had the fire bat just 1 hex to the right. Still, this is a I was going to say this is a nice time, but that cross position coming into play, the Muta already out.
Ooh, this Zergling will pick up another SCV kill in the main. Voddy just now starting his +1, but gets an Overlord of his own outside of Hawk's natural. Wow, big pickup there for Voddy. That will supply block Hawk at this point.
Do we think Voddy could have pressured? I mean, the Sunken wasn't done. The 3 o'clock is naked. It's only, 7 Muta?
It's questionable. Anytime the Muta count's that close to the Marine count, I think he could have. I think he maybe could have stemmed and just said, you know what, let's go for this. Maybe we'll get some drones. I think this is also a safe play, just kind of backing off, looking to regroup with a second group of Marines and move in.
Yeah, he needs to get these two groups of Marines together, right? Individually, they're quite weak, but together they will be much stronger.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Ooh, big stim.
Oh, the medics are being left behind.
The second group of Marine is actually able to move in here now that Voddy has scouted out Hawk's muta positioning. Beautiful play. There's only a single sunken. Oh boy. This is not looking good for Hawk here.
No, this is and Hawk's muta have cleaned up the reinforcing group, but it's too late. Spire's going to go.
And Spire's at the natural with +1 on the way. If this drops, this is devastating.
Yeah, it's not like he has a hider then. He's just replacing his Spire, but there's going to be no +1. Voddy has his Marine range. Voddy's +1 is coming.
Mutas do finally get back into position to defend this natural, but so much damage has been done.
Yeah, and it's not just the lack of production and the upgrade. It's the Spire itself costs 450 resources, if you include the drone. It's an expensive building. It's just killing the Spire is a lot of damage. It costs more than a hatchery. This is what, 11 mutas?
Yeah, it looks to be about 11 mutalists, so full control group there for Hawk. This is, I don't know, it's a pretty scary force. Like, Voddy's definitely got to worry a little bit, but, I mean, we see he has turrets back at home. There's, you know, he really is in a fine spot still.
I'm watching that +1 timing. I think that when Voddy's +1 is done, then this group of Marines is going to be so dangerous.
Spire's still not quite up here for Hawk.
+1 is 99%. Oh, and this reinforcing group too. We've got another 9 Marines crossing the map.
Thanks for subbing, Sarando.
Yeah, it's just so many Marines here. I think the one thing Voddy doesn't want to do is get caught out of position here. He sees the sunken count at the natural. Just pull back, group up with your second force of Marines here. Wow.
That's a beautiful micro there with Hawk on that cliff. He just picks off 6 Marines. However, these reinforcing Marines, had Hawk been able to find those, that would have been devastating. There's no medics with them, but another 10 Marines coming in. I feel like with +1 finished, it's go time for Voddy here.
Still 10 mutas alive here for Hawk. He seems to be droning, not really trying to improve on that muta count for now, so there might be a small window.
Yeah, I mean, he's halfway to Lurker, so it looks like he's giving up on the muta, but this is a lot of Okay, there's 3 sunkers now. I'm surprised he's not picking off these reinforcing groups. These groups of 5 Marines crossing the map, or 9 Marines with no medics. These could get punished so hard by muta.
I think he's just afraid of the big Marine count outside his natural.
At the moment he moves back to pick up reinforcements, he'll lose his natural.
Here we go. I think it's go time. I mean, Voddy's got probably 30 Marines or so. 6 medics in this group. This is a scary force.
Yeah, it's not like Voddy has a third coming. Although he does have double dropship. Sorry, double starport with vessels coming.
I guess he just feels like he doesn't even need to pressure. He's in a fine spot. Now we have 5 sunkens for Hawk. That's going to be tough to push into at this point.
Oh, 4 Marines just giving up on life.
Just walking into the sunkens. Nice pickup there from Hawk once again.
I think Hawk's getting a lot of value out of not that many units, which is what he needs to do. These muta are continuing presence, and just pick off like that, just grinding down the group.
Yep. Yeah, we see hardly any of these mutas are even low at this point. So Hawk really doing an exceptional job with that. He's kind of bounced back in this. I think his worker count's great. Yeah. You know, Hive almost complete.
I'm worried about these 10 Marines. The muta are about to fly toward 10 Marines with no medics. If he goes for this, he can get them.
Oh yeah.
These bounces just add up. Look at this, beautiful.
Wow.
That's what he's been looking for all game, and of course, the reason he can do that now, the natural lurkers are done. So he's like, okay, I'm not pinned anymore. These muta can go back into the game and remind you that they're out there and they're scary.
Hawk will scout out the vessels. Ooh, big irradiate going down on the center muta. Hawk.
Oh, that's so much damage.
Yeah, taking way too much damage with that.
Yeah, this group of muta that I was just talking about how dangerous they are all very low now. That's decimated them.
Yeah, it's all it takes sometimes. These are now just drop defense muta. Kind of let them sit off in the corner of your main and let them just heal up. become useful again later on.
So, Hawk's 4th gas is what I'm thinking about now. So we've got the +1 armor coming, the Defiler Mound's coming, he's got a lot of lurkers, so he's not going to die. But now what? Where does he take the 4th gas? And I guess that's why he wants him to take a main.
Yeah,
So
we see a drone at the top middle. I'm pretty sure that's the drone he's going to try to use to sneak around somewhere here soon, but yeah, you usually would want to take another main. Meanwhile, Voddy pushing into this natural, feeling pretty comfortable at the moment.
Yeah, and his body's upgrades are adding up. His 1-1 is about to finish, his 2-1 is most of the way there. Like, Voddy doesn't need to do anything but what he's doing. His 3rd's coming up. Oh, he's taking a 4th as well. I like that. I like that he's taking this position, because this just gives him a lot of control over the bottom right. He's got this area secured.
Yeah, I think he can feel safe to do so. He's absolutely got map control. That vessel count is slowly building up and adding value to his army. Hawk's really just kind of struggling to keep the lurker count up high enough to kind of defend his 3 bases at this point.
And I just like watching Voddy's SCV just patrolling the map. Voddy is making sure he knows exactly what's going on, because if a Hatchery and a Nidus go up somewhere, then suddenly Hawk's back in the game. But look, that SCV at the top left is not taking any chances.
It even scouted the low ground 3rd of the top for a hatchery. That was really smart.
Yeah.
Is Voddy double expanding behind this?
Yeah, his body's got total map control.
Okay.
Voddy, if he feels like he's ahead, he'll just get further ahead.
Yeah,
and
this is
a 5 vessels. 5 vessels is just so much. The vessel tax is just building up. Just every 30 seconds, you just lose 5 units if you're Hawk.
We finally are seeing some scourge though, so hopefully he's going to be able to start lowering this vessel count a little bit. But Voddy's just had perfect vessel retention from the start of this game. Defiler consume is complete. So Hawk can finally start feeling a little more comfortable to push out on the map, maybe try to secure a 4th gas here, which he is desperately going to need against a 4 base Terran.
Yeah, he's going to slowly try and push out, but there's 2 lurkers and a Defiler. This is just a donation to the vessel gods. Surely.
It's a donation to the vessel gods. It's a pretty smart way to put it. Wow, radiating just the lurkers. He hasn't really even gone for any defilers so far in this game. I think that's a little odd.
So there's 36 cracklings being built, but I don't know that it's gonna. I don't think it's gonna be enough.
Yeah, Hawk having 4 macro hatcheries already in the main base. I mean, his drone count is definitely very strong, very high. Ooh, good plague going down that group of Marines at his 4th. And I think this is Hawk securing a 4th gas.
Yeah, and the 1-2 upgrades on the Lings are about to finish. If you look at the Lings, they're currently 1 armor, 0 attack, but they're about to be 2-1.
Big irradiate going down on Defiler.
And Hawk does not have the gas for this. He can't. If 4 gas, it'd be a different story, but 3 gas, he can't do. Voddy has Restoration. Let's see if he uses it.
Oh, that would be cute, actually. Artosis usually one of the only Terrans I know that actually researches Restoration.
Yeah, there we go.
Wow, very nice.
Yeah, used it a bit late though, so I mean he's still dead.
Yeah, these Muta are going to be hunting those vessels. Ooh, big.
Yeah, if he gets these vessels, that's going to be huge. These vessels will be dominating him. 4 vessels.
Yeah, very nice catch. All 3 of those remaining vessels still low as well.
Yeah. Voddy has an entire 2nd army over here that just he was busy microing army number 1 and didn't notice army number 2 by the look of it.
You notice this with very top level Terrans. It's actually a smart tactic what Voddy's doing. He gets these small clumps of Marine and Medic and spreads everything out. And that's really to reduce the damage from Plague.
0 lurkers, 0 defilers at the base.
Ooh, this is going to be devastating. Aiming for that Nidus Canal, just barely isn't able to kill it. Wow, nice try there from Voddy.
I don't know, I feel like the 4th would have been the better target. But yeah, that choke, he just thought he could make it through and it was slightly tighter than he was betting. But I mean, it's still 4 bases against 4 bases.
these Ultras do have their armor upgrades, so they will be able to start picking off a good amount of this M&M. All of the weak vessels also falling.
This is exactly what Hawk needed. Hawk is, those vessels have been punishing Hawk all game long, but now Hawk has taken care of them. Voddy's obviously still in a great position, 4 base against 4 base. He's got great upgrades. He's double armory. Double armory battlecruiser.
Ooh, I like it. He knows that he killed that early Spire. There's no air upgrades for Zerg, and battlecruisers will one-shot Scourge that don't have +1 armor. So not a bad call.
Look at his natural though, and look at the mini-map. I'm really worried about his natural.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to keep that Defiler count low here. If a single Defiler makes it in to this natural, it really could be game. And yeah, we will see a Defiler walking into the natural along with a healthy amount of Ultra Ling. And yeah, Voddy just, I don't know, is not sending units in at the moment.
Yeah, it's looks like he has a macro step. And the lack of the vessels here is really punishing, because these Defilers should not... There's just one Defiler just going, I can do this all day. Third swarm goes down. Defiler's just having the time of his life. He's just chilling.
Yeah, it really is. There's just nothing that can kill it under this Dark Swarm, so very well played there. Meanwhile, Voddy going for a counter on this 4th. He might be able to get it, I don't know. Actually, looks like Zerg reinforcements are just too strong here.
1 hit point. Oh, that's a Plague's sunken colony. That's why it has 1 hit point.
Man, now we have
Ash kills the sunken.
we have vessels finally, but I mean they're ways off from being able to irradiate this Defiler.
Yeah, it was. He lost every single vessel while he had 3 battlecruisers in production. And his money's still great. It's just his value point's been overrun.
Well, hopefully he's gonna get some damage done with these early battlecruisers. I just realized Hawk doesn't have any drones at his 3rd. There must have been an eraser play. Oh, he has a battlecruiser with 24 kills. I just realized over the natural. Oh man.
I completely missed that. I'm a terrible observer.
Yeah.
Okay, so Voddy's second, natural, and 3rd have both been overrun, but his 4th is still going strong.
And I mean that's Terran on a base still. Well, Hawk is barely mining from really his 3rd. He's got 2 very solidly mining bases though.
I would give the Voddy lost his natural. I mean, he can lift it. It's oh,
yeah.
There goes the only mining base for Voddy, and I think this might be the beginning of the end. Yeah.
Yep, GG is called from Voddy. Wow, very good first game there from both those players.
Yeah, Voddy looked like he had a commanding position, and then Hawk just took down all the vessels. Because with Hawk on 3 gas, and there were like 7 vessels, and Voddy was keeping the energy low. It was at that point you're losing like a lurker every like 5 seconds or something. It's so difficult to sustain against that. But he knew what he had to do, and he took down the vessels.
On the vessels, yeah, got a very nice plague off on those vessels, and that was kind of the beginning of the end. Yeah, it's very well played there by Hawk. Nice comeback.
Hawk also found a lot in the mid game with those muta. He was on the back foot, but those muta were on Voddy's first push when muta went right up against the cliff and just picked off 5 marines for nothing. That group of muta couldn't fight that group of marines if they didn't exploit the terrain, but they just microed it perfectly.
Yeah, Voddy was able to cancel those air, +1 attack upgrades. So he's fighting +1 marines with unupgraded muta, but he still managed to find value there. That was very nice.
MasterRey!
Hello. Sorry for being a little bit late.
Yeah, where were you, man?
Got the end.
We needed you.
I was visiting my mother. And yeah, how it is.
You picked your mother over Brood War?
It's been a long quarantine.
Yeah, I actually did not visit her during the whole Corona thing, COVID. So it has been a long time. Yeah, but I caught the end of that last game. Looked like a nice finish, and I'm very excited to see the next games.
Thanks for joining us, my friends.
Oh wow, can't believe it. Exact same spawns from game 1.
So I was quite surprised to see Voddy mix up his style, because I feel like Voddy is a player that like has a very he plays his own style. But that last game, I wouldn't have recognized that as Voddy if you showed me the replay with no player names.
Yeah, no Valkyries, as you'd said, no early gas play. That was, I mean, maybe he's expecting Hawk to kind of know his style a little bit and wanted to switch it up game 1. But you're absolutely right. That didn't look like a typical Voddy game, and he still executed it very well. You know, I can't pull out any flaws in his build order. You know, he's quite a robust Terran with a lot of different options available to him, but it doesn't feel like Voddy. You're right.
One thing I noted was 0 dropships. Now, obviously, got a lot of value out of the science vessels until he didn't. But do you feel like dropships could have helped?
Oh yeah, these seem to be very big mains. You know, I feel like Hawk a lot of the time was relying on those sunken colonies more or less to defend what he had available. So a drop behind the third, drop behind the main mineral line could have done some pretty decent damage, especially after the original irradiate that lowered all the muta health. So yeah, maybe food for thought. Maybe something Voddy will adjust here in game 2.
And we're seeing a different build. Last game, Hawk went for the overpool and made 6 lings. They got a surprising amount of value. They got a marine donated to them, and then Voddy misplaced his firebat when Hawk went for the counter. But this game, we're just seeing a... to say, this isn't even a 12-11. I was expecting 12-11-10, but this ain't that. This is Hawk back up at 12 again.
I want to mention one more thing about the drops, just to finish that point. Hawk had all the 3 bases on the right side there, and they were pretty close together, and he still had Mutalisk on the way. So that might have made it a little bit harder for Voddy to drop compared to a game maybe on Polypoid where the Zerg takes another main base or so, and he's way more spread out. So maybe that's the reason why Voddy didn't go for it.
Okay, so Machine, I don't know this build. This is what 12 hat, 13 pool, and it looks like we're going to see.
This is 3 hatch opener, so you know, not quite meta anymore, but this is pretty common if you're really just trying to get a very massive eco lead early on and do some type of a 3 hatch opener. So pool timing doesn't really matter that much early on unless obviously he's getting bunker rushed or something like that, which he's not. This is kind of just a gut call here against Voddy, and Hawk playing a little greedy here early on, I'd say.
Now, if they were close positions, would there be any potential for Punisher, or would it still be fine?
It would still be fine with that barracks timing. You really have to do like an 8 racks or something like that to properly punish this delayed of a pool or you know, a quick third opener like this. So no, even if they were close position, I don't think it would really matter much.
Okay, so this game Voddy's going for the gas. Why do we think that gas eBay? So this is going to be a +1 rush. Is that a reaction to the 3 hat?
No, I don't think it's a reaction to the 3 hat. I think he's just decided to go for a different build this game. Maybe even a reaction to the positions on the map that they are. As we mentioned last game, there's no sense in really making those early Marines if you're not really going to be able to push out with them at this point in the game anyway. So yeah, I actually like Voddy's opening a little better this game.
One thing I'm noticing is Voddy with the second SUV scout already heading out, and he's probably clicked on a mineral inside Hawk's base. It's every time I watch Voddy, I watch for this, just because it's Voddy doesn't get caught off guard, like ever.
Yeah, it's so good. It's definitely a quality I really enjoy about watching Voddy play. I think more Terrans should really do this.
Yeah, you just click it on the mineral line and it will go in, and you can just see what's going on every game. Yep.
And this SCV, you know, would like to scout something like a Hydra Den, see if Hawk is playing a little off build, off meta, but it will not see anything. It should see the layer complete here in a second, and this will most likely just be Muta opener.
Yeah, he would have seen that Spire. Also, the timing on that is just is cute. It's that his second SCV runs in as the lair finishes. Just
Yeah, it's very, very nice. Voddy slowly building up that marine count. We do have +1 already on the way in the eBay inside his main. Academy on the way as well. This should be at least a 4 or 5 racks opener from Voddy here early on, which, you know, I like it. He knows Hawk is opening Muta. You can kind of exploit those +1 Marines against early Mutalists and, you know, hopefully just be able to overrun Hawk here early on.
Yeah, that's a lot of Marines, and yeah, the +1 will be done in time. Stim's about to start. Yep, there we go. So Hawk taking the top left main. Good choice.
I think so. I always like taking another main as Zerg against Terran. It's just easier to defend. Once you get a couple lurkers on the ramp, it's kind of set and forget. You really don't have to worry about early bio.
Do you have any opinions on horizontal versus vertical expansion on this map? Because there's no high ground between the top right and the bottom right. There are ramps up and down between the top right and the top left. So I feel like maybe this could be harder for him to secure than the bottom right.
I actually agree. I think it will be harder for him to secure. Like, I think pathing to that base will take a little longer maybe than from his natural to bottom right. As well as he already has overlords in position bottom right over the cliff, so I don't know, a little curious why he would choose that.
Here come the links.
Good counter.
Yeah, he's just getting a bit of value out of them. Although not as much as he might have wanted. That was what, like 4 marine kills for like 12 links?
Yeah, about 12 lings. I think it's more for the information. You know, he probably would have liked to get more kills. And actually, they're still sitting bottom left corner. Voddy has not scouted that out, so still some potential to do some additional damage here.
Okay, 11 Muta coming in. Is this 11? So there's 9 Muta coming in. I'm lying. Okay, now we have 11.
Still a good amount of Muta here. Hawk has scouted this out. He knows it's +1. Ooh.
Range isn't done as well. There's a window here that he can just shave Marines off the edge of the group if he knows the timing. Yeah, and Hawk knows the timing. I don't know why I said if he knows the timing. He's Hawk. Of course he knows the timing.
Exactly. Yeah, he definitely knows. Man, good little exploit there from Hawk. But Voddy doing a good job staying pretty clumped.
Now range is done. These +1 Marines are much more dangerous. So just going to be 11 Muta into quick lurker hive. I like that, given that he already has the main secured. I think that's a strong play.
I think it's strong as well. Whenever you scout +1 5 racks from a Terran, you know, you can open Muta, but you don't want to stay on Muta the whole time and fighting against +1 Marines. So usually getting that quicker lurker tends to pay off.
I'm looking to see Voddy have 2 groups of Marines, because he's got so many racks here that he could split this in half and it could still fight the Muta. There should be a group at top left killing the hatchery and a group back at home, right?
Agreed. Yeah, he's got so many Marines that he really needs to pressure at this point. It's just...
I don't think he knows about top left. I heard a scan just go off. I think he scanned bottom right though. He sent an SCV that would look like it was going to top left, but Hawk immediately kills it. So I don't think he knows where he needs to attack, and if he doesn't attack soon, he's out of time. The Hydra's already there. Lurker's about to be done. Top left is secure.
Yeah, it's definitely already too late. But still, it'd be beneficial for Voddy to at least get on the map and force some pressure. But man, Hawk just moving into this natural, once again picking off quite a few Marines that are left alone. Oh, that was a misplay.
Yeah, that was a misclick. It had to be. Okay, so Voddy has scanned the lurker eggs. The lurker eggs are going to finish though, I think. Oh, it's going to be close. If he can get up that ramp.
Oh, it is going to be very close here.
Does he have any scans left? He's got 22 energy on one, 71 energy on. He has 1 scan.
Oh, Hawk running back though. Very well played here. Bringing in the Mutas as well.
It's only scan. Okay, he's just going to go for the hatchery.
Yeah, this should be a dead hatchery here.
That was such a close timing. If those lurkers had been morphing on the... Shit, all 3 lurkers die. That medic will. That was...
Yeah.
I feel like there's been some uncharacteristic Hawk control mistakes this game. The Muta getting Hawk positioned in the natural, just next to the Marine Rally and the turrets, and then those 3 lurkers there dying unbowed. That's... And Hawk doesn't do this when I play him. So I never get donations of units.
Yeah, it's funny how that works.
Oh, these lurkers.
Oh, most of the Marines are also pretty damaged. The medics are almost out of energy.
I agree. Yeah, you're definitely right, MasterRey. Like these units can't really afford to move anywhere. They can't really afford to fight. There's just no.
Hawk's coming up from below. This is the
Oh,
5x. Yeah.
the pincer. Here we go. He's definitely got a scan too. Oh, Voddy
Yeah, he's
moving
got 2
in.
scans.
Oh,
Hawk is getting out of dodge. Okay, but Hawk's stuck on the 2 base. He's going for the Defiler Mound, but this is not going to be like last game where he went for Lurker Defiler, double Evo into Ultra Den. This is a different
There's a remade.
situation.
There's a remade hatchery in the top left. So he made a drone. There was 1 larva left that Voddy didn't kill, and he made a drone and re-expanded there.
That's very nice. I mean, Zerg needs to have a 3rd base, 3rd gas by this point in the game. Ooh, big
This is a lot
damage.
of gas units that have just died. I don't know that he can... I feel like even when the Defiler push comes now, it's not going to have the gas units that it needs.
No, we don't even see consume on the way.
Look at Voddy with that single Marine just dancing against a Lurker. His body's just showing off. Like, yeah, I can just dodge spines.
Yeah, that was very nice. Very nicely done by Voddy. I mean, this is absolutely Voddy's game to lose at this point. Look at this Bioforce.
But
It's
Hawk
massive.
double expanding both corners. He goes, okay, I need 1 gas. I'll take 2. Opposite sides of the map. At least 1 should survive. I'm expecting to see him placing a Nidus. Yeah, he's placing a Nidus as well early. So he's just gonna, moment when it's down, he's gonna Nidus it. He's gonna reinforce. This is a smart play. He's identified that he needs that 3rd gas. He's gonna make sure it happens.
This lurker counter, though, is not going to pay off. This is so many lurkers that are now bruised. Hawk trying to kill off this 3rd. He will succeed, but really at the cost of a lot of Zerglings.
Nidus is going down at top left though. Surely that's where the Nidus is gonna get placed.
Yeah, but
with
basically,
them-
Hawk donating these lurkers bottom right.
With the Mutalist dead, that means the gates are pretty much open for the dropships, and we have seen Voddy making some, or 1 dropship at least.
Yeah,
sitting
double
in the
dropship just
natural
finished.
now.
Oh,
double
he's got
dropship,
3.
okay.
He has 3 dropships. Nice.
Oh, 3. Okay, perfect. And he also added a 3rd starport and has a physics lab, so we'll see some drop play into the BCs.
That is a
What?
very bold play with that D-Matrix run by on.
Yeah,
One of the
that was-
D-Matrix Marines wasn't interested in going. And he doesn't know about top left. This is why I loved Hawks taking both mains at the same time. This was pure bait, and Voddy wasted so many Marines going for it. It doesn't matter. The top left is taken, and it's been linked up by Nidus. This-
yeah,
He just lost
is
all his
just not
Marines for a
necessary.
single hatchery. And it wasn't even a hatchery that Hawk needed.
No, you're absolutely
Okay,
right.
5 dropships. Voddy needs to scan top left. If he scans top left, 5 dropships are going to get it done. But I don't think he knows.
I mean, I think even if these 5 dropships run to the main at the moment, it would still be devastating here to Hawk.
Half them empty.
Hawk kind of Voddy kind of idle around the map with his units. You know, bottom right's not moving. The second clump, bottom right, does finally start moving. That tank not really putting any pressure on Voddy, or on Hawk here, excuse me. So yeah, this is a little odd. He's maybe taking a bit longer than he should to, I guess, keep up the aggression.
And Hawk taking his 4th base, and it's linked by Nidus. He can reinforce it. Okay, Voddy finally with the scan. And there go the dropships immediately.
Yeah, this is 5 fully armed dropships filled with Marines and medics. This is quite a force to deal with.
We've got 4 lurkers, a defiler that's already fully charged, and no mutant, no scourge. Okay, let's see the reaction. Oh, he's going for the Nidus immediately. Oh, that is definitely the play.
Ooh, Swarm does go down though, but Voddy doing a good job ignoring that Swarm, running away. Ooh, he's getting caught off by these lurkers he needs to pick up.
Yeah. He's got dropships right there. He can get those out of dodge if he needs to. We have another attack coming at the natural, but there's Sunkens there, there's Defilers. It's by picking. Oh. I feel like this is kind of disjointed. He killed the Nidus, so he's forced all of Hawk's army to stay home, and now he's attacking home, so it's where the army is.
But he was able to catch those Defilers out of position in the middle. I mean, I think Voddy still is in a good spot to win this. He's just got to keep splitting his forces around. Oh, actually, moving into that fourth, he's decided to kill off the fourth base now.
Yeah, I think that's a good decision, because with the Nidus down, the Nidus is only just now being replaced, so he can. He doesn't have enough vessels. The 5 dropships are really limiting his vessel number. He's brought them all home. He still has his dropships, but he's not getting value. I don't know about this. I feel like if you make 5 dropships, like you should send like 2 to each
Drop
base
every
and just
base.
like cause
Yeah.
every. Yeah, like
Exactly.
5 dropships, maximum chaos.
Exactly. You never put them together. Split them up in, 3 or 5 different bases at the same time. That's, Hawk will stop 2, but he's not going to stop 5 different drops somewhere.
Oh, he just double irradiated a single lurker.
Okay.
That was
extra dead.
yeah. Okay, here comes drop number 2. Oh, these are all empty. Never mind. I don't know what this is. This might be like the most epic bait, or it might just be planning on loading them. Here comes the
It
Scourge.
looks like bait. That's so funny. It is gonna. Oh no, he wasn't planning on baiting him.
Scourge down. He's hunting the Scourge. Just forcing his opponent to Scourge.
Yeah, Scourge magnets. Huh.
The thing is, now Hawk's on 4 gas, these vessels are not getting the same value they once were.
Big load up here.
Hawk was
Hawk
on 2
is
gas for
ready.
ages, and the vessels were so dangerous against 2 gas, but
Dropships
gas.
are going top left. This is epic bait, actually.
oh, we have 1 Defiler, it is fully loaded, and we have 5 lurkers.
Hawk already making his way to that Nidus, I think.
Oh, we're gonna. Nidus is down. Nicely done.
Instantly down.
Okay, we have 2 swarms. Oh, 1 cast. Pick off the Defiler, buddy. Pick off the Defiler. Oh no, just run at the Defiler. Hang out with the Defiler. Make friends with the Defiler. Just the Marine just immediately made a beeline for the Defiler, and I was so excited, and they just ran straight past it.
Yeah, it just moved past it. Yeah, that was so funny. Oh boy.
These
Good
5
play
armor-
going down on the vessels, but I'm not sure if it's enough.
Yeah, and I mean now it's reduced the gas again. I feel like a battlecruiser could knock out the gas at top left as well quite easily. That gas is super exposed to battlecruisers.
Well, we do have a battlecruiser on the field, so it is possible. Oh, dropships picking up and actually move towards Hawk's main. So Voddy doing a great job just keeping on top of Hawk here.
Yeah, although these, I mean, there's a lot of chaos, and Hawk I think is getting the better side of the chaos. These lurkers and ultra are just picking up units here and there.
But there's 4 base Terran. I don't know. Hawk is definitely getting efficient trades, but Voddy's just the point. He doesn't need efficient trades. He just needs trades.
This is a lot. If he gets the ultra speed isn't done yet. If he gets that, that's a good upgrade to pick off. Plus the armors there, he can pick that up if he gets lucky.
Yeah,
The
spawning
battlecruiser is
full
going
fire.
straight to the gas. If the battlecruiser gets on top of that top left gas, Hawk is down to 2 gas.
Oh, and I think no GG.
Oh, game over.
Game over.
I think that's a good call.
Yeah, I think so too. Voddy takes game 2 pretty convincingly. That was just solid from start to finish from him. Very well played.
I was very worried about him when he went for the Marines just ran at the top left and there were the 3 lurker eggs there. I like that. The entire game could have pivoted on that. Do you think the lurker egg should have been on the ramp?
Yeah, you typically want to morph your first lurker at the top of the ramp, whichever one's going to complete first, and then you block the ramp with the other 2, which I'm sure Hawk obviously knows. He just thought it wasn't going to be in time, and he'd be completely fine. But you know, it happens occasionally.
Yeah, and you only have so many actions you can do. It's the thing. If this was like a turn-based game, everybody would get everything right all the time because everyone knows what they need to be doing in Boudoir.
Yeah.
The problem is doing it.
Exactly. It's the execution. Like it's you know, easier said than done.
So 1-1. What's the best of?
All best of fives. The final is the best of 7, guys. 7-hour event.
Yeah, okay.
Let's do it.
I'm looking forward to this.
We saw the many dropship plays, and we saw him flying around between the main and then the top left base. I don't think that would have been possible if he took that 3 o'clock again. So, what do you think about the location that Hawk should take a third at? Does it play a role here?
You're absolutely right, MasterRey. It's definitely much weaker to defend those extra main bases, you know, from dropship play. But if Hawk scouts out properly with Overlords and has Scourge ready for those timings, it's very possible to hold against drop play.
I mean, we saw the first drop just get completely demolished. Like the swarms went down, the Marines got all stuck on the drones and behind the middle line, and like that first 5 dropship play didn't pay for itself. Just Voddy had a lot of backs and he just went for it again.
Yep.
Are these the same spawning positions, guys, with the same colors?
They're the same spawning positions with the same colors.
What are you doing, map maker? Is Freakling still here? Let's vent our anger towards him.
Map seems to be broken, yeah.
Yep. I'm
I'm curious about the build. We've seen 2 very different builds from both players, and Voddy apparently switched his dropship button to on between those first 2 games. Game 1, 0 dropships. Game 2, only dropships.
It was probably an adjustment, like what MasterRey is saying, noticing that that third base is so far away. You know, he really wanted to just kind of exploit that, take a little advantage of it. I think him taking the 3 o'clock third would be just as acceptable. Like, it's absolutely much easier to hold against drops, even just like hold in general early on, because you can kind of use your rally to reinforce a little better. But it doesn't lead to that easier to defend 4th gas base, which just makes ZVT a little more convenient, I'd say, late game.
Hawk has worked out that this map is rigged and is just going straight for the cross scout. He knows what's going on. He said, I've had this thing spawned a few times in a row. I've worked out what's going on here.
That's actually really funny. He absolutely has too. Like, he will get the scout in here. There's no gas in the main, so he will see no early investment guys. We also see Hawk going for the 13 pool once again, and now a 14 third hatch. This is it. This is as greedy as it gets for Zerg. There's just no advantage to making any more drones after this. So we will see a 14 third base hatchery. This is hilarious, actually. This is very, very greedy.
He knows what's going on. I'm assuming that it wasn't just that he knows that Voddy is going to be cross position. He was looking for the cross position because that tells him if he's got the extra rush distances between them, so he knows if it's going to be safer to take a quick third hat. Is that right?
We'll I don't know. We'll see game 4, maybe. He already had the drone in position, so I think he was planning on really doing that either way. But yeah, maybe.
Okay, 4 lings out, and then straight back into drones, and Voddy does not know about the third hat. I mean, he knows there is a third hat, but he doesn't know where it is.
He just scouted it with an
nice. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know why I would ever say Voddy hasn't scouted something.
Exactly, right? I wonder if that SCV is going to turn around and go into the main now. But layers should be on the way. There we go for Hawk here. Voddy's still in a very comfortable position. Gets that quicker gas this game. Goes for eBay once again for that quick +1. I like that choice. It worked very well for him last game. So, you know, why change it up? One thing I'm a little curious about is Hawk is not trying to put an Overlord over Voddy's natural cliff. I wonder if he's really afraid of that Overlord accidentally getting sniped, you know, in the middle of the map as it's moving towards the expo, or what the call is there. But it's a little unique.
Is that SCV coming from Voddy's main? Is that the SCV going to the mineral line? And yes, it is. Voddy gets its vision, and off it goes. However, Hawk's link speed will actually just be able to deny this time. It will be ready in time, I think.
Yeah, he does see it with that first Zergling, immediately beelines towards that SCV. He does not want to be scouted at this point. But yeah, that SCV already being clicked on a mineral, still able to move through quite a few Zerglings here.
Yeah, speed will end it. So no Spire yet. Surely the Spire's about to go down.
Spire going down at the natural. I think
Well,
it's
the
a
speed
little
is
bit of a
done,
mistake.
but the SCV is okay, SCV doesn't see it.
Very close. Good save there from Hawk.
One thing we saw last game was there was absolutely no air defense near the Vax, and Voddy ended up losing quite a lot of Marines coming out because they just spawned with no medics and the Muta punished them hard. Do we think that was a mistake? Or is that something you don't need to do when you go 5 Vax?
I think it's a little bit of a mistake. You typically always want to have at least a couple turrets defending that rally of those production lines. So yeah, a little bit of a mistake. Maybe something that can be adjusted here for Voddy in this game.
So the 11 Muta got a lot of value until Hawk misclicked them.
Yeah, they definitely did. Honestly, the Muta could also be harassing this front wall, which we didn't see either game so far. So a little curious to see if Hawk will maybe choose to go for a supply block with those Muta early on. But quick move out timing here from Voddy, looking to put a little pressure on to Hawk, who's just droning like a madman.
Yeah, I'm watching this and thinking, okay, he's building sunken colonies, he's taking a third gas, and he's droning. This is somebody who is saying, okay, you know what, I'm just going to not die and get my hive up to me.
Yeah, you
Oh,
called
there's
it.
the Queen's Nest, yeah.
Queen's Nest going down immediately as you say that, so you're spot on.
Yeah, just 5 Muta being built too. This is like, okay, there's now up to 7 Muta. I was thinking this is just like going to be muted for picking off workers, but not actually for like dominating the map.
Yeah, this is very cute play from Hawk. Kind of a unique opener you don't really get to see all the time, and I mean, really just taking full advantage of it. 30 workers already up for Hawk.
Yeah, he's going to be banking a lot of gas. He's going to be able to make strong fee-based hive plays here, I think, because that Evo's coming. Hive just started. It's if you don't make a shit ton of Muta, you don't go for like +1 L, +1 Carapace, you take your third gas early, you can still do, I think, the Defiler Ultra upgrades thing for a little bit in the late game.
Yeah, you definitely can. I mean, it's a really strong way to open up if you're able to get away with this early econ. And we do have +1 armor for ground on the way as well. Just 8 Muta.
I think Voddy might be able to punch through this before it's too late, but if he doesn't, he's going to have trouble. Because if you look at his factory time, oh, here comes the Lingman bite. And there's Muta ready to support, and there's no turrets. If he gets the top of the Vax, then I'm really worried for Voddy here if he gets the top of the Vax.
He pulled back with the Muta.
Yeah,
I guess
could
he's
have got
worried
so
about
many kills there.
I think he was worried about a count. But yeah, he should have just kept the Muta in the natural fields. And yeah, he's just pulling Voddy back.
This is exactly what he needs to do, because Voddy's timings, late game timings are so bad. Voddy has a lot of units right now, but his factory just finishes. There's not going to be, like, there's not going to be a radiate before the Defilers are out. This is, all Voddy has is a shit ton of Marines right now, but his timings aren't there.
Oh, and guys, we are seeing Queens
Ensnare.
here. We are going for the Ensnare build.
Oh,
We'll
okay.
probably maybe see the fast Ultralist then, and not Defilers in this game.
I think you're right.
Ah, yeah,
I think-
okay, there it goes.
Yes, the Ultra Den, yep.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, MasterRey. This is such a cute build. It's so fun to watch.
6 Sunkens. I love the 6 Sunkens here because Voddy has like total map control for like the next 90 seconds or so. He's got so many units. His 1-1, actually his +1 armor is actually quite late. It should be done by now. But but then after that, Hawk's gonna have like +5 armor Ultralisks, and Voddy's gonna have like 1 Science Vessel. Voddy is, I feel like Voddy is on the clock. Yeah.
He's definitely on the clock. I'm a little surprised we're not seeing more pressure on that third. I guess there is that little narrow choke leading through, so maybe that has something to do with it. But second Evo chamber going down the main as well.
Hawk with the 7th sunken. He knows it. He's like, you've got a bajillion marines. That's fine. I'll just keep adding sunkens. I've got enough hatcheries. I can make drones all day. And the macro hat coming down for the extra lings. That's. I like it when Zergs recognize that they plan to make a ling switch in the future, and that lings are so cheap that you will need those extra lava. It's just a nice preemptive play.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I mean, I feel like Hawk just doing all the right things, but if you look at the supply count, it's 54 supply up here for Voddy, so it's not like he's being a slouch right now.
Yeah, it's just Voddy has a lot of stuff, but is it the right stuff? Because the window, like he's all of these marines. What's he gonna kill? What base with 5 sunkens or the base with 7 sunkens?
Yeah, neither, that's for sure.
We also have to remember that Hawk has a very low supply right now because he's saving up resources for the big Ultralisk explosion that is happening any second here. He already has, yeah, okay, now he
he was
put 3
banking
of them,
1,500 gas.
and he's still having a lot of gas, so the supply will shoot up a little bit. And I also like that he has 1 queen at each entrance, 1 in the natural and 1 in the 3rd base, so in case there's a little marine group sneaking through, he can instantly cast them and snare when the marines are fighting the sunken, so that's very nice.
Yeah, and that, I mean, the energy just builds up too, so now he has 4 ensnares between them. I feel like Hawk is in a great position here. Like, Voddy has so much supply, but it's not like the Marines even have super good upgrades. The Marines, he's only just starting his +2 now. I think, Hawk's armor is ahead of Voddy's attack.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I mean, you hardly ever see that in this matchup as well. Gosh, we got.
He's missed his timings on his upgrades. I don't know how that happened. I noted his +1 armor was really late, but then his Sand. He's going double battle cruiser. He's not building vessels. This is weird. I don't know what to make of this.
Yeah, I'm not sure myself. We see the first two vessels going in, moving in with those irradiates. I would almost like to see the irradiate on the Queen first. Oh,
these have.
Oh, Queen's dying. Oh, maybe not.
These are 4 armor ultralists against 7 damage Marines. Like these Marines are not being anywhere near as effective as they should be. I say that, and all the ultras die.
They all died.
Yeah. Okay, there was a lot of them.
Yeah, there was a lot of them. I was like, what? I was right there with you. I was like, yeah, these Marines aren't going to stand a chance, and then, bam, everything popped.
Did he forget his mutas there?
I mean, I don't think he thought he would need the mutas, but maybe he did.
Those were such good ensnares. They were perfect.
Yeah, and that's 6 ultras he needed for when the Ling flood comes. Like, now he's building 24 Lings. 24 Lings there would have done the damage, I think, but the ultras are dead, so the ultras can't tank for the Lings anymore. If Voddy denies this top left base, that is going to be, or the top right base, this 4th base, that's going to be absolutely huge. Because Hawk spent all game banking gas, which meant that by the time his ultras were ready, he had 1,500 gas. He doesn't actually have a high gas income. He took his 3rd gas early and he waited. So that's an issue for him. He can't keep making ultras the way he was.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. SCV finds it.
Yeah, there's
the Freakling upgrades are just finished, and the 2-1 upgrades are also now finishing for Hawk. Maybe he went in a little bit too early, thinking he would win the fight, but maybe he should have waited for the upgrades that are finishing right now, but now it feels like it's too late.
I don't know that Hawk could have predicted that he was actually going to be ahead on upgrades. Voddy, he shouldn't be. Voddy's missed the timing here. Like, Hawk couldn't have known that he would actually pull ahead. I feel. Because this doesn't happen, where these gets +2 armor before Terran gets +2 attack. Okay, Defiler Ultra.
You have Defiler, so I mean, there's always the chance to come back in this with Dark Swarms. Ooh, the only 2 vessels maybe going down here.
Oh, Battle Cruiser comes in with the pick up on the Scourge. Nice. And he's denying the 4th gas. This is really good for him. If he keeps denying the 4th gas, then. And Hawk spent his gas bank. He's gone from having 1,500 gas to having 70.
Yeah, this is actually a really good time for BCs here. I'm not sure why the BCs aren't helping, but actually Hawk cleaning that up now.
Yeah,
I feel
BCs
like
don't give a fuck.
Control.
BCs are like, no, there's some drones out there. We want to find them. We don't like things that attack.
Yeah, this is very good positioning on these battle
Straight for the Ultra then.
Yeah, he's like, screw this, I don't want to fight any more elephants. Ooh, drop going down, double drop inside the main as well.
I mean, I feel like if he wants the drop to work, he might want to shoot the Ultras, but whatever.
Yeah, you could be right.
There we go. Oh, now he's going for the Defiler Mound as well. Just picks up his tech.
He's just tanking the Spore. That's kind of fun.
I feel like Voddy can't lose this very easily now. This is... Oh, ensnared Battlecruiser under the above the Spores. Oh, he misclicked on the spawning pool. You want to be attacking the Defiler Mound, buddy.
Yeah, he definitely wants to get rid of that spawning. Or,
Oh, here come the Muta. Oh, here comes the Scourge. Oh, it's all gone wrong. That Defiler Mound should
no,
be
he
dead.
didn't finish anything. Yeah.
It still forced a lot of gas in Scourge and Muta that he really didn't want to spend. So not a bad use of those battlecruisers, I'd say.
I mean, they could have been in that fight killing the battle. He lost a giant fight because he ran the battlecruisers away from the fight to go to the main.
Yeah, very true, very true.
And then he only got the Ultra Cavern from them. It's like... Because the only thing that actually punches through Ultra Armor is his battlecruisers, and he just failed.
Yeah, yeah. Oh boy.
Okay, Voddy with the 2-2 now, and looks like Hawk only on the 2-1. His +2 ground attack not started.
He does finally have that 4th gas base secured though, so I think he'll start catching up from now on. 12 Scourge actually completed as well outside Hawk's 3rd, so he's got the air defense he needs.
And he finds the top left. So just looking Voddy's, man, I love those racks. It's so common to see like Terrans make like 6 or 7 racks in the early game and then say, okay, I'm done. And then later on their bank just goes through the roof and they don't know why. This game, it's Voddy's like, no, 10 racks, it's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, 11 racks.
No +1 or +3 armor on the way.
Dropships went down, both dropships went down. That was a double dropship play, and Hawk got both of them.
Yeah, Hawk really doesn't have the army, though, that I feel like he needs at this point in the game. We're not seeing high Ultra numbers, we're not seeing high Defiler numbers. He does have the Scourge to deal with these vessels, which will be nice.
Hawk's army is more supplied than Voddy's army. Look at that supply camp for Hawk. I don't know where it is, but there's a lot of it.
Yeah, he just built 4 Ultraliths, so they are coming right now. And yeah, it all depends a little bit on the flank as well, I think. If he really tries to fight through this little ramp here, then Voddy might win the fight, but in an open field or with a good flank, I definitely think Hawk has enough.
Those
army
are
to
huge
face.
irradiates. The Lings are just all going to get slaughtered by that.
We also still have a Queen. I'd like to see Hawk group up with his force. A lot of bio moving in here. Oh man, all the Ultralists kind of killing everything in the Zerg army as well, but that Bioforce will go down for Voddy.
Even
Yeah,
killing 3 Ultralists.
There's a 10-kill vessel there. That's just all Lings that were nearby. Oh, bunkers are empty. That's not ideal.
Yeah, this is a little unfortunate. You really need some units in those bunkers here very quickly.
Oh, Marines are just hanging out. Marines are on move command. If this Ultra clears this... Okay, 1 Marine survives.
But Marines are killing the 4th base, and that is very important. And we saw a battle cruiser with 4 kills at the 3rd base of Hawk as well.
Oh, yeah,
so
that's taking
Voddy
down the
doing
gas.
very nice things here on the harassment side.
Yeah. Oh, here comes the Scourge. Boom.
I feel like some miscontrol with those BC. He keeps like targeting hatcheries when really you just want him to kill Scourge even when they're moving in.
Yeah.
Oh well. So Hawk's still hanging on to that 4th base, 4th
That's
gas.
a 5th base.
Oh, you're right. Bottom right here.
Yeah, I quite like Hawk's position. Yeah, like, he's making this very chaotic with his Ultras around the map. And Hawk is struggling to establish his new base at the top left. And every time that Hawk makes it chaotic, Voddy has to run around and like defend a new base. He has to redeploy, and it's allowing Hawk to behind this get his macro going.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
Voddy,
very, very true.
Voddy is playing, I think, quite reactionary right now, and it's not working out for him. Those
Yeah.
irradiate just killed every single link.
He is building up this battlecruiser force. Maybe they can kind of come back and save this natural somehow. One thing's for sure, he's got to hold top left. Like, I'd get a bunker up there or something. This one Zergling has just been pecking away at this mineral line for quite some time.
There's a Marine. Okay, Marine finally goes down. There's one Marine and a medic just trying to out-tank Crackling DPS. Yeah, it's Voddy's lost control. He had a lot of
And he
units,
has
but
no
they were just all responding to what Hawk was doing, and Hawk was just getting so much value from the ultras everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. And that will be the end of Voddy's fourth.
I'm surprised by the lack of walls. That, like, Voddy isn't. He could like place depots or buildings in the wall at the 9 o'clock, because units just keep getting in.
Yeah, I mean, just put the units in the bunkers for sure. He just had, if those bunkers were full, it'd be much more difficult base to break. Another battlecruiser going down mid-right here.
Yeah, the battlecruisers might be able to pick off the hatchery at top right. Okay, they're just going to go for the drones. Oh, that's a lot of lings and cows running across the map.
Yeah, it definitely is. Yeah. Not a ton of bio left here for Voddy.
No, just a bunch of SCVs ready to fight it. Voddy just still hasn't secured top left. There's one ling just having the time of his life.
Yeah, been so much damage with those two medics.
One SCV versus
This
one
is ling
link.
heaven. He's just the fight that never ends against SCVs.
And GG's called.
I felt like Voddy was... So after the 6 ultras died, I felt like Voddy was ahead. I was worried about him when... Because Hawk's build, I really liked. I liked that he did the defensive free gas with the Queen sunken Hive Rush. That was beautiful. He identified that taking a 4th gas on this map is a bitch. So he's just going to go straight for Hive, and he's going to make it work with free gas. And he did. But then once the 6 ultras died, I was worried.
I think it was a preemptive move out, kind of like what MasterRey is saying. Typically, you'd really want those upgrades to be a little faster and maybe hit your 4th armor, or, you know, yeah, 4th armor before really truly moving out there. But yeah, he just felt confident at the time, and just, you know, and Voddy took advantage of it. So yeah. But still, he was able to play his way back into the game with some good defiler control.
What do we think about Voddy's decision to take top left but not do like... Because sometimes I see Terrans take another main and then they'll just make a shit ton of factories up there and like add mines and sea tanks. Would that have helped out, or if he wasn't going to do that, maybe taking the base next to his main would have been better? What do we think?
I was thinking the exact same thing. Take the 3rd base next to your main. It would have been a lot simpler for him to defend. You know, he could have used the battlecruiser rally even to defend that early on. But I think the choice to take such a far away 4th, you know, was part of the reason why Hawk was able to come back into this.
Okay, so we do have different spawns this game, and it's going to be a close position, no ramp game. Although I think Hawk will immediately see this with the Overlord, which is going to be nice for him.
Yeah, so what do you think, how the games change depending on the position here? In this case, we have no ramps between the 2 players, so does that change anything? What do you think, Machine being a Zerg player?
I think that taking the 9 o'clock base is now a little out of... you know, it's just not going to be possible here for Hawk. So I think it kind of limits the 3rd base that Hawk is able to take. I don't think you'd want to take the close 3rd, you know, nearby the main, just because it has 2 entrances. It could be a little more difficult to hold. So I would assume that Hawk tries to take the top right main as his 3rd expansion this game. So yeah, I think it does change a little bit given these positions.
That makes a lot of sense. Hawk's going for the 12, 11, 10. So this is mixing it up a bit. Because he went for the macro version of the 12 hat, 2 games in a row. Is he going to show Voddy where he is? Yeah, he's going to
He
show Voddy
is.
where he is. Voddy doesn't care. Okay, Voddy's turning around. Yeah, he knows. I felt like that was free information he could have avoided giving away. But yeah, I think that point about the third's really smart because you can't take 9 o'clock and the 11:30 base is just really difficult to hold against MasterRey early. So he's in a tough position. Now the top right main is at least on the other side of the map to Voddy, so it's going to be a long push distance, but it's not ideal for sure.
Yeah, it feels really like Voddy will know that it's there because he will scan there first because, yeah, you basically have to take it as a Zerg in the top right. But it will also be a little bit harder to push because you have to go cross-map across the whole map and there are multiple ramps on your path to the top right, so if Hawk has some Mutalisks out, he has maybe a little bit of easier time harassing that base. Harassing the Marine, sorry.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's a reason why you'd always would expect Zerg to take that far right top base, and it's exactly like you're saying, MasterRey. It's just so freaking far for Terran to move their Bioforce all the way across the map just to get to a ramp that's, majority of the time there's just lurkers on top of it anyway. So, just because it is expected, I think it's still fine. It's just such a strong base for Zerg to hold. That it will help him in the long run.
Are we about to see mech? Yes, we are.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah, I was waiting for the eBay. I was like, that gas is very fast. There's no eBay. What's going on? This is Voddy with the mech opener close positioned with his natural facing the Zerg. This is. I feel like this is going to be Muta and the Valkyrie's not going to be finished.
Yep.
I've seen that
plenty of times.
Voddy just coming in with the greatest hits.
Yeah, look at
I
the
remember
spiral.
when he did it against True Touch like 4 times in a row and it failed every time. But yeah, he likes that build. He likes to go Valkyries, and it really looks like he will do it in this game.
I mean, he sees the Spire timing. That's good. Question is, does he care? Come on, show me an armory. Nope, we're going Starport. Okay, at least we're going for eBay. Will this eBay be in time? Oh, that's a good number of lings too.
Yeah, we had a little 5 Marine move out actually that got scouted by Hawk, and that prompted all the Zerglings. I think that kind of scared Hawk a little bit.
Of course, yeah, Hawk's blind here. He doesn't know what's going on. To him, this looks like any other game. He has no idea that Voddy is about to have no defense against Muta.
That little move out was very cute. This might actually delay enough time for maybe a Valkyrie to get up.
eBay is about to finish. Spire's done. Muta is starting. Voddy, please build some turrets.
Yeah, please.
No, the Valkyrie will be in time. Don't worry.
The Valkyrie's never been in time. Yeah, Voddy's just showing us the greatest hits. This is just... Okay.
Oh, turrets are coming. Nice.
It's a good amount of Marines as well.
Yeah, but these are for 10 Marines. This is what we look at Voddy's Marines, we're like, oh, that looks like a good number of Marines. No medics, no stim, no range. They're just there for the show. Because in that series that MasterRey mentioned, True Touch just didn't respect the Marines at all. He just killed them all.
Yeah,
That happened every time. He just goes, yeah, okay, you got a bunch of Marines, I don't care. See, look.
yeah, Hawk scouting this, moving in with those Muta. Ooh. Oh man, you can't ignore Zerglings like that. They do too much damage.
That wall was really good though. Like, he actually got way more than I was expecting out of that. But where are the Goliaths? That's what I'm thinking. He's got a factory. He's got
He's got a Valkyrie.
Got the Valk.
You've got one Valk. You can make a Goliath body. You have a factory doing nothing, and there's Muta in your main. This is. I give you permission to make a Goliath.
Also, what? I feel like that bunker, had that bunker just been a little earlier, would have mitigated all of this.
Yeah, well, that's what we said in the after the True Touch game, that he's got these 10 Marines that True Touch is giving no respect to. If he puts them in a bunker, at least they won't die.
Yeah. Really unfortunate.
Do we have Scourge? We have 2 Scourge, so he can pick off 1 Valkyrie. He's got 9 muted with that.
See if he sees the Scourge here. Moving in with the Valks, not getting a shot off quite yet.
He's maybe it's the latency thing, but like these should be firing. He's trying to do the micro and they're just not firing. And with the Vax, producing, this is worrying.
Man, they gotta shoot.
Oh.
No, it's all gone wrong.
That's it.
It's all gone wrong.
He could just dive this right now. He could just dive it across the turrets.
Yeah,
He's allowed to build Goliaths. Like it's fine. Nobody's gonna judge you, buddy.
Oh man.
But I think 1 Goliath there, if you just have it in front of the Marines, just to like be big and beefy, would actually been really good because he had time to get it.
Yeah, he actually did, and the bunker as well. I mean, it would have been a much better position.
I think because I do like the Valkyrie rush conceptually. It's just it never works. But I feel like there's something that can be done there to make it work. So that was a 3-1 Hawk taking the series, right?
Yep, that was a 3-1 there for Hawk. So
That's not too surprising. I think if you told me that I had to be either Hawk or Voddy, I would pick Voddy as my opponent.
Yeah, I think, I mean, Hawk just doing an excellent job there, showcasing different builds pretty much every game, too, which is always nice to see. He's got a lot of different openers in his repertoire, and yeah, just played well.
Yeah, Voddy certainly made it a series. So there were points where he was ahead in every game but the last one, I think.
Yeah, I'd agree with you there.
So, guys, what do you think of Wavelet? Would you play on it yourself?
I like it. I think it's interesting PvT because and probably PvP for the same reason. Those ramps through the middle make it very interesting positionally. If you're like vertical spawns, you've got this like narrow path between the 2 bases that's completely flat. But if you can open the map up, then it's very difficult for like Terran to go anywhere. Like horizontal spawns, it's all about scouting and like controlling the push paths, and it makes it very difficult to push. So I like that the playstyles change so dramatically depending on where the players are. I don't think it's like a balance issue. I think it's just a like a map concept issue where you go, okay, my opponent's over there, throw out everything that I was planning on doing. Now I'm going to do a different thing.
Yeah, I'd agree. I also like the fact that it's just a 4-player map as well. Like, I think 4-player maps tend to play, you know, a little more unique based on early scouting information. You know, horizontal versus vertical, especially on this map, the horizontal versus vertical, like Kwark saying, plays so much different. You know, there's, I mean, it just seems like relatively very well balanced across all the matchups as well. So I do genuinely like this map.
Okay. Oya versus Ultra. Ultra is the purple Terran in the top right, and Oya as the I don't know what to call it. Olive put us in the bottom right. So yeah, this is going to be the close spawn vertical that we were talking about. So this is I think Ultra's going to be able to take a very easy free base if he just takes the free bases around his main. But after that, it's going to be difficult. He's going to have to cross out across the low ground or take the 3 o'clock. Whereas Oya is going to want to try and expand, open up the map, try and take bases on the other side. But he has to be worried about that push because it's a very narrow push path between the 2 bases. And immediately we're going to see the 8 pylon natural is probably going to be followed with a 9 gate. So this is just Oya fishing for a gasless expand. He goes, okay, if you go gasless, then there's a good chance you're just dead.
It's also going to be that close vertical spawns, like you were saying, Kwark. So, you know, the Zealot should get to Ultra's base relatively quickly.
Yeah, it's Ultra's not going to be able to get a bunker down in time for this. There's no way. This is such a close distance, and Oya's going to first scout him. Hopefully that will at least tell Ultra what's going on. this isn't like a 10 scout is early. This is early for a 10 scout too, because the 10 was at the natural, and this is the close position. He knows it's going to be close position. So, an Ultra should be looking at this probe timing and thinking, wait a second, something's gone wrong here, or something's going on here.
Yeah, will not be that gasless opener from Ultra, so no gas steel going to be available here for Oya.
Yeah, Oya's decision now is going to be either 3 Zealot Goon or 2 Zealot Goon. And I think that, is he going to get the probe? He gets the SCV on the, oh, that's just painful.
Oof.
I feel like Ultra should have blocked that. It's, Oya's very good, but I feel like it's easier to prevent than it is to do. Yeah, Ultra sending the SV straight to the bottom right. He knows it's close position. Core not started. I think this might be 3 Zealot Goon, because normally you want to do Core, then second Zealot.
Ah, I see. Okay. It looks like he's getting Core, maybe?
Yeah, but then we go the third Zealot once the Core started. So this is like the more aggro version that normally will let the Vulture get up before the... or I don't know about that battery placement. That battery could have been slightly higher. It would have been a bit safer. He's going to let them meet the Zealot bully him a bit here.
I mean, he's already got that quick SCV kill, so why not continue to try to bully with your Zealots here? So maybe a good call from Oya.
And third Zealot is finished. The SCV's down. 4. Yeah, this is done enough already. The thing is, these Zealots don't actually matter after a certain point, because the Vulture's going to come out. What you're doing with the Zealots is trying to force them to make a Vulture so that your Goon comes in and wrecks their day. Because if they can skip the Vulture and go straight into the tank, then they have a much better time. But here comes the third Zealot. He's not going to let him skip the Vulture.
No, definitely not. I mean, you can kind of delay factory timing with this. You can delay that bunker out front. Yeah. This is very scary.
Yeah, so now Ultra's Vulture will finish this off. But the thing is, there's only 1 Zealot left. The Vulture comes in and says, okay, I can kill infinite Zealots. I was like, okay, well, the Marines already did the job, so we're playing Goons now. The whole purpose of the Vulture has already ended. So the whole purpose of the Zealots has already ended. The Vulture's been forced, but the Vulture is also completely pointless. It's Goon o'clock. Here comes the Goon.
Yeah, Dragoon does come in. Doesn't shoot that Vulture though right away.
Yeah, no range. But I mean, look at the worker difference. He's already 4 workers down. And Oya's next is coming up. Also, Dragoon range is coming. There's no tank on the way. And that Vulture, as I said, is completely worthless. Because and Oya did a great job there. I'm saying the Vulture's worthless, but the thing is, the Vulture's worthless because Oya traded all the Zealots away before the Vulture was done, and he traded them away efficiently. He got Marine kills, which forced Ultra to remake the Marines. And then by the time the Vulture comes out, there's actually nothing for it to do. Because Oya knows that timing, and he knows he has to make those trades early, or he can't make them at all.
The Vulture not even really being allowed to sneak out and play some sneaky mines or anything. I mean, Oya's just got complete control.
Oh, and Ultra actually not going for Siege, so he's going for mines here. We could see maybe Oya sniping a tank or so with the range.
Not with 3 Goons, I think.
Once he has 4.
No, Oya's just being annoying here. But he's not... You have to be really bad at the Terran to let 3 Goons kill a tank. 4 Goons can two-shot it.
With 4, I mean. Yeah, the 4th is coming now. Maybe then. The thing is, if he researched Siege, then he would have Siege when the 4th Goon comes. But now he doesn't have Siege, so maybe Oya could run in. But for that, he needs to be closer to not allow Ultra to lay mines here. But now Ultra laid mines, so if Oya tries to run in now, he has a problem. Oh yes!
Oh, very nice.
That said, I'm actually quite worried for Ultra here. So Ultra's made 2 Marines. He now has 4 Marines in that bunker, not 2. And look at the worker difference. He's down 12 workers. So not 12 workers. I can't count. He's down 7 workers. 8 workers now. This is significant. The early SCV kills and the faster Nexus have put Ultra in a weird position where he's down in economy, but he can't even punish. He spent all this money on Marines, but he's got one factory, so there's no push time coming. Oya's shuttle's done, his Viva's on the way. I'm looking at this and thinking, Ultra's just in an objectively bad spot. There's nothing going on for him. He doesn't have a push coming, he doesn't have any economy going on. He's just behind. Like, really behind.
Yeah, he doesn't really have a way to deal with this, Reaver shuttle. There's no eBay up yet, there's no armory, no Goliaths, no turrets. This could be scary.
I would like to see from Oya here, the Viva just to get some map control and harass, and then straight into double expand. The moment he goes inside Ultra space and sees what's going on, he should be able to identify that there's no push timing coming. The Ultra recognizes he's behind. Ultra's just playing to recover here. He goes, okay, if I'm going to win this, it's going to be upgrades. And that means that Oya has all the time in the world.
I think with the flat ground between the two players, and knowing Ultra's playstyle a little bit, I could definitely see him throwing down like 4 factories and go for a 2-base all-in on +1. The armory just finished in the natural, but let's see how the shuttle's doing here.
I like that the Vax's position there. That's really smart to make sure that he gets that vision early. Oh, just picks off 2 SCVs. Even though it's 15 worker lead, I mean, that is significant. He knows he has the Viva, he knows he has the map control. He's not going to take any chance. He's just going to take a 3rd base and control with the Viva. Where's your observer, Oya? Do you have? Okay, the first observer's custom. Yep. I love everything about what Oya's doing. This is like a very clean way to play the game. Just kill a few workers, keep your opponent back, and make sure you know what's going on.
Ultra's not really the kind of player to get deterred from being a little behind early on, though. He loves to play for his late game style, TVP. He's going to grab a 3rd, he's going to grab a 4th, he's to max out before ever really putting any kind of pressure on. So yeah, I believe Oya will be kind of allowed to double expo here, but
I really want to see. I want to see Ultra taking care of this observer. He's building a tower underneath it, but I want to see him scanning it and killing it with the Goliaths, because it's just so easy for Photos. If you're sitting here like, okay, he's got 2 factories, 1 machine shop. Okay, that's fine. I'll take another base. What can he do? How is he going to kill me with what he has? It's not scary if you have an observer over it.
Yeah, very true. You just know each and everything that's even possible from the opponent.
And you know that the moment he moves out, you're like, okay, well, I'll just cruise in with the shuttle and punish. So Oya is adding a few gateways. He's got speed shuttle, nice. And he's going towards Arbiter. Speed shuttle, double Viva. This is, I would have gone for a 4th base, then Arbiter here, but I mean, this is still fine. He's identified his win condition.
That observer did get scanned and killed.
Yeah, that's a good move.
One thing I'm a little curious about, why is Oya decide to move his Dragoon army back on the map?
He lost vision of the exit of Ultra space. If you lose vision of there, then there's always the possibility that there's mines you don't know about, and also that there's vultures just running around. It's sometimes safer to be back if you have the delayed observer, because he went shuttle Viva, observer Viva, so he didn't have the awareness of where the vultures were. Now we know there were no vultures, but it's just easier if your goons are nearby. So again, I would love to see a 4th base here. Oh, that's a nice pickup on that. I'd love to see a 4th base here by Oya, but he doesn't need it. Oh, he's going for the Arbiter and the +1 too. This is something I actually spoke with Oya about, and I like seeing him do it just because I'm proud to see him. If you ever feel like this game might go toward carriers, then you just start the +1 super early, because why would you ever not? It's 100 gas. You go for the Arbiter, you do the Arbiter will bridge you through the timing window where carriers are not ready. Oh, you got to pick that up. He's going to kill your shuttle. Oh, this is a mistake. He wasn't paying attention there. That was sloppy. Like, you got to fire your scabs and then back.
Was that worth it?
For Ultra, definitely. The Reavers were... Oya's entire plan was the Reavers are going to be dominating the map at this point in the game. He doesn't have Zealot legs. Zealot legs hasn't even started. Like these Reavers were meant to be just like keeping Ultra from taking his third base, keeping him back home. Killing the Reavers is fantastic. He traded like a shuttle and 2 Reavers, and it's a speed shuttle for like 3 Goliaths. It's like a fantastic trade. I mean, Oya's still really far ahead though. Where's your Zealot legs, Oya? Your Arbiter's halfway done, your Zealot legs haven't started.
Oh wow, it seems to be a mistake here.
Yeah, I think he just assumes he has it.
Ultra getting caught on siege twice now. It's a little unfortunate.
These slow Zealots just saying, we'll get there eventually, don't worry. We'll chill up. Okay, that's a lot of tanks down. Okay, Zealot leg started, he's seen it. And he's got the gateways to keep doing these trades, he's got the economy to keep doing these trades. His 4th base is down. And there goes the fleet beacon. So once the fleet beacon's done, he can move into his carriers and start his +2 immediately. And each upgrade is 20% damage bonus on carriers. Like it's so strong. This lack of +1 right now against these tanks is really not helping Oya. So that's lack of +1, the lack of speed. Like speed is so... But it's fine. He's got his 4th base up. And yeah, the carrier switch is going on. 2nd core is started, +1 is almost finished. This is a very clean game by Oya. Because the Arbiters, you need the Arbiters because otherwise you just get pushed and the carriers are 90% done, or you have 2 carriers, no interceptors, and you die. Arbiter is a much easier timing and it's much stronger in like the late mid game, but carriers are stronger in the late game. So he just bridges the timing with the Arbiters. It's just a really, really clean way of playing it.
Ultra has his 2-1 on the way. 3rd base up and mining finally here. Trying to keep himself in this one. You know, he's got 6 factories, 7th factory on the way. How do you get back in this game if you're Ultra?
You just get some really, really good trades. He's getting okay trades here. But I mean, his third's going to be delayed. Stasis is ready in free energy. And that's what Oya's looking for. This timing here, you're going to take this fight with Stasis, and then the next fight there's going to be carriers.
Good scans going down. Nice repair on that missile turret. Yeah, that was very...
Arbiter, 18 hit points. Even then, look at the fight. Ultra has not been able to build up a tank out. Ultra spent this entire game going for this like late game max out high upgrade style. That attack is not coming for a long time, and when that attack comes, there's going to be like 6 carriers with 2-1 upgrades. That's the beauty of what Oya's doing here. It's very clean transitions.
Yeah. I fully agree. He's playing a beautiful game, and I just wanted to mention the only way a Protoss can lose from this position usually is by not growing further, not taking another main base, not adding gateways there. But we can see in the natural in the bottom left here, Oya already is taking that base, and I think the next step is sending the probe into the main base and building like 8 more gateways or so. And then I don't think Ultra has any way of pushing him.
Is that a BM status case?
No, the Arbiter was 18 hit points. It wasn't going to get much value. So I've been talking a lot about how well Oya's playing because I'm a Protoss and I can see it better. But I mean, Ultra, he knows this is carriers. He's getting his upgrades. He's adding his factories. His upgrades are already at what 2-1 with 3-2 on the way. Ultra is doing what he needs to do. It's just he had such a valley to climb out of with that early game. It was a rough position for him to be in, but he does actually have a push potential here. It's just it's not going to work because Oya's going to have the 6 bases, another main at the top left, and a bunch of 2-1 carriers. But if we ignore all of that, then it's fine.
Yeah, a lot of this did stem from that early Zealot pressure. Like Oya just put himself in a fine position here early on, and I feel like Ultra's just trying to dig himself out of a hole. But you know, he's doing a decent job, as good as really could given the position.
Yeah, Oya's making carriers 3 at a time. He's got 2 finished, 3 more coming right now, and yeah, the upgrades on them. He's got +2 about to finish. Plus, like he's matching with attack the Terran armor. This is probably Ultra's best timing because the carriers aren't done yet. But oh, nice. Oh, that wasn't a great stasis, but this is going to do enough, I think.
Yeah, this should definitely reset that tank count once again.
Yeah,
and Goliaths leading from the back.
Resetting the tank count is enough because without the tanks, Oyas can just use his gateway to make mass goons. And the Goon Carrier absolutely dominates the Goliaths. You need to have a high tank count with the I don't like him feeding more units in here. This is a bit sloppy. But we have, what, 7 Goons being made? And carrier count is...
Yeah, this is definitely enough. With that additional Dragoon force,
yeah,
Ultra's
because it's only
gonna be
one
enough
tank.
here.
These Goliaths are just going to get dominated by the Dragoons.
Yep.
Dragoons do full damage, and he picks up the tank immediately with the carriers. Nice. Yeah. Like, this was Ultra's best shot, and it was a good push. But there was too much that needed to be done. By 77 workers, what, 6 bases. It's based on different sides of the map, and now the carriers are done. It's he's building them 4 at a time. And this is why I like this playstyle with these transitions. It's just such a clean way of playing. You have the Reavers to cover, then the Arbiters come in, and then once the Arbiters are in, you've got this progression to the upgraded carriers, and it just works. There's always something to use against the Terran army.
It works very, very well. Oh, one carrier getting down to 60 health points, but not before. Man, he's already lost a good 7-8 Goliaths so far in this force.
Yeah, and the upgrade on the carriers makes such a difference here. He's just bullying the Goliaths. Like, every time I watch Carla play and he goes carriers, he builds like 4 carriers, then he gets his +1. And they just don't have this kind of effectiveness.
Ultra's moments away from 3-3. I'd kind of like to see him just back up, regroup a little bit, and wait for that upgrade. But here we go. Ooh, I thought Oreo was going in there.
And I mean, Oyers, where's Ultra going to take us for? We said this at the start of the game when we just looked at the positions, and we said, okay, vertical, Terran is going to have a really strong 3-base push across that flat path between them. But then what happens after the push? Where does the Terran take their 4th? And we're seeing it. Ultra's just never going to have a 4th base this game. It just isn't going to happen to him.
I mean, this game Oya is pretty far ahead anyways, but I think in a even game, the top left, what is it, 11:30 base? But yeah, hold the thought. The push is coming.
Tanks are going down in the back lines from the carriers. Yeah, and I mean, there's so many carriers, and they're so well upgraded. He's even getting the plasma shield for them. And that was the dream opener for Oya though. That 3 Zealot Goon, close position. It could have been better if Ultra had gone gasless, but even then, he got the trades on these Zealots, because if you go 3 Zealot Goon, your Goon's so late that your Zealots, if you don't get the trades, they just become liabilities. There's what you just end up watching as one Vulture kills all 3 of them. But he pushes, he delays the factory, he gets his SCV kills, he forces extra Marines. Now Ultra made something like 10 Marines. And it's not like he did a Marine tank push with them. He lost a bunch of them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you said it perfectly during the cast. He doesn't want to be using, the Marines to really trade and then have a Vulture. You want to use the Vulture to really be able to pick off those Zealots early on. And by the time, the Vulture came out that game, all the Zealots had already got their damage in. They'd already been killing countless Marines, SCVs, and suddenly there's a Dragoon outside your base. It's like just very well timed and planned out there from Oya.
Yeah, and it's a difficult position for Terran, because you're like, okay, well there's still 2 Zealots alive and they're pretty healthy. I guess I need a Vulture. And then you build the Vulture and like, shit, should have built a machine shop. But whatever you do, I'm sure that half the time you're like, that was a mistake. I don't envy Terran's that position.
Well, now we get to see the opposite. This is going to be close horizontal positions.
And Oya is going for... Is that a pattern outside? Yes, it is. Oya's aim broke, don't fix it. Now, it's still going to be close position, but it's not going to be the first scout that he got last time, so he's unlikely to get just a 3 SCV kill on the gas. Which never should have happened. And Ultra, is this going to be a wall? I think so.
Maybe he's just had enough of this funny business with that Zealot. It's worth walling off just to prevent that early damage.
He's going to get rewarded for sure. Especially with on this angle, the Vax is going to be producing means below, which is always nice.
Oh yeah, that is actually really nice. Okay.
Do you remember that, like, it was like a OSL finals or something where it was like Fantasy in the top right and he did his wall and the Marines just popped outside and he died to Lings?
Yeah.
It was the saddest shit. It's like, you shouldn't have walled in that position, but also, like, I feel for you, man. That's just really sad.
Exactly. He's like trying to do the right thing, wall off, be safe. And, doesn't matter.
He opted for a wall against the Ling Rush too. It was like it was everything was good except for the coding in StarCraft. So I'm curious if he goes for triple Zealot this game, and it looks like with that gas he's not going to. Because triple Zealot last game he got the first scout, he knew it was close position, and he got value out of it. This game, has he queued up another Zealot? No, not yet. So yeah, if he goes core, then Zealot. That might be better this game, but we'll see what he does. Okay, no, it's just going to be triple Zealot. Well, at least he knows it's close position. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but he was not queuing up his second Zealot until his probe reached the top left and he saw it was close position. It's possible that
I think so, yeah.
he made a reaction there, where he can go
Yeah,
either
I
core or
definitely
Zealot.
think that's it.
Okay, is this wall tight is
but-
the question. That's what everyone needs to know.
Yeah, there's a pretty big gap on the left of the racks, but I think it might be tight, yeah.
Okay, so this is going to go... One Marine is just going to dumpster this. As long as
Oh, no.
Ultra doesn't lose it.
Man, that was close. Yeah, that was very close.
Okay, so this situation is the absolute reverse of what I was talking about last game, because Oya now has these 3 Zealots, which is a liability. They're eating up supply. They've delayed everything. He had to put extra pylons just to have them, and they don't do shit. He's cancelled the third one, which I like, because the third one was completely useless here. But
I was gonna say, is it useful to just poke at the supply depot with these zealots early on?
it's useful to get a vision of that CC. Seeing that CC is huge.
Okay.
But I mean, ultimately, what's going to happen here is there's going to be a vulture coming out with mines, and Oya's going to have not much to deal with it. Well, actually, no, it's just going to be a siege expand, I think, probably here. Just take the safe option. But Ultra CC started. Oya has, what, 270 minerals? He's going for his own Nexus, but it's not ideal. He is going to pick off the SCV. I like that. He's remembered the SCV was scouting clockwise. He knows where it has to be. He's got this goon that can't do anything, and he's going to get some value out of it. Because the goon's not going to be able to cross the map and do anything to the to Ultra's base.
That SCV's kind of outrunning that Dragoon, though. Ooh, will get blocked by that probe. Good control, but I think it still saw that Nexus at the natural.
Yeah, there's pretty much always going to be a Nexus there. Like it'd be like Nexus or DT rush, but you wouldn't want a DT rush, I think. But yeah, it's nice that he sees it. Now, Oya's read this quite nicely. Oya with exactly 1 Dragoon. He says, you know what, 1 Dragoon, that's fine. You're probably going to siege expand. Now, if this was like a mine speed vulture run past or something like that he would get punished so hard, but it's not, and that's how Oya's doing this recovery play. He has range, Nexus, and Robo coming simultaneously, and the reason he can get away with that shit is because he just stopped building units the moment he scouted there was a wall. It's so crucial for Protoss to recognize when you need to be building units and when you don't need to be building units.
Yeah, also poking in there with the zealots up the high ground, despite there being a wall, to scout the command center being started. That's also very useful information, so
Yeah,
that he
and
could
also-
get his robotics and so on.
The Vax just not flashing is nice to see as well. So yeah, this he's going to have the shuttle. Oya has done a lot with a not great opening situation for him here. Last scout against a wall with the triple zealot goon opener, and he's actually completely fine. His Nexus timing is comparable. His Robo timing's good. He's taken no damage. I like watching Oya. Oh, and also those 2 zealots loading up into the shuttle. No longer dead weight, now they are part of the plan.
Yep. Now they can just be dropped on top of siege tanks. I like it.
Yeah, he's
Just
not going to do
getting
any kind
used
of bulldog here, but yeah, he's just going to use them to draw tank fire. because he's got he knows his opponent's going super defensive, but it's fine. He's just although I'm looking at Ultra's base, I'm thinking, okay, where exactly do you enter this base from? What's your angle here?
Yeah, he's got very good turrets. Maybe over the natural cliff? I'm not sure.
Yeah, you'd have to know. I mean, if I was watching like a Bonif game, I'd be like, yeah, he's just going to fly in through the natural and kill everything in the main. He'll just get down to the main mineral line. But I feel like Oya doesn't have that kind of game sense. Because nobody but Bonif can just find the one place.
Every single time, so consistently. Yeah.
It's weird. It doesn't matter where they build the turrets. Bonif is always where they're not. So if he commits to this, he's going to lose it. The shuttle speed isn't done. He can't just fly over this. He's going to have to turn around.
Going for it. He's going for it. Oh, he will turn around instantly. Good call.
Yeah, that's the correct play. And just take a third. Because with shuttle speed and Aviva, he can do a loose contain. Just limit what Ultra can do. So, I mean, I still like what he's doing. He's taking that third. He's not overcommitting on units. He's getting his observers. This game, though, he's not going to have the observer inside his opponent's main, though. And that means he's going to miss this. The factories that Ultra's trying to throw down, but one SCV won't let him. There we go. 6-pack. This is the timing. There is no armory. The Academy just finished, but for Comsat. But this is a really nice play by Ultra. And it's a really nice play because it's unscoutable.
How do you think it fares against this opening from Oya?
Oya's having to put the world on the back of his Reavers here. If he can drop the Reavers with the speed shuttle and just force it to be the slowest push ever, to take advantage of these ramps and place a bunch of gateways, get his Zealot legs, it is potentially defendable, maybe with Zealot bombs too, but he's going to need to get perfect Reaver control. And while I'm mentioning that, even though this is a speed shuttle, this is also Sweden, and Oya plays on like his mobile internet against Chile. If you wanted to place the entire game on the back of your Reaver micro and your shuttle control, this is not the optimal situation for that.
I see.
Because, I mean, Oya has fantastic shuttle control, but the question is, does he have fantastic shuttle control in turn rate 8 high? There's nothing against Oya. He's got a good gateway count. He's heading towards Arbiter Zone. His Zealot legs hasn't started. And this is just he's playing blind. He can't know what's going on because there's no reason for him to. With no armory, this shuttle is going to live forever, which is nice. There's absolutely nothing Ultra can do about the shuttle.
Big move out here from Ultra. Good Scarab so far.
There we go, yeah. And then he's just going to put it on the high ground and he's going to do it again.
This is very nicely played so far. Ooh, getting very good angles on these tanks with those Reavers. Oh, man.
Yeah. Oh, he's got a second shuttle loaded up with Zealot bombs and his gateway to making goon. This is... Okay, yeah, Oya's done it. This is exactly what he needs to do with this.
Yeah, all of those siege tanks are so low so far here for Ultra.
And he's got a third shuttle building. Oh, this might be a bit early. Yeah. I mean, he's got time here. He does need the observer over the minefield.
Yeah, this mine placement's very nice. He's kind of splitting Oya's force here.
Observer's moving. We're good. And yeah, with this, it now has 3 shuttles. 3 shuttles is going to be enough for this. Those goons at the top, I'm wondering if they're going to be able to find the angle through the minefield. Here they come.
Oh, very nice.
Both Reavers down immediately. Both Reavers died right at the start.
Good mine drag, though. Does take out a few tanks.
Oh, tank 12 hit points, tank 21 hit points. These tanks should be dead.
Yeah, they
How are
need
these
to
tanks
be...
alive? Another one with 6 hit points.
Oof.
The
They need to
speed
be
finishing in 10 seconds.
He didn't target it.
For the balance.
This must be a very frustrating game for Oya. Like, these tanks should be dead. 11 hit points, 6 hit points, 20 hit points.
Oya at least seems to know, but actually not getting on top of those tanks. Oh man.
GG. He could have controlled the shuttles better there as well.
The high ground, maybe?
No, it's too many tanks.
So many vultures being rallied in as well. I feel like Ultras needs to mine up this rally point. Yeah, there we go. GG's
That was
called.
Oya's game to lose. That observer got out of position, and he let Ultra take the ramp up on the other side for free.
Yeah.
Like that ramp there is where the Reavers needed to be getting most of their value. Also, when you do that shuttle, if you stack the shuttles, they can't unload properly. You need to get them in like a little formation and then do the moving unload, where you click unload in the middle of the shuttles, so that they do a proper moving unload. If you just do a point unload, then they just all stack up the way that happened there, and the Zealots don't get out.
Yeah. First of all, they take longer to unload because they get kind of stuck. And also, even if they unload all the units, they're all in one place. That means, first, they get splashed by the tanks. And second, they are not hitting different tanks of the Terran army. So they're not really distributing the Terran's health damage across the Terran army. They're just in one spot, and that spot dies, but all the units are dead. So yeah, that was really unfortunate that he didn't use the ramp and didn't really control his unload perfectly there.
Yeah, or maybe he should have done 2 shuttle unload with the bombs and then controlled the Reavers manually. Because the Reavers didn't get to fire. And when you have a bunch of vultures that are tanking all the damage, the Reaver scalps really would have made a difference. Okay, so this time we have cross spots. Let's see if Oya does a different opener. I feel like if you do the forward gate view Zealot Goon opener and they game 1 and then game 2 they just do a wall, you're like, okay, you know what? That's not going to work a third time in this series. They're not going to let me
get away with it 3 times in a row. Yeah.
Well, it didn't work the second time. They just like, Ultra's like, okay, you're going to do that? Up. That's fine, I can wall. If you're going to make me wall, I will wall.
And Ultra got the position that would kind of be convenient for a wall again. And yeah, it looks like he is walling that main, so good call by Oya.
I quite like the 6-pack no army conceptually, and I was just going straight for a fast expand. That's cool, especially with cross position. I quite like the 6-pack conceptually, but I think that Oya actually should have had that. Oya's 3 base 5 gate arbiter build was like proof against anything. That should have been fine, and I like the decisions he made. There was maybe an execution error, but in terms of the strategy that Oya picked, that was like the worst case scenario for him, and he was still okay. Like 6-pack behind the turret ring is like the disaster, but he still could have held it. It was still playable.
12 Nexus here from Oya. What do you think of this build?
He's immediately getting rewarded by the cross positions. The question is, how greedy is this 12 Nexus going to be? And we're already seeing it's going to be a 14 gateway, so we are greed mode on. Because it depends on what you're going to do with your second pylon. If you're going to use a Nexus second pylon, or you're going to build one. If you have to build one, it's much more vulnerable, but at the same time, your probe count is just insane. And Oya's probe count is going to be insane. Because he's not cutting probes, and he's going to have 2 Nexus very quickly.
Also, because he went for valid rushes in the first 2 games, he kind of forced Ultra into making a wall, which is the case in this game as well. And when a Terran makes a wall, he usually only gets a single Marine. So that basically removes the option of Ultra to punish this if it would be a close position, or if it was close position. Ultra only has a single Marine. He cannot do this SCV Marine rush to cancel the Nexus.
Everything I was saying about Pylon isn't true. He's just going to hold on 17, just get out 17 quick workers, and then use the Nexus to get his gateways online. But this is greedy. I like this. It's not the most greedy. I remember a cartoon game with Dewalt and Scan where Dewalt did like the single greediest opening I've ever seen. It's not that, but it's still pretty greedy. It's only building the one Zealot.
It's always fun.
This is 2-pack by Ultra. This is a disaster for Ultra. He has a 2-pack cross position with high grounds and low grounds between them against the 12 Nexus. Like if you're Ultra at this point, it's such a feels bad moment.
Yeah, this, I mean, there's just so much distance between the naturals. It seems very difficult to get much done.
Yeah, I mean, Oya's Dragoon range just started, so he's going to have Dragoon range probably by the time that Ultra gets to his natural. I'm just looking at like, what does Ultra do here? Like, how would this ever work? Oh, if the Marine can see... Okay, Marine's not going to see anything. Hopefully. There should be like a CC coming soon, at least. I think Oya smells something.
Yeah, there's no SCV at that natural. Like the probe, I feel like would have seen an SCV along with those Marines, and that would kind of signify bunker going down or something. But just 3 Bear Marines, and yeah, we see it. Oya walling off the natural.
Yeah, Oya thinks it's going to be like a Volt play. Or one of the things that it can be is a Volt play. If you do the 2-fac, you can do like 2-fac double upgrade Volts and try and slip them by. I would like to see him having something scouting on the map just for the rush, because on this map, you've got all these high grounds. If you know which one they're coming up, you just get fantastic trades. But it shouldn't be too much of a big deal. And he's also he can cut some workers. He can afford to not be 28 workers to 18 if he wants.
Yeah, exactly.
That second gas is for the Robo, because he's been building goons constantly. So his Robo is going to be really late. But it's honestly, I think at this point, Oya, even if he loses his natural, as long as he doesn't lose all his units for free, he can do it. He should be holding these high grounds though. This is silly. This is silly that he's just not caring what his opponent's doing.
Ooh, I like this by Ultra, just scouting ahead with the like 1 early Vulture, but it is a speed Vulture. Does that tip anything off?
I feel like Oya should think it's a 2-fac at this point, because the only way he could have speed and mines is if he has 2 machine shops.
Oya moves 2 goons in the main base. He thinks it's a drop.
Ooh, 1 Vulture, or Zealot being deleted, more mines going down in the natural.
Oh my god!
That's
wow, what
enough.
a mine.
Yeah, that's good enough. Oya got this.
Yeah. And these vultures just can't get anything done. But I mean, that was pure build order. I don't think there's many Terrans out there that can do 2-fac behind a wall against a cross position greedy 12 necks and win. It's an ugly situation.
That's why, I don't know, 2-facting as Terran has just never been one of my favorite builds. It just, the majority of the time I feel like it looks like that. It just doesn't get anything done. Like, I don't know. If I was a Terran player, I wouldn't do it.
It depends a lot on the Photos. Because, I mean, as a Photos, you do have to, like, you have to go through your checklist and make sure you're safe against the 2-fac. Which in that case was Oya saying, okay, I'm going to make my pylon wall to make sure that vultures can't get in. I'm going to make enough dragoons. But at the same time, every now and then you see people just do like a 23 necks, 1 gate into like 3 bases, and you look at it and think, there's no way this would ever survive a 2-fac. It's just not making any units. Like, some Photos players have no fear. But I don't like the kind of builds where you rely on your opponent making a mistake, and I think 2-fac is one of those.
Thanks, my Flaming Drain, for subscribing.
So we have the close position again. This would be a different 12 necks, I think, because Ultra scouts clockwise on this map, so from what I've seen, or scouts vertically on this map from what I've seen. So this would be a situation where he would first scout the 12 necks and also be close position.
You were kind of mentioning it before, but it's not really possible to kind of wall here because the Marine will pop out on the opposite side. Or can the Marine walk through?
The Marine can walk through. It's just it's not as good to wall, because it also depends on the number of gaps. You can be in a situation where like the probe will just.
But it could walk through the gap between.
Okay.
That's the map maker, guys. It's Freakling. Direct all your anger at him. Scummy map makers.
Sometimes the probe will just stand on the gap and just be annoying, so the Marine can't get back in. But it looks like Oya's just doing a safe standard opener.
I think it's more difficult against Zerg, because Zergs can block the Marine from getting between the Rex and the depot, but Zealot won't be there in time.
Okay.
Anybody wanting to bet, there are currently 0 bets on Ultra. I just put 5,000 on Oya, so if you bet 1 on Ultra, you do get 5,000 to 1 odds. This is no gas. This is going to be a. This is a wall into what? What's going on here, Ultra? Just wall into high ground CC?
I think that would be a pretty cute play, given what he's kind of showed in Oya so far. Why not?
I'm not a huge fan of. It feels like okay. At some point, he's going to have to like retake his low ground. I don't know. I'm looking at this thinking, okay, so you're going to have to establish your bunker down there. Because you can't build the CC on site, obviously, here, because you'll just lose control of it. Which means you now have to like retake your natural with...
You can block this marine. Look,
Oh,
the marine is
that's so
going to
cute.
die. If you send a second probe here, that would be nice. You could just kill the marines. Like multiple marines, like the first 3 marines maybe even with 2 probes.
They'd send
So
SCVs. They wouldn't let you do that.
But then they have to lift.
And then you put a pylon under it. Yeah, smart.
And then the zealot runs in.
You're right. I didn't think about that, but yeah, if I ever play this map,
A new
and the
Protoss
Terrans
meta
do
is
that-
being born.
Yeah, it's just a pro rush map. Makes perfect sense.
Wavelet
Double-
and cheese.
Double probe scout on this position.
Probes,
Okay. So Oya, this is actually working pretty well for Ultra because Oya lost his scout probe. He's not seeing any of this. Ultra's been able to secure his natural with 2 marines in a bunker, and Oya has no idea that it's a gasless. But I don't know that Ultra should have been able to get away with that. Okay, 2 marines in the bunker, and Oya knows there's 2 marines in the bunker because he saw the damage. Question is, how much respect is he going to give?
He seems kind of content to play passive. Didn't really try to scout past that bunker either and look for a command center. I guess he wouldn't have seen one anyway.
Well, he would normally see one building, is the thing. If it was like a normal factory, there should be a CC building on the low ground. So this is the great position for Ultra. He's gotten away with a very greedy opener here. Now the Dragoon range is going to put a lot of damage on the bunker, but Oya does not... Oh, surely the SCV doesn't get in there.
It got in. Sees the Nexus, sees the cybernetics core spinning. It's a very nice scout here from Ultra.
So Oya doesn't know that his opponent has been ultra greedy, so he doesn't know that he needs to be punishing this. If he has 3 Dragoons up here in the bunker, he can hit the bunker for like 2 minutes straight. But he doesn't know that his opponent hasn't built any, or hasn't built a factory. It looked like a factory expand at the start, so he doesn't know that he'd be punished this. You can see him trying to catch up now, and going, wait a second, what? There's no tank? Oh shit, I should be shooting this bunker. But Ultra successfully concealed the build here. Okay, yeah, and Oya knows what's going on now. Oya's like, wait a second, what's going on?
So now he's trying to catch up, do a little extra damage to that bunker, but tank has already started. Should be out in a little bit here. We also have an armory and academy finished in the main and natural. Well, armory's just about to finish for Ultra as well.
I would like to see Oya diving on tanks in this spot, because 2 marines in the bunker, you shouldn't respect it. If they split their damage and they only do 5 damage on the Dragoon hull because of the armor. So this is the situation where Oya should be pouncing on SCVs and just giving no respect at all. Instead he's DT rushing, which is fine as well. Actually, Comsat's already done. The DT rush isn't going to work at all.
No.
And
No
Siege is
repair.
done.
Okay, never mind.
Ultra is in a great position here. He gets an early economic lead. He builds Comsats and he gets Siege mode. It doesn't matter what you're doing. I'm not willing to lose to it today.
However, Oya is 4 workers ahead. 5 now.
Yeah,
So
that's kind of
this
weird, given that Oya lost an early
Be a
probe.
problem.
I guess the Comsats, when you make Comsats, you lose 2 workers. That's probably where Ultra fell behind. But it's... And Ultra's opening this game has been very, very clean.
He actually scans, sees the archives, and immediately puts down an eBay in the wall at his front. It's kind of nice.
Yep. And blocks the gap too. And there's an SCV blocking it, the other one.
Oh, that's what it is. I was wondering why he took the Marine out. Okay.
Yep. And he's just building more Marines just for the extra DPS, because Marines are... oh, I think are these for a shuttle? You might be worried about like a DT drop play as well. I don't know why he's building extra marines actually. This is a lot of extra marines. He's not just increasing the bunker DPS. He's still building them.
First DT is gonna walk in.
He's got to see
Wipe
this
the
surely.
marine.
Yeah, there we go. He was ready.
Ooh, but the turret gets bashed, but there's no second Dark Templar coming, so
Yeah.
that's fine. But man, I have to mention the worker count again. We are like 11 worker difference.
Yeah,
It feels
Ultra's
a
missing
little
them.
bit too big, and there's
That's
the
the
third
natural
base for
command
Oya
center.
as well.
His natural command center is just not building SCVs. The main is.
Yeah, because I mean, a second ago we saw Oya like 2 ahead, and I thought that's fine. Oya's 12 ahead. Ultra has just been missing them, and it's not like he's been missing them to a 6-pack. He's just been missing them. He's building a starport, so this is like a defensive like upgrade style, but he's still not building his SCVs on time. It's an unforced error.
Oh, yeah,
Oya,
definitely staying up on that probe count. Just constantly, I see 2 probes queued in each nexus. It's very nice.
so Oya has to be playing scared at this point though. Oya has never had any vision inside Ultra's base. He only thing he saw at the start was a wall, and he hasn't seen anything since then. This could be anything. This could be absolutely anything behind this. There could be a third CC on the high ground being built. There could be like 6-pack. He doesn't know what's going on.
He did just start his Arbiter before the Robotex is done. That's a very greedy play as a Protoss as well. So Oya also cutting some corners, and with that work advantage, I think Oya is in a great position here.
Yeah, but this is pure luck, is what I'm trying to say. Oya has no
Yeah.
idea what's going on. His strategy for if he gets pushed, he has 3 DTs, and he staggered them. So his plan is that first one eats the scan, then he puts the second one in, that eats the scan, then he puts the third one in, which eats the scan, and then there's an Arbiter. That's his whole strategy for dealing with a push. Because behind this, he's got crazy worker reduction, and he's expanding, and he's rushing Arbiter with no observer. He's very fortunate that Ultra's doing what Ultra's doing, because if Ultra was doing any kind of like aggressive push style, there's no way. This as with DT strategy would not be working out.
3 more factories going down the main, bringing the total to 5. This is why not get the oh, I didn't realize he already had a command center. All right, so there is the 3rd command center. He's just looking to play passive, like you're saying, taking a 3rd base.
Yeah, but I mean, Oya guessed, and he's exploiting this. It's the problem that Ultra has is that it's because Oya's Arbiter is going to be on time for the push. It's Ultra's eventually going to do like a 2-1 push or a 3-2 push. But by the time that happens, Oya's going to have like 4 Arbiters with stasis, and he's already going to be into carriers. It's like this Arbiter is so quick. Ultra's playing for the late game, but Oya's already there.
Yeah. I want to mention one feature of the map here. We saw in the first game, I think, Ultra got his tank count reduced twice by Oya's army when trying to move out to take the 3rd base. But now here you can see Ultra sieged 3 tanks in the main base that are basically covering the path to the 3rd base. So this is a way safer way to take a 3rd base. So if Oya had some more units, I think Ultra would still be fine in this position, because he can siege tanks in the main base and secure the 3rd base that way.
Yeah, I absolutely agree here. Do you think the Arbiter will try to go for like a quicker recall? Like, is that an option here for Oya?
He'll go for it when Ultra pushes, but he doesn't need to. He's quite happy sitting here saying, okay, you're on 3 bases, I'm taking a 4th. Where are you going to take your 4th base? It's Wavelet vertical, it's difficult for you to take a 4th. His +1 air started, so I think Oya's happy here. If this goes late, he's good. He's expecting that Ultra's going to be under the gun, Ultra's going to have to push, and when Ultra does have to push, that's when like 4 stasis is going to come out. Or he can do a recall once Ultra pushes, but I don't know that he wants to do it before. Although those armies do look very juicy. He doesn't know those armies are there, but it's 2 naked armies, and if you recall on top of those while going carriers, and that's just GG. Terran without the upgrades is just not going to be able to beat carriers.
I guess just to talk about the map a little more, we mentioned Ultra was having a hard time before securing a 4th base, and that this map, just in general, is a little difficult to secure a 4th base. What 4th base do you think Ultra should try to take here?
If he goes for a push, he can take 3 on the way, and that would be good just to help shield his natural from the recall. But failing that, he could try for the top left. It's going to be difficult if Oya is actively moving around there, especially if Oya gets gateways at the bottom left. And like, if top left gets recalled, you're not saving it, is the other thing. There's no way that you can reinforce top left. If top left gets recalled, you just go all in. I like you clearing out the observers, that's nice.
I think you could also take this 1150 base, so the 3rd base of the top left quarter of the map.
It's recall
where
o'clock.
you have this. Okay.
Sorry to interrupt, but it's recall o'clock. It is go time.
Yep.
If he gets the armies, okay, the 2-1 just finished, so the armies are not as crucial as they were, but they're still a huge target. Oh, recall is not finished. Okay, there we go. Now it's recall o'clock. Cast Oya. There we go.
Seems like kind of a slow reaction from Ultra there.
Ultra is overrunning bottom left of Vultures though, which is huge. That probe may not have been denied, and bottom left is going to be delayed, but Oya's getting good trades, and also, as I said behind this, +1 air about to finish, 2 carriers are finishing. This is not the play to end the game, this is the play to get you to the point where you make the play where you end the game.
Still, a lot of these Zealots kind of getting caught in the maze of the Terran main. Not doing as much damage as I really kind of expected there, other than the early SCV kills, so Ultra will clean this up.
Where's our second Arbiter? Second Arbiter on the armies. Oh, the army's been inactive for the last like 2 minutes. 2-1 finished, and then Ultra was late on starting the 3-2, and then even after that, he still should have done it by now. This is just a mistake, and it's a huge mistake. Like, he's forgotten his 3-2 against carriers. It's like there's there's nothing to say there. That's a game-losing mistake.
Bottom left, Nexus barely making it out as well, 52 HP. Good try though from Ultra.
Oh, we have SC Spider positivity cast Redemption. I don't know how I'm going to spin for getting 3-2 against carriers, but I can.
You and your armor upgrades against carriers. You mentioned. I feel like we mentioned it every PvT cast.
Even then, like the attack upgrade too. It's like okay, so Ultra is going to come in and snipe the Nexus. That is good. Oh, is he going to snipe the Nexus?
I think
he's going to get it.
And probes. Yeah. Oh, I don't know.
Oh, he's doing his best, but no, he's got it.
Yeah, he's got this.
And Ultra's hidden expansion at the top left with that gas there that he's taken, that's actually going to be crucial. Because gas is really, really important for fighting against carriers. But it's... I still think that Oya's position is just... Oya's exactly where he wants to be. He has Arbiters with the energy upgrade, he has 2 stasis on that Arbiter, he has a giant ground army, and his carriers are on the way. He's got, what, 4 carriers?
3 carriers? I think 3 are in... Oh, 4 now?
4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here we go, this is push time for Ultra.
And, oh, that's a good minefield that Ultra's placed there. I like Ultra's, because you can get counterattacked really easily on this map, but Ultra's not interested in getting counterattacked. Okay, it's all about the stasis. It's all about the stasis.
God.
Show me an EMP, Ultra. Show me an EMP.
Ooh,
Nope.
show you a D-Matrix.
D-Matrix isn't what we're looking for. D-Matrix is not what's on the board.
Man, unfortunate here.
We need an
Nothing
EMP.
Either.
Yeah, I mean, that's just GG there. Ultra's got the hidden expand, but I mean, it doesn't matter. Oya has a bajillion bases, and his carriers are just ransacking everything. Ultra can't recover enough to get the trades he needs anymore. It's weird that Oya hasn't found top right. He should have looked for it. I mean, he should have taken top right himself. That's the base that he would want. But it's not going to be significant at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's not going to end up being a factor. GG's call. Wow. Great series there.
Yeah. I feel like Oya's the better player, and that like he showed that in those games. But Ultra was looking dangerous. That 6-pack in game 2 was pretty beastly.
It definitely was very, very, very well executed by him. But Oya, I mean, kind of proven why he's such a solid competitor. You know, he I feel like was playing for the late game every single game, and kind of read the situation very well. It was very well played.
That last game he was completely blind, and he was just rolling the dice and saying, "I hope you're going for like 4-pack 2-1 into third base into like a late push, because I'm going to hard counter that." But it works, and like each game he had those smooth transitions. Each game you look at it and you think, well, what is Ultra's push timing here? When is the point where Ultra can bust through? And there isn't one.
Nope, definitely was not.
I mean, we had different games where Oya got pretty far ahead, even in the early game already. We had that 2 Zealot attack in the first game, we had the 12 Nexus on cross position. So Oya got ahead very early in some of the games, and in this last game, I feel it was a little bit that Ultra really skipped a lot of workers. He was like 14 workers down for no reason, so that definitely helped Oya getting into the late game comfortably.
Yeah. Also, I feel like perhaps Ultra could have adapted his game plan. Because if you're in that situation and you've got your game plan of just take 3 base and go 2-1, then you scan them and they don't have a robo and they're doing a 3 base arbiter rush behind like 2 goons and a DT, you got to change the plan at that point. What was the plan is no longer viable. It's time for a vulture drop. It's time for like just running around the map laying. Because the arbiter came out before the observatory, and yet there were no speed vultures causing chaos. It's
Yep.
And it's not like Ultra couldn't have known. He went very quick double scanner.
Yeah, exactly. He could have had all the vision, you know, as long as he spent the scanners in the right place. But I'm sure against Arbiter, you're also trying to weigh like saving those scans in case you need them against Arbiter or DVT play. So it's a tough line to walk.
I mean, if as Protoss, you obviously need observers, but you need observers because otherwise you get punished. If they're not going to punish you, there's so many more fun things you want to spend that gas on early game. Like, I wonder if I can get like the quickest ever storm drop, or I wonder how early I can get carriers. If they're not going to make you make that robo, suddenly you can do anything you want.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd quite like to see an Oya building a Corsair and just scouting with the Corsair. If you're skipping robo, then you might as well just fly it around to see what's going on.
Could hallucinate a Kakaru or something. All right, fellas, I think I'm gonna step off for the day, but thanks again for giving me the opportunity. Thank you, MasterRey and Kwark. It's been awesome casting with you two, and I hope we get to do it again soon.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure. Thank you.
All right, good luck with the rest of the cast. I'll be tuning in. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
So while we are waiting for the next match here, Freakling, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
I think Blizzard added these ramps, the new ramps that face in the north direction, like northeast and northwest. But I noticed that they aren't used here on Wavelet. Can you like elaborate on that? Are there problems with those newly added maps, ramps?
I'm not quite sure which one in particular you mean. There are diagonal ramps in each direction on the close third bases. The main reason why the rest of the map only uses kind of heavily edited vertical ramps is just that originally this is actually an edit of an older map that was made before those ramps even existed. So
I'm
so
talking about
back then I used doodads to just blend the high or the medium, the normal platform to the rusty pit as a workaround, as a special ramp. Like if you know Oxide, for example, this was basically the same. And now I just edited those to use some of the new. Well, these aren't actually the new RAMs as they come, but they're basically edited versions of them. Apart from that, yes, all the new RAMs have some massive problems with terrain flags, where the cliffs don't have the right terrain level, and therefore most of them have cliff vision, where you can see units and buildings on the high ground from the low ground near the cliff, and even the old classic. Actual Rusty Pit RAMs that came with the original game, they're also heavily bugged in a similar manner. So yeah. So that's why these RAMs are all heavily customized to avoid all those bugs.
Okay, nice. Thanks for the
So
answer.
very long and technical answer, sorry, but yeah.
Okay, Freakling, did you mention Oya or Ultra's comments about the matchup they had? We basically asked feedback from the players, guys, after their matchups. And...
Ultra wrote something. It's good map, but the main is too small for SimCity, which I don't quite understand. Because
well, you better understand it.
Well, the mains are actually pretty big, so.
Well, Ultra disagrees with you, Freakling. Deal with it.
Yeah, but then he'd probably, if they're too big, then he'd probably have complained about too many turrets needed and too easy to recall and stuff like that. So,
well,
I guess there is no right main size for Terran. No, I don't know. Would probably be good if he'd explain what kind of SimCity he means. And as for Oya, he liked it. Some weird pathing in the middle by the ramps. Sometimes when going diagonal, I experienced goons clogging, but I guess just needs some army control babysitting. Other than that, I don't have any comments at the moment. Should probably be pointed out that this last series was played on an older version of the map, which wasn't very optimized pathfinding wise, so that might also be a reason.
Okay, and map makers are continually developing their maps even after a final version has been submitted for the playtest tournament, and that's one of the conditions for participating in this contest series, guys. Sometimes map makers submit maps and they get, reconsidered because their authors aren't willing to develop their maps, and we want to reward map makers who, are sticking around, who want to fine-tune everything and prepare their maps for perfection. Because that's really what you got to do if you want your map, featured in a foreign or Korean league, for sure. Well, one thing I wanted to mention, guys, is the deco on Wavelet. It's so nice, and I know Freakling, you worked on it, and so did CrystalDrag. Everything just looks so smooth. The blending. I don't think most people have any idea how difficult it is to actually make a map look good. Just tons of hours just on the aesthetics alone, and I think you guys just did a wonderful job. And the mains, guys, if you look at them inside the game, they have sort of like custom designs. The white tubes, or whatever you call them, the pipes, the design is done differently in each of the mains, I believe.
Yeah, that's the mains and naturals, and third bases. That plating design is from CrystalDrag, actually.
Big shout out to him. He's in the United States and has Korean heritage, and you guys should use that line when you're submitting this to ASL. Maybe we'll accept it. Let's get into it, guys. The next one is between Dandy and Tech.
Dandy as the blue Terran in the bottom right, and Tech as the green Protoss bottom left. So we have close position but cross spawn. This I think is going to be an interesting one, because I want to see what Dandy takes as third. The natural third to take would be the one just to the left of his main, but that is expanding towards Tech, and it's might leave his natural exposed. We'll see how he takes it.
Also, this is also the old version again.
So we have an even better version, is what we're trying to tell you guys.
So I'm a little bit worried about Tech just from the outset, because Tech is a very, very strong macro player. He makes a lot of units and he throws them at you, and it's very difficult to hold them because his macro is so strong. But he doesn't have the same kind of smooth transitions that we saw from Oya in that last game, because Oya made this map look so easy PvT. You just expand, build your gateways, and go Arbiter to Carrier. But I don't think that Tech does that the same way that Oya does. I feel like that might be a situation where Dandy just builds a bunch of tanks and then holds.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I don't think it was Oya making the map look easy in PvT. It's basically Oya making PvT look easy every time. But yeah, let's see. I think Dandy really likes some two-base pushes a lot more, and this could play a big role depending on missions. Here we see them being in horizontal spawns, so there are these ramps that the attacker has to go through, so this could be nice for the defender. But yeah, first of all, let's see what the build order is here.
Yeah, this natural looks very different to how it looked in a different series. It looks like it's an older version. So they're both scouting vertical.
Oh, this is
I think you're muted.
I didn't do it.
I think this is an even older version of the version we just see in the games between Oya and Ultra. I have personally played this version as well, and I think it was one of the very first versions that was released. So
Get it together, map makers. Submit the same version to all the tournament players.
to everyone personally.
Okay, Dandy is 1 SCV on gas, so this is going to be a just factory expand by the look of it. And he is not going to get punished. He's not even going to get scouted. This is just going to be goons from Tech, probably into an expand. Yes, Tech has stopped his probe, so Tech is just doing a 20 next. I love the 20 next as an opener, so I'm obviously a fan of this. I wonder if Tech is going to deny the SCV. Yeah, Tech's going to try and deny the SCV. That's a strong play. I like that. Because
one nice block.
oh yes, he can. Very nice. He doesn't even see the Nexus. That is so annoying for Dandy. Because if you see the Nexus, you know what's going on. If you don't see the Nexus, I mean, it could be proxy DT rush for all he knows. Especially given he saw a scout probe. Scout probe hasn't shown up. Scout probe's gone missing. That's yeah. He just had to send a second STV immediately, just in case. That's really unfortunate for. Well, it's not even unfortunate. Tech did it on purpose. It's good play by Tech. Dandy is going to confirm what's going on, but it's coming at a price. And that 25 robo absolutely on time. The tech is nailing this build.
Yeah, so far it looks very good. We will see 2 more gateways shortly, and then probably he's going to third base. But yeah, let's see if he can do some damage here. Nice kill on that Marine. He has 2 goons against 1 tank and 1 Marine. And it looks like he will not send another Dragoon soon. He has to kill that SCV in the base first.
Yep. And SCV scouts everything. So on the one hand, this is good for Dandy because he knows that he doesn't need to be like placing down emergency eBay and panicking. But at the same time, when you scout this quick robo, it's so generic. It's scouting that everything is normal, which isn't always the most useful scouting information. Because there's nothing to exploit. Also, Tech didn't lose the scout SCV. Dandy lost 2. Or Tech didn't lose the scout probe. Dandy lost 2 SCVs. That's going to be a factor. Heck with the 2-gate quick observer. Like it. He's not too worried about a push. He's pretty sure this is a defensive CC expand, and he knows he has the high ground between them. So skipping that 3rd gateway is fine. And he's just going to take another Nexus. Yeah, this is a. Tech is going into his macro play, and it's everything that he wants it to be.
I also really like that he's placing the robotics on the right side of his main base, so he can rally the observer to the Terran base as soon as possible, and it just gets there these maybe 3 seconds earlier, but those 3 seconds can sometimes matter because the observer flies right over the 90% finished turret.
I'm a little bit surprised that he's not further ahead on probes though. I think he's missing probe from time to time. If we look at his natural right now, it's not producing. It's because he's killed 2 workers. He hasn't lost any workers, and he's only 3 workers ahead. And his Nexus was much faster than the CC too. Okay, so his observer gets in. He sees 2 factory. He sees nothing crazy. They're not spinning, so it's not going to be like a crazy vulture all in. It's looking for the starport, doesn't find it. We're good. He's going to go through the armory spinning, and he's going to confirm that this is 2 base against 3 base with no early push coming. This is... Oh, Dandy's surely not going to do it under the observer. Oh, no, Dandy, no. He can see you. He can see you.
Dandy's going for 2 base all-ins.
Dandy gives it no
fucks.
fucks.
Scout information is.
He can see it, Dandy. He's just going to go for mass gateways, Zealot legs, storm, and shuttles.
Yeah, but then again, he has no way of killing this observer anyways. He's making some Goliaths, but he has no scan, he has no turrets, so the observer will be there for a long time, so he has to start something at some point, right?
Yeah, and if we look at Tech space, Tech is just adding gateways. Tech knows exactly what's going on. He's like, okay, yeah, you're going to do this? Okay, we can do this. You're going to force me to... You're going to build a bunch of factory units? That's fine. I will build a bunch of gateways. I will... I would like to see some Zealot bombs here. And Zealot legs really should have been started by now. Come on, Tech. Zealot legs. Yeah. Where's your Zealot legs? There we go, it started. Okay, yeah. So yeah, it's just going to be pure gateway from Tech until he wins the game. And Tech, as I said, he can make units. I don't always like his decisions, but there's nothing wrong with that guy's macro.
Yeah, this is a very easy position for a Protoss. Just get your Zealots, Zealot legs, get maybe even a shuttle, and then just make a ton of units. You don't need any more probes, you don't need Arbiter, you don't need double upgrades. You just make mass gateways, mass units with all of your money. And because you already have 3 bases, and you already have more workers. It's fine, you just need to kill this one push and you win the game.
Needs more pylons. If he gets supply block, this could get ugly.
Did somebody get the Kwark positivity cast?
Yeah, I'm just not good at it, I'm sorry.
Alright, well, you'll have to accept what we're giving it to you. So.
Tech has 3, 6, 7, 10 gateways. Yeah. So I'm enjoying this. This is tech showing that if you give him map pack, if he can literally see what you're doing, he can execute a counter build, and he's nailing this. Zealot Legs is done.
Oh no, the last piece of the puzzle is getting your many units in the right position and don't waste them like too early in a bad position or so. You really have to get the nice flank off, you have to use the map to your advantage, you don't want to run in all in one clump against the mass tanks, so this is the only last thing that tech needs to do here.
I would have liked to see an archives too, personally. Oh, this is too yeah, okay, backing up is good here. He's got all the time in the world. He make Dandy siege and unsiege, make Dandy slow push. Make Dandy work for it. Dandy's just getting his +1 arm, but there's 10 Zealots being built at the same time. And that's how you do it. I do want to see an archives, but it's not the end of the world. Or an archives or shuttles. It's just something to break up the tank count.
Dandy just killed 2 observers with a single scan, and this is a thing that could hurt the Protoss if he has no vision of the Terran army moving. The Terran army could get some nice shots. Ah, but there is one observer, never mind.
Yeah, Tech's doing a good job just keeping track of the siege and unsiege, making sure that he's ready. He's got his goons just policing the middle of the map, and the supplies are quite even. The thing is, I would like to see Storm. With the supplies being quite even and Terran having 1-1, you still do end up in a situation where like mass tanks can deal out some pain. It's not as bad as like if it was
flanks.
Yeah. Well, he's setting up right now. Yeah, he's setting up for it. He's working on it.
But is this enough? He's coming from the left side only.
There's no observer. Where's the observer? Observer. He left the observer behind it. Okay. Now he's putting it in. But right now there's no vision for the mines.
I would really love some zealots coming from the bottom now, from the middle, but he doesn't have that. So this could still work for Dandy.
Yeah, I mean there's a lot of units, but the tanks are not sieged. Okay, the zealots are what we're gonna do, aren't they? Mine Vulture. Need to get on top of the. This is where the dropship would have done. The goons at the top are just not coming. Goons at the top are just like fuck this shit. Okay, here they come.
Ooh, this is not good.
Oh, they're too late.
But it's close. Yeah, it's close.
Okay, 7 tanks left out of 11.
I think Dandy got it.
Dandy with the manually targeting the tanks so don't shoot each other.
Unsieges when there are only goons left. What?
I think he's still got it, but it's going to be close. But those goons at the top just not coming to the fight. That was not ideal. Goons that are looking at 11 C-tanks are like, you want me to run into that? Fuck you.
Also, he let all the tanks come to the high ground. I would really love him to set up a flank where he can engage before Dandy can move the tanks to the high ground.
Only goons coming out of the gateways. There's 10 goons being built. However, it's only goons. There's no shuttle, nothing to drop on top of the tanks. No speed lots. This is an odd situation. Okay, now there's 10 zealots being made. So it looks like Tech just has a switch. He goes, okay, 10 zealots, 10 goons. 10 zealots, 10 goons. But he needs to get on top. Like, one shuttle would have made such a difference there. Also, one thing I want to just notice that Dandy with his manual targeting on the tanks, he knows that the tanks try and do friendly fire and he just wasn't going to let them. He was forcing them to shoot the goon. Okay, unsiege, now is go time. Come on, Tech. Yep, here we go. But the zealots are already on them. Nicely done. Yeah, Dandy's tanks just don't shoot other tanks. You gotta kill those tanks. You gotta kill those. Okay, now we have ourselves a game.
That was a close hold here.
Yeah, he made that hard work for himself, but he finally finished his archives, then he started +1 armor. I'm not convinced by that decision.
but he's adding a second forge, so he will get that +2. But ideally, you want to start the +2 first, because then your upgrades will be synced up. Because the +2 takes a little bit longer than the +1.
So Dandy taking his third at last, and he's also getting a starport. So Dandy isn't pulling out of this 6-stack, but I feel like Tech should have held that more easily. It's like shuttle bombs are just so strong against this style. That bottom base is pretty naked, but there's no observer there to scout the way in. Okay, there's one observer that's on its way. Are you going to do anything with this? You going to run into the mines? No, we're good. Because, I mean,
I
that
don't
base
think
is...
he can get up there
No, the tanks are going to be reinforced in time. But...
if he moves them, yeah.
Oh, I don't like Tech's decision to take his close expansion. That's going to get pushed. That's like the circuit breaker's close position expansion, which is just always a nightmare to hold. If you're close, if you're horizontal circuit breakers, your middle only is like so difficult to defend.
Yeah, I agree.
Only one probe on the natural gas. He had to put his probes out of the natural when it got overrun, and he never resaturated the gas. He hasn't taken his third gas. So if we look at Tech, he's not. He had a bunch of gas banked up, I guess, because he is going double upgrades. He is going high Templar, but he isn't going to be able to keep doing this with 4 probes mining gas. This is going to become an issue for him. Eventually, he's going to notice that he has no gas.
Yeah, I think he had like the best situation he could have been in. He had that already, but he still couldn't finish the game or be in a very good position, basically winning the game. Now he's in definitely a worse position. Dandy is ahead in supply, Dandy is ahead in workers, and it's 4 against 3 bases instead of 3 against 2. So this is an always a worse situation for Tech here, and I'm not sure if Storms can do it. I think he needs something like
Oh, that might do it.
Days Arbiters. Okay, that was an incredible storm. Holy shit.
Yeah. Also, I mean, Dandy has a lot of units, but he's only got 1/1 upgrades. He has double armory, neither spinning. Double armory but no spinning is not. It's not that scary.
Now they are spinning. Nice.
Yeah, because like, a giant town army isn't that scary if they don't have the upgrades and you have Storm. I know you were saying that you think that the position's gotten better for Dandy. I think that now Tech has added Storm to his comp. It's actually gotten better for Tech. I would like him to be mining gas at his natural, but, you know, we can't have everything we want. I also like him not to be getting shields. Shields are so worthless in this matchup. But it's, like, this is low upgrade Terran against a Protoss with a bunch of High Templar. This, to me, feels like the Terran shouldn't be able to do too well here. Tech does need the top left, but it's still... He's doing okay. Oh, Storm drop at the natural. It's go time.
Okay, let's see.
Oh, Dandy doesn't notice. We have... Oh, that's like 18 kills. It's between the first drop and the second.
Now we can check out the Archon when it's finished.
Oh, and Dandy Tech sees the move out. 20 kills. Nice. 20, so Tech sees the move out. He's going for it.
Oh, tanks are not siege.
Yeah, the
my...
Oh, and here's the Storm. Oh, that's just too much. See, this is what I mean. That without the upgrades, the Terran army, you can just run over with the Storm and gateway units. It's different, like when it's got 3-2. But 1-1 Terran, you can just smash it. And, I mean, Tech's showing us that.
Yeah, he kind of moved the tanks, like, on move command, literal move command, into the zealots, so it was definitely a problem as well.
Yeah, with that horizontal spawn, it's so difficult to push across the map.
Yeah,
and
this was also a way better attack by Tech compared to the first one, I think.
Yeah. Like, Tech is... I don't love his play as much as I love Oyers. It's not as clean, it's not as, like, strategically sound. But the guy can macro. It's, if he knows what he has to do, and what he has to do is make units, he'll do it. I play tech a bunch because we ladder at the same time with the same MMR, and like he runs over me with mass speed lot so frequently. I'll be happily just doing my getting my base up, taking my expansions, and then suddenly there'll be like a giant goon Zealot Archon army. It just crushes me.
Yeah, let's see what happens in the second game here between those two players. Tech is one game ahead, and we see them in reverse position, but still vertical spawns here with Tech in the bottom right and Dandy in the bottom left.
Yep. I'm hoping Dandy doesn't do that same build again, because I mean that's not the way to beat Tech. That played into Tech's strengths as a player. His opening was very clean. It was just a standard 23 necks, 2 goon range, robo, observer in their base, and it was Dandy like purposefully built all the factories under the observer. He was like, okay, fine, I don't care. I'll show you I'm building factories. Do your best to hold it, and Tech held it. Like it's not how you beat Tech.
Yeah, let's see if he has something different prepared here for this game. So far, no super crazy things here.
Dropship play or like 2-1 pushes, or just like taking a free base and just crawling across the map, I think is going to be a much higher win rate for Dandy than just something that's hard countered if they scout it. Especially something that's hard countered by macro. But we'll see if Dandy mixes it up.
Do you see this gateway position? Do you think High Templars will get stuck between the pylon, the gas, and the gateway?
I do something similar on Polypod bottom left, so I don't think so.
Okay.
No, they can't get stuck.
I forget what it is that traps goons. It's like Citadel to the right of the gateway or something. That traps goons. Yeah, that's a nice building wall there as well. If he adds like a pylon to the right of the core, maybe puts a robo there as well, he can get a good block on the vultures. That pylon's cute too. That pylon gets him vision of the crystals down there, which means if he can immediately stack his probes and go. That if you can get the vision of the crystal in your main, you want to do it. It's a just additional safety play. So Dandy going straight for the gasless expand. This is an early expansion, and Tech only had 2 probes and gas, so Tech's Dragoon range is going to be unfortunately very late. And that actually does make a difference against Gasless, because Gasless is all about punishing the bunker with the Dragoon. And if you forget to put 3 probes on gas, that goon range isn't happening.
Dandy is
this is
scouting
intentional.
very early with this, but he's was scouting Tech on the last position. Tech is now scout. Okay, he's making a nexus, and then he will send out the scout, I guess. But this should be a good build for Dandy.
It should. I'm a little bit curious about the what Tech is doing, because Tech only 1 Dragoon, no range, but 2 probes of gas and a 3rd one. I'm looking at that thinking, wait a second, are we trying for like a delayed Tech, or did we just make a mistake somewhere? If so, why do we now have as much gas as we have? It's like it seems like he didn't want gas. He wanted a quick nexus, and then he did put 3 probes on gas. It didn't seem very optimized to me. This late scout is... He's going to find the bad news when it's too late to do anything. Dandy's just going to steal an economic advantage here. Not a huge one. It was just like a 21 neck, so it wasn't like the latest nexus ever. But it's still, if you get away with a gasless, it's always a feel-good moment.
And we can see Tech still has no minerals, but almost 300 gas, so there's definitely some problem with balance between minerals and gas here in this build.
He doesn't get any scouting info. He doesn't know what's going on. And his Robo is delayed as well. So last game he went 23 next, 25 Robo, Observer Rush. This game is quick second gateway. That's got to be a Robo there. Okay. But he's not going to get that 6-minute Observer timing. The Observer time is going to be much later. He's going to have a bunch of goons, which aren't going to do anything. Not even goon range yet, so he hasn't taken a single shot at the bunker. If you're Dandy, this is a dream situation. The guy built a bunch of goons, but his goon range is so late they can't even shoot the bunker. It's...
Yeah, so the question is, will he get a turret ring this time before the Observer comes? The Observer is very late, as you mentioned, but I still don't see him engineering base. So this Observer could still maybe fly in and get all the scout information again.
It's going to be the Academy Armory play, so if he sees the blur, he can just kill it with Goliaths. But if he doesn't see the blur, then Tech will get to see everything. But everything he's going to see is bad news, because if your opponent gets to skip their engineering bay, that means that their armory and then their starport and all those timings are just much faster. It's Dandy's doing like a very clean progression towards a 2-1 push here. Oh, he had a Goliath range getting there. I thought it was going to be a cute play to pick up a shuttle or something, but it was just a misclick. He changed it for siege. Third Nexus for Tech. This is earlier than would be safe. If Dandy was doing like a super hard commit 4-back after fast expand, then Tech would just lose to this, but it's not the worst choice. I don't hate it. That Observer needs to cross. There we go. Observer's crossing the map. The Observer finished and then just sat on top of the Robo for a second, but Tech noticed. So this damage on the bunker, he should not be getting this damage on the bunker when there's a full HP tank there. It's... he kept 3 SCVs off the mineral line forever. Oh, there's a scan inside the main looking for observers, but the observer's showing up now. Oh, that's unfortunate for him. He gets the Goliath, he gets the double comp stat, he knows what he's looking for. Oh, and now he's going to add patches again, isn't he? Oh, Dandy, like no.
Yep. But it's only 2, it's not 4 this time.
Yeah, but he scanned for the observer. Oh, Dandy, there's no justice. You scanned for the observer, you had the Goliaths there, no observer, great, okay, factory time.
Yeah, but I think, I mean, at some point you have to add your factories anyways, and this is not like a huge all-in number of factories or so, this is a pretty normal amount.
Well, I would want to see a starport and a third CC. Like, third factory, that starport CC right now is what, if Dandy was playing for the late game, he would have. This is a, like, 1-1 play. Not a, and like, Tech can see it. Let's see if Tech sees the additional ones. He doesn't see that it's 6
this is the
back.
important thing, yeah.
But, like, Tech knows that this is, or at least he should know that this is not a 3-base 2-1. And if we look at Tech's main, we can see the response. It's
he's adding a lot of gateways, he's making another pylon to even more gateways, he's probably going up to 10 again. The zealot speed should start as well. Any second here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks almost like the last game, but I feel like the opening was definitely better for Dandy here. I checked the worker count as well. It was better for Dandy compared to last game as well, so this, yeah, I don't know. I think it could work out a little bit better for Dandy this time.
Yeah, and Tech only just held last time. I would like to see Tech do Zealot Bombs this time as well. But, okay, now he's seen the 6-back. A second observer goes in. One thing I was about to say is that first observer hasn't actually moved ever. It's just sitting on top of the factories that everybody knows about. And there's no reason for him to not do a better job scouting, but he knows it's 6-back now. He knows it's a 6-back 1-1. And 2 more gateways going down. And yeah, Tech has his to-do list. He knows what his win condition is here. I'd like to see a +1. I wouldn't mind seeing an archives.
So this in the previous game, the push was pretty close. The push almost worked for Dandy, the very first one.
Yeah.
Because that one Groon group didn't attack, but also I think a little bit because the flank was not as good. I'm looking forward to see what Tech, how he's engaging this time. Is he setting up a little bit better flank? Is he using all the units? I think he will probably crush this with that amount of gateways.
He is adding the archives earlier than he did last time, which I like. I am slightly nervous about the lack of a shuttle, because if he can, like, that after it became scrappy in the first fight, there were just like 6 goons on the back line, just blasting everything when there were only a few vultures and all the glass were dead. It was those goons on the back, so those tanks on the back line just smashing everything, and one shuttle there would have made all the difference. Oh, Tech has gone from being even in supply to being 22 supply ahead in a few seconds. And he's just putting Zealots 10 at a time. And then he just goes back and does another round. Look at it. It's just, they're perfectly synced up gateways.
The +1, the 1-1, the 1 armor is not finished for Dandy. I really hope he doesn't push these 10 seconds too early. The +1 armor still needs like 30 seconds, but he's already moving forward here. But this is not a fight Tech can take.
No, Tech is just buying time. This is just forcing a siege. He says, okay, I've got a nice wide angle here. I can do like a 270-degree flank. The only way you can hold that is if you siege, and then by the time you're unsieged, I have another 20 units. Just look at Tech's gateways. He's up 30 supply. Just every 30 seconds he pulls further ahead. The observers are out of position though. It's the same thing that happened last time where he misses this particular timing.
Oh, there's a DT in the base as well. In the army, I mean.
Yeah, see, this is where he needs the shuttle. That tank positioning. He needs to get the shuttle on top of that. Oh, the Zealots are out of position. The Zealots are all getting just killed for free.
Ah, and again, no flank really. He's coming from
one the tanks are
angle
exposed. Only. Oh, here come Zealots on the tanks. Oh, it's all gone wrong for Dandy now.
Ooh. Yeah.
Or has it? He's killed a good number of tanks, but there's still plenty left. Okay, he's lowered the supply count a lot. So, again, I keep saying this, a single shuttle with Zealot bombs. Would be so key. That's a nice push and then pull back. He couldn't let Dandy get on top of his unit production, but at the same time he also couldn't wait, so he just forces the siege, then he backs up immediately.
There are no more mines here.
He needs to get on top of those tanks. The vultures are just doing such a good job of shielding.
Oh, nice focus fire on the goons, as you mentioned last game as well.
What's our comsat situation? We've got plenty of comsat energy. So, oh, these tanks are so low that if he manually targets them, oh no, that was. There were like 5 tanks there that he could one hit with a DT. Without the alert going off. Okay, there are high tempers being built. There's a shuttle being built. This is doable. He can still hold. He's behind in supply, but with the shuttle and the Zealot. Okay, here we go. Tech's listening. We're good.
Okay, but we have a ton of mines again now. So this is really hard to engage for Tech. The shuttle really has to do work.
These high Templar have
the
no
Templars!
energy.
The Templars!
No, you can't afford. No! Oh, it's all gone wrong. Look, this is continually forcing the unsiege with the shuttle. He should have been doing this the entire game, but at least he's doing it now.
I think it's too late. He has only 4 zealots left here in this army. There are mines still. I think. Oh my god, that was a perfect mine there. But I don't think it's enough. There are not enough zealots here. Okay, some more streaming in.
Do we have a storm? 84 energy. I have no idea if we have a storm or not. I just no idea what's going on. With that reset on the tank
no storm, no storm research.
Oh, it's. Then why did we have all those high Templar Tech? What's going on?
Man, you could really see the shuttle paying off there. It was so close. He almost died when he had no shuttle, and now he barely held it. And yeah, I think
that
is
wasn't a
good
barely
position.
held. That was a full reset on the tanks. That was great because behind this there's 6 pack, but only 2 of them have machine shops. If you reset the tank count, then it's going to take Dandy a while to recover.
Yeah, of course, it was very great. I mean, barely in a sense that
like it was.
he almost died for that.
Yeah. Oh, there's a minefield there, Tech. You can't just attack move to your 3 o'clock. Okay, you can just attack to 3 o'clock.
Anyways.
Yeah, that's fine. Protoss don't care.
So many more pilots.
Okay, so Dandy's 2-1 is started. He's got a second armory. Okay, 2-2 started. This is an interesting one. So Tech's taken his third gas as well. He hasn't put anything on it yet, but surely he's going to. This game is transitioning into a longer one, but last time we saw just Tech end it with storm drops. This time,
Yeah,
it looks like Dandy does not want to get storm dropped. If you look at the his third base, that is a lot of turrets, and the moment anything drops out of a shuttle, those tanks are just going to volley it.
Yeah, and what do you think about these bottom bases there? Do you think Dandy can push through there with his whole army? Or do you think he can use maybe like 2 or 3 tanks and just siege that expansion?
I think slow siege with floating buildings is the way to... Oh, no. Oh, there goes the goon. I also think that as Tech, you want to take the top right. Because taking the top right opens the map up. If you take your close third base there, you're in a situation where you're still in this very cramped environment against siege tanks. If you take the top right, then siege tanks have to start pushing cross map.
Oh man, this game looks so similar to last game, except that Dandy is not getting storm dropped this time. So I already said last game it was a good position for Dandy, but hold it, thought the shuttle's coming. It's flying towards the third base here. 2 Templars are loaded in there. Oh, he's flying around the turrets, and
he's found the angle.
Zealot first. Oh my god. A little bit better than last time, at least. There's still energy. Oh my god.
There we go.
Ah, he got storm dropped again. I can't believe it. He has so many more turrets and more units, but still.
Dandy's basically mined out at his natural, so he does actually have a surplus of SCVs right now. Obviously, it's not great to lose a bunch of workers, but he has workers to lose. And it's not like Tech has any late game tech. Tech is here with shuttles. They don't have speed. He's got Storm and he's got 2 Forges. That's his plan. And Dandy's about to have 2 too. I like Dandy's position. If Tech had the top right, I would think that, okay, he can at least turn this into like a chaotic game with like counterattacks and flanks and so forth. But without, he picks off the worker going to the top right. That's beautiful. He knows that what it means when Tech clears those mines is that Tech is trying to take the top right, so he just sends a Vulture behind to pick off the worker. Yeah, with Dandy getting 2-2, it's not going to be like that game before where you can just hold it with Storm. And 2-2 is done, 3-2 is starting. It's I'm worried for Tech. He needs, if he's going to do this with gateway units alone, he needs 3 mining bases at the top right and like 30 more gateways. Because the gateway units cannot cut it against a 3-3 maxed out Terran.
I also think that Dandy really did a little army movement mistakes there in the last game when he just moved commanded tanks into
look at these goons.
Without mines, unsieged.
Goons in the middle of the map running towards a bajillion tanks on the high ground. Okay, never mind, they've stopped. They can't even see the tanks, they're just right at the edge of the range. Are we going to see a storm drop? He's going to try for the storm drop, but Dandy is not interested in playing that game anymore. It's no longer storm drop season. Or is it? There's, what, 5 turrets? Is 5 turrets enough? If they had a floating building, it would absolutely be enough. But without the floating building, I guess the answer is maybe. Oh, it's not enough. 5 turrets isn't enough. Tech just taking. He should have set more probes to top right. He's taking 1 base, but like he needs to be building gateways up there as well. He's got 3k bank, and he doesn't have enough gateways. He needs the gateways at a second location. But he's in a weird situation where he can still go Arbiter, but he can't go Carrier. It's way too late for Carrier.
Okay. Taking from the low ground here, and from only one angle.
He's cast a storm.
Oh, the
He's
Templar's
cast a
not
storm.
storming. No.
And he only had the one
Oh
Templar.
my god.
I don't mind that as just like a reset, because he's got money to spare. If he's going to do resets, he needs to have top right and also the gateways.
Yeah.
'Cause
Yeah, we can really see 2k in the bank. Yes, he wasted a lot of units, he also killed a lot of tanks, but he cannot remake his army that fast. He should be maxed again with those 30 gateways you talked about, but he's not, and he still has a little bank there. And now he's not maxed and he's getting pushed by Dandy. He's making cannons in the top right instead of gateways. That's not the way to play.
Oh, you just send 2 probes. If you can't make buildings in different locations with 1 probe, make 2. Or send 2. Build the gateways, the nexus, the cannons, all at the same time. He should have sacked the expansion next to his main. He's got a good number of resources out of it, but he can't hold it. Top right is what his win condition is. Just move the probes, sack it. If he tries to defend this, it's not going to go well. Yeah, this is the right play. Gateways top right, down tech. Gateways top right. Yeah, we're seeing the issues where he just doesn't have the. He can't go carrier. He doesn't have the ability to go. Oh, he should have gone arbiter by this point, honestly. He should have gotten it. There's a Stargate. There is no tribunal.
Okay, so seeing this situation of the game, let's talk a little bit about the map split potential of this map in these positions. Do you think it's a good choice for Dandy to literally just camp all the big ramps in the middle and just take the top left and wait?
Absolutely, and the reason I think that's a good choice is because Tech doesn't have arbiter or carrier. It's if you can get a situation where you have 3-3, and Dandy's 3-3 is about to finish in like 5 seconds. That's why he's pushing. That's 3-3. Then it's you don't need to do anything other than get enough money to trade evenly.
2 DTs in the army here.
Yeah, just having fun, but they're not getting many kills. Dandy's pushing forward too quickly for them to catch up. Yeah. Oh, now this is weird. The tanks are not properly escorted. If we had any shuttles with storms, this fight would be over already.
Oh, good storm there. Can you get another one?
Cast the storm, Dandy. Cast it. There we go. Okay, that was on top of your zealots, but whatever. I'll take it. There we go. Now we're talking. And if only we had those gateways at top right.
Look at the supply. The supply is in favor of Dandy here. Tech tries to remix, but he doesn't. I don't want to say he doesn't have the gates, because now he doesn't have the money as well. He lost that base at the bottom, and the main base and natural are mined out. He's basically on 1 base, right, or 2 bases right now.
Yeah, it's because he sent 1 probe to the top right, and then he built a nexus, then a pylon, then cannons. Send 2 probes and build 2 nexuses, and then build cannons next to both of them. It's because his limiting factor there wasn't money; it was just that he only had the 1 unit that could build things. There's a DT coming in at 9 o'clock. Okay, never mind, the vote is going to tonight. Or is it? Yeah, Dandy's going to
my
look at
vote. Nice.
Yeah. This is an interesting spot. If all these probes are going to die, I think. Going to the top right. I mean, Tech should have had this. The annoying thing. He didn't establish both bases at the top right. And now he's going to lose top right to like 3 tanks and a vessel.
There's the DT, but of course the vessel will detect that, and yeah, Tech just doesn't have the units anymore. Maybe he can clear that, but I think the next attack will finish tech. Oh, the mines!
That's not how you...
Oh.
I mean, it killed a bunch of vultures, I guess, but yeah, it's not how it's done. Tech should have had this. He just needed to establish top right. And also, when he took his 4th base next to his main, he could have taken his 4th base to top right then. He had that option, and it would have been effective. Sorry, Tech, you deserve this. Also, he's only now getting his recall at 30 minutes into the game.
Yeah, he was in a very good position after barely holding this first attack. He had a good advantage, but he didn't really play for the late game. He just took one more expansion in a not so ideal position, and also he didn't add more gateways when he had the money. Yeah, so in the end, these 3 upgrades of Dandy and the big army wins out in the end.
Yeah, Danny put him on the clock. And Tech didn't respond. Still, that was an interesting game.
It had little differences in details, but overall it looked pretty similar. We saw Tech on 3 bases, Dandy on 2 bases going for the 1-1 push, and again Tech hold it again. He had no shuttle in the beginning, then he added the shuttle and hold it. So it looked pretty similar in my opinion. In the first half of the game, of course. We saw the storm drops as well, killing a lot of SCVs.
That shuttle, when he finally made it, also that turned that fight. I wish he made it earlier. If you know your opponent's just going for like a low-tech mass factory play, just the zealot bombs are so crucial.
Okay, so we have the 3rd game here. Top left we have our Protoss player Tech, and in the top right it's Dandy, magenta color. Again we have vertical spawns. 3rd game in a row with not the same spawns, but pretty much the same.
Yeah, and the question is, what's Dandy going to do? Because we saw that Dandy got the upper hand with the openers last game. Game 1 they were basically even. Game 2 Tech went a tiny bit greedier. He went to 21 next rather than 23 next with delayed range. But Dandy went a lot greedier, so Dandy got the upper hand there.
Also, it's funny how we don't see those early zealot pressure builds that we saw in Oya's match against Ultra. So we can see this very different playstyle. Tech, he seems to be a lot more passive and just lean back at macro.
Yeah, Tech, he gets the observer in their base, then he works out how he's going to win.
Yeah.
As Oya wants to be ahead before he even makes his observer. Very standard from Tech. And I think, I don't know that Tech's going to think that there's much to change about what happened last game. I think that he knows it was winnable. He's just, he just needs to play the same thing but better.
Okay, this time we have 3 probes in the gas. So he will be able to get his range early and produce that first goon.
And they're both going to first scout each other. Dandy is again going for Gastus, but this time it's going to be a scouted Gastus.
So what's the reaction? If you scout the gasless on your first position scout, how do you react as a Protoss?
I'd Foxy a Robo. Just kill the bunker, personally. But I mean, I'm not interested in messing with that. Quick Dragoon, I also, if I don't have to do that, I will get Dragoon range before Dragoon. Because that way yeah, and that's exactly what Tech has done. You look at this. He says, you know what, the only way you're ever going to hold is with a bunker. I'm just going to get Dragoon range. You can make a bunker if you want, but you are going to be repairing it for the next year. And then just 2 Dragoons or 3 Dragoons and Nexus. Because you're not ever going to kill the CC, but you know that there's going to be no tanks for such a long time that you can punish it really hard. Like Tech is playing this completely fine, in my opinion. This is what I would do in this situation. Second Dragoon is queued up, so yeah, it's going to be 2 Dragoons just shooting the bunker for the next year.
Oh, and it's also the proxy robo. So
now
he's
it's gonna.
putting down the pylon here.
I don't know about this. This is a late proxy robo. I might do like 2 gateways here personally.
Yeah, I just want to say it could be just some gateways as well.
Yeah,
Let's
because I
see.
mean, 2 gateways there, you will actually just. Okay, it's going to be the robo. They're both good options, but 2 gateways there, you can just crush him with Mascoon. Because he's not going to have any siege tanks. Even if he has a siege tank, there's no siege mode, so you just can snipe it.
The big
Dandy-
problem is... the
Yeah, Dandy's about to
SCV
scout
is
it.
coming.
Oh, but here's the goon. If Tech realizes...
On the ramp! Block it on the ramp! Oh my god! Freakling, what have you done? Why are the ramps too wide? No, never mind. But the SCV goes in and scouts that there's no robotics, no nexus, no second gateway. So
No pylon as well.
will Andy sniff that out? What do you think?
I think he's got to be afraid right now. Question is, what is it? Because there's so many different things that he has to be afraid of. It could be Proxy Citadel, it could be, oh, there's a gateway and a robo. See this? It could be Free Gate. It could be, like, Bulldog Rush. It's, it could be Quick Reaver, it could be Reaver and Shuttle, or just Reaver on the low ground.
Oh,
It
what
could be just
about
Reaver on the low ground.
elevator unit?
Yeah, that too.
Elevator into the main.
Because there could be a robo right up at the 12 o'clock, just ready to shuttle units in. This is just going to be a Reaver walking up there though, and just killing the SCVs repairing the bunker. First siege tank is on the way. Siege mode hasn't started. Dandy, you need your siege mode.
Oh, the repair as well. Only 2 SCVs against 3 goons. That's not enough. Okay, he will send another SCV.
Still no siege mode started. This Reaver's just going to dominate.
Man. Yeah.
It's how are you going to kill the Reaver with no siege mode?
Yes, 2 machine shops, but he's not researching anything.
Yeah, this is not ideal. And the Reaver's what, 80% done?
Oh, the tank snipe.
Oh, but
It's
one
not
of the goons,
successful.
one of the goons just bailed.
Okay, never mind.
That's a traitor goon.
Just runs in.
I don't know about this.
Oh.
Okay, I do know about this, and I hate it. The Reaver's done. The Reaver needs to be here. Oh, it's all gone wrong. Oh, there's a goon attacking the bunker and it's dying. Okay, bunker's down. Siege
more
mode
tanks.
is not done.
Ah, but I think he could hold this from
Oh,
behind
yeah.
ground with the tanks.
Well, shuttle's about to be done. Once shuttle's done, then like this is going to get bullied really hard by the Reaver. But I mean, that run by was not the play. He didn't need the run by to win. He was going to win with the Reaver. He had a plan and he forgot what it was.
I
The
think
pla-
he didn't know that the siege mode is not researching, and that's why he wanted to kill off this tank 100%.
Oh, he's above the cliff, so he can't drop his Reaver. There's a tiny bit of terrain there that was just blocking him.
Oh, good trades for Dandy, I have to say. This Reaver's the only last thing he needs to kill. If he can kill this Reaver right now, he holds this.
That's going to be the
But-
money scarab. Never mind. 7 hit points
Oh, he
on
has to
the.
repair that tank. Yeah.
Yeah. Tech hasn't started his Nexus. I mean, that's a good one. I mean, Danny's still up 6 workers. There we go.
Oh, nice shots, yeah. Oh, will the tank survive? No, it will not. And with that, I think...
Oh, we still have it.
Tank could do
Scarab.
it.
Scarab.
Okay, siege
I-
mode is done.
Dandy. Tech's only just started that, but Dandy has more workers. Double Reaver though. Okay. You got to target those tanks then, Tech. You can't just. You see now the high hit point Reaver is the low hit point Reaver. Now he can't do anything. He didn't take out a tank.
Yeah, both Reavers are low. He cannot really drop it out anymore.
He's done enough. Like his Nexus is basically done. The work he can to be. Oh, his Nexus half done. As long as he doesn't lose his Reavers.
Yeah, but Dandy's still ahead in workers, and there are 4 tanks, and there's only 1 single goon on the map. Okay, 2 goons on the map, and those 2 Reavers. If the Reavers die, then he can just push, I think. He has the mine and the vulture speed as well.
And this is messy. But it's so when Tech was trying to break the high ground, he moved his shuttle up and left along the cliff while mashing the Reaver unload button. But the Reaver's like, can't land. I'm on a tiny bit of terrain, and it never was able to unload because the shuttle was moving just parallel to the line. That was frustrating to watch, and I'm sure it was very frustrating for Tech just to be mashing that button with 2 goons desperately fighting tanks, wondering where their reinforcements were. So it's stabilized at this point. Dandy's getting his armory, and Tech is just doing a loose Reaver container and expanding. Yeah, 6 workers behind is a big deal.
Yeah, Dandy is definitely got the better end of this, and now he can just play safe, make sure that he do not take further damage here. He needs to be very safe when moving out here, but he doesn't have to move out at this moment. He has still time.
Yeah. No comsat, so he has no idea what's going on. He has no idea if that was like a quick nexus behind that, and now Tech has 4 bases, or if it was what it was, which was a very late nexus behind that.
Okay,
Oh, shuttle, you don't want to go there. That's not where you want to be. And Dandy just with the 4-pack and armory. Looks like Dandy is interested in closing this one out again. This time, no observer inside his base as well. Although I think Tech might also be the kind of person who would just make 10 gateways blind. If Tech's actually going 6-pack, he'll make 10 gateways. If he doesn't get you going 10 gate, might still make 6 gateway or 10 gateways.
And I mean, he got 2 games where Dandy basically did the 6 factory, almost the same build order, except the opening, of course. And he is doing it here now, so if he just assumes he's doing it again, then he's correct. But again, the worker count is different here. I mean, it's closing, so the difference is closing, but still, Dandy had a lot more workers for a long time, and I think the tank count also is a little bit higher than in the previous games, so this will be a lot harder for Tech. He needs those.
He does have that fast archives. That fast archives means that he does have the ability to make it a High Templar Storm drop game much earlier, or like storming on top of the push. No Zealot legs, which is unfortunate.
Okay, Storm starting immediately this time. Last game he forgot it, so that was a problem. The robotics, he needs to make more shuttles. If he loses his robotics, it's out there. If Dandy pushes out a little bit, he can kill that robotics. And
that's a very good point. Yeah, I hadn't even considered that, but yeah, he's only got the 1 shuttle and he will lose it in the first one. I do like Tech's decisions with the Storm though. I think that like Dandy's ahead obviously, but I think Dandy's 6-pack is actually not going to do as well as we would expect. Tech has the tools. He's got a bunch of gateways. He's got Storm. He's got High Templar. He's got a decent economy.
It will be Storm Templars without shuttle, so that could be a problem if the Templars are just walking in and Dandy is good at targeting. That
I mean,
maybe he doesn't get a single Storm off.
If you storm the vultures, it's still fine because the vultures do most of the tanking in this build.
Yeah, I agree.
You just have to storm something. Oh, 74 energy.
Yeah.
Never mind. The other High Templar just
getting a
running
storm
back to
off to storm something.
Yeah, if you storm the vultures, that's still great because then the Zealots can get on. He's building more shuttles. He's listening to you, clearly.
Yeah, all this discussion, I mean, I expected Dandy to kill the robotics, but I guess he doesn't know it's there. So now Tech actually built another shuttle, and now he has 2 shuttles.
A slow Reaver walked into his base. I mean, where can it didn't cross the map.
Of course. Yeah, but maybe it's a little bit further away. Yeah. But yeah, he kills it. But Tech did manage to get a 2nd shuttle out, and this 2nd shuttle is loading in some Templars in the natural right now.
Not a fan of Tech's gateway positioning now. He's blocked off one of his... Okay, he does need to storm all over this army or he just loses the game.
Wait, is there an observer? There are mines in front of the rally point. I don't see an observer. Okay, it's in the middle. Oh, that's too late. Maybe?
He's got Aviva, he has the High Templar in the shuttle. But yeah, look, Dandy's going to get set up. Dandy's just going to get his positioning set up. Zelot Lexar isn't undone either. Oh, this is not the dream.
Okay, where are the storms? No, they are both killed. He got them focused. No storms.
There goes the
Reavers
Reavers
are
too.
dying.
Yeah.
This is it.
You tried tech, but it just didn't come together that game.
Man, he had the robotics out there and he had to make a second shuttle. He only had the single observer on the map, and that was in the middle of the map. But he had a bunch of mines in front of the 20 units sitting at tech's ready point, and those units could not move out, and that's what allowed Dandy to set up.
Yeah, because those ramps between the low ground in the middle and the high ground on either side, you do need to dominate those ramps to play this matchup, and Dandy was just able to roll straight up the ramp and set up. It was... That ramp is
You need
where
to
we
be
needed to have the goons, the Reavers, and the storms engaging.
Exactly.
Those goons running in there, that was... His goons all died to mass SCVs clumped up a few seconds before the Reaver showed up. It's like, if you just wait just a little bit, there's going to be a Reaver there, and there's SCVs going to die. But then the Reaver shows up and there's 4 dead goons, and the Reaver can't do shit. It's just,
Yeah,
the
I
pieces
also...
didn't come together.
Yeah, I definitely agree. He did not use the goons correctly there. The run in with the 4 goons that you mentioned, but also after that, when he had his shuttle and Reaver already, he kept rallying in more goons, and they died to like 3 Marines and 2 tanks on the high ground. They just run in and fight them from low ground to high ground one by one. So he definitely lost like 3 or 4 goons basically for free while he was microing the shuttle and the Reaver there. So yeah, I didn't really like the execution of tech there.
I would quite like to see a 12 Nexus, just because Dandy has communicated that what he wants to do is just gasless expand.
6 facts, yeah.
Yeah. If you're going to run into gasless expand 6 fact, just take a 12 Nexus. 12
Yeah,
Nexus,
counter.
and then like make a gateway, then make another Nexus. Fuck it.
Okay, so let's see. Both players are just building the normal buildings here, no gases yet. We should see Tech's gas soon. It's not a 12 Nexus, he got the gateway here.
Guys, this is of course the old map version that doesn't really have much in terms of terrain features in the vertical. Do you think this will be an advantage for Terran?
Yes, I do. If like Dandy with his 6 facts, they've been horizontal each time so far, and horizontal is much more difficult to push than vertical. Tech is going to actually have to do like proper Viva micro, or he's going to have to do maybe counterattack, something to buy time, because you can't just dominate the ramps in these locations, and you can't get good angles.
Yeah, I think these positions definitely favor the attacker in the games, yeah.
So we
Dandy
had
Dandy so far.
Sziky and Dandy played a playtest game on this map a long time ago. I wonder if Dandy is hosting the games on that map. Freakling, is that what's happening? Instead of like the newer version?
That's probably the reason, yes.
Because you guys distributed the same file version to all the players, but Dandy had played on that a while back,
Yeah, but
so it was probably in his folder or something.
often if players already have a map version, they don't really check if there's a new one. Just use the one they have. So
Oh, so that's
It's
what's
a
going
new
on.
explanation.
Okay.
We have ourselves a 2-fac. Now, I like 2-fac close
Oh.
position vertical a lot more than if it was horizontal or not close position. However, Tech appears to be just going for the 23 neck standard opener, and it is possible to hold it. It's not easy. But if Tech goes 23 necks, 25 robo, 29 gate, 30 gateway, he will have the tools he needs.
Yeah, the interesting part is after the robotics, you need to get 2 gateways fast. We saw in previous games where Tech only got 2 gateways and then got into a 3rd base, and then he will die to this. He needs to add the 3rd gateway as soon as possible after the robotics.
So far, he's following the build to the ladder. This is 20 feet neck, 20 feet pylon, probe. Like this is exactly what he wants to be doing. The robo timing really does matter because your observer will come out like as the vulture flood hits you. Oh, he made a goon before robo. 25. Okay, so 27 robo, not 25. That
Okay, now
actually might be an issue.
gateways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, just something as minor as doing goon robo rather than robo goon, because we're gonna have to see the observer timing. But yeah, now it's 2 gateways, as MasterRey says. This is, you need to have 3 gateways to hold this timing.
Oh, they're
29.
coming. They need to come now.
Yeah.
This is the supply, 30. Okay, he's building another goon and he's only getting a single gateway.
Yeah. This is a mistake. It's I mean it's silly, but it's just one of the things about how the build works, where you have to follow the rule.
What if you guys are wrong?
Then
Yeah.
somebody messed up their micro.
Of course. Yeah.
But like, so the vulture speed and mine are coming right now. Observatory only just started, and he doesn't have the ability to see. Now he knows what's going on. He's like, oh shit, there's 3 tanks there, but it's too late. The gateway's not done. He's not even starting another gate. He's building probes.
He's starting more probes. Oh
Tech,
my.
you have no
oh
fear.
My, oh my.
You need some fear, Tech. You need at least a little bit of fear.
Is he starting robotic support bay now? Look at this probe. Yeah, okay, never mind. The fight is starting here.
Okay,
3 goons against 3 tanks.
Yeah. That goon on the high ground looks like it could do something, but it's not. Yeah, he's just gonna bail. He recognizes that there's no way he can hold this. He's fucked it up. Now the observer is okay. So this is the time we were talking about the observer. Wait, you went 27 robo instead of 25. 25 robo. That observer is there as the vultures push into the natural. 27 robo, it's not. It actually does make a huge difference. Picking up a tank is nice.
It's still good for Tech here, I think. The micro so far, but he doesn't have the units he wanted to. But the micro of Dandy is not quite good enough. The first tank died immediately. He did not pull it back. So in the end, Tech could hold this.
Yeah, the vultures came in late and there were no mines there. And now it's just a bunker, but the goon can outrange the bunker. This is... Dandy has screwed this up, but Tech has made some very odd decisions here. Staying on the 2 gate, going towards the Reaver. I feel really vindicated by that 25 robo versus 27 robo thing as well, where the observer came out in time to recover the natural, but not in time to hold the natural. It's such a small thing, but it does make a difference if you go goon robo versus robo goon. Yeah,
Oh,
losing
nice
those
attempts
tanks
by
is silly.
Dandy. But
Because
yeah.
the tanks do all the damage here.
Not micro tanks. Yeah.
And now
not enough.
Dandy's far behind, so it shows what I know. I was there saying, well, 2 gateways, Tech is dead, but turns out that Tech is alive and well.
Okay, but Dandy is not stopping.
Dandy might want to
he is
stop.
still
There's a
rallying.
Reaver out. How is Tech still on 2 gateways? He just has no fear. Yeah, you want to turn that shuttle around, Tech. You got to do something about these tanks.
Oh, and there's a sweet spot between the tanks where they don't reach. There's the Reaver, and it will just kill the tanks.
Oh, Reaver ran away. Reaver says, fuck this shit, I'm out. There we go. Yeah, Danny's in trouble now. He's behind 7 workers, he's behind a base. Tech's still on 2 gateways. Just at 0 fear. Oh, and here comes the Reaver. It doesn't have a Zealot with it, so it's actually going to do way less than it should.
But delaying that command center. This is
Yeah.
basically securing your advantage here. Ah, not shooting. Unfortunate there.
Yeah, like one Zealot or something in the shuttle would just make that so much more powerful, because it would just anything to take the first tank volley. But he's up 10 workers. If Tech loses this one, something's gone wrong.
Yeah, he was greedy enough. He made additional probes after scouting the move out and still hold it. You really should win this game from this point on.
I don't know about that pylon wall there. Walling his base away from his...
Yeah.
whatever. It's... Okay, does he have any observers in there yet? No, he never sent his first observer across the map. It's... I feel like that's a mistake. He does... Because Dandy knows he's really far behind, but if Dandy has to do something weird. And whenever your opponent is in a position where they have to just like make some kind of all-in, you want to take extra precaution to scout. Okay, this time he's going for the fast arbiter. Stargate's archives. I like that play by Tech.
Yeah, this time he has the economy lead from the beginning and he can do something like that. He doesn't need to add mass gateways at this point because he crushed the first attack, so now we see a kind of different game here with Tech being a big advantage with Arbiter.
Yeah, I do want to see him maybe make a second Stargate. Or do what Oya did, which is just start your +1 air, do arbiters for a little bit, then rotate into the carriers. Pick up that Viva, please. Yep. Was it worth it? 2 shots on the shuttle, so 2 shots on the bunker. I don't think that was worth it.
I don't think so.
No probes going to that third base. Let's hit the decorative third base.
Now they're coming. Yeah, so what's Dandy's plan here? He is adding those 2 additional factories to bring him up to 4. But will he add 2 more? Usually he added 2 more once those 3rd and 4th factories were like 50%, 60% complete. Let's see if he is doing it again.
So Tech has had a observer here for the last like 3 minutes, and he hasn't once shown any interest in what Dandy might be doing inside his base. And it's not like Dandy's hiding it. Like,
yeah,
you gotta sometimes look in your opponent's base and see what they're doing. It's a bit sneaky, it's a bit underhand, but you know, it's just what it takes to win this game sometimes.
He probably thinks he's far ahead from the beginning. He can just play his game and he doesn't need any scouting information to win it.
That's how you lose games.
Yep.
No, that like just started. Okay, observer is at the... Come on, you observe, just move the observer to the right. You have like 4 observers outside his base and you still don't know what he's doing. How is this? This is the weirdest ratio of observers to scouting information I've ever seen.
Okay, so he's double upgrading, by the way. He is getting his Arbiter now. It's halfway done. Probably researching Stasis soon, I hope.
Yeah,
and he
like
already has 8 gateways as well. Is 8 gateways enough to kill 6 factories with an Arbiter and double upgrades?
It depends on the flank. I mean, this is vertical rather than horizontal. Every other one has been horizontal. This one here, he will actually need to get a good angle. And Dandy's only now, so Tech's only now realizing the bad news. He goes, wait a second, 6 fac, 4 games in a row.
Yeah, so if they were even in the beginning, so if this
so
attack,
I have
opening didn't
some
happen,
news for
yeah.
you. Dandy only just finished his academy. Dandy has no comsat. And the Arbiter's done.
Okay, he has a composite building now. And
He's
yeah,
only going to
that's a
have 2
problem.
scans. Heck, please build some more gateways.
But
It's your
there's no
favorite
stasis.
Stasis is...
I think this is a good push if the game was even. But it's not. Tech was ahead from the beginning, and I think now with that, Tech will just crush.
Yeah, he's up 50 supply. I mean, there's no shuttles, there's no storm. he's still going to need to get a really good angle on this. Okay, that was one of the 2 scans that's already been used. There was exactly 1 scan left.
He has to
I
work
think
a lot with mines.
Yeah, I think just invisible units might decide this one. Or just like 1 DT. If Tech sent 1 DT, that would be enough to actually win the game. Just because it would force the use of the second scan. Where are the
4
Zealots?
Goliaths, no?
Where are the Zealots?
4 Goliaths are killing the Arbiter. 1 more shot.
Oh, yeah, there we go. And the Zealots just didn't want to be in that fight. The Zealots are just chilling at the top. They're just having fun. Tech, what's happening in this game? They're just not fighting. Do something, Zealots. Okay, there we go. Now we're on top of the tanks.
Yeah, he has just way too much units. So this went as well as you could have for Dandy, killing that Arbiter, pushing right before stasis finish and everything, but no shuttles again. But I mean, Tech just had too much because he was ahead from the beginning.
1 DT would have been so nice there.
Yeah.
Because Dandy had 1 scan total. If you send 1 DT to slow his push, it goes down to 0 DT. It's like 0 scans and you have an Arbiter. The game's just over there.
Then again, he never scouted the main base of Dandy, so he didn't know that there was no vessel coming.
He does have good observer coverage around the base though. He's still only on his 8 gateways. His upgrades are really good this game. He's got 1-1 with 2-2 coming against +1 only.
Yeah, he's basically replacing the difference in gateways with Arbiter tech and double upgrades, which is fine, I guess. If your units are more tech heavy and stronger because of the upgrades, it's fine to have a few less gateways, to have a few less units. And now he's adding at least 1 more gateway.
And Dandy's main is mined up.
Yeah, this is the last attack of Dandy. Can he do it?
I wouldn't mind seeing like a few units going around the left-hand side and just delaying that third base of Dandy. Because Dandy can't push and also deny take his third. It's 100 energy on the Arbiter. There's only 4 tanks.
Okay, there are 4 tanks in one spot. There is
Yeah.
stasis, and there are like 30 goons. No, okay, 20 goons
Yeah,
maybe.
yeah.
The
Tech
Arbiter's
sees it.
coming.
Tech sees exactly what you're talking about. Yep, there you go. Good luck defeating all of these goons with no tanks.
1 tank. Don't lie.
And also, you can't see them. It's not only do we have a bajillion goons, they're also invisible. Tech takes it. 2-2. Series has been evened up. I did not believe in him the 2-pack. I had 0 faith in our man Tech, but I mean, it's clearly he knows something we don't, because he had no fear. He sees it's going to be a 2-pack and he just says, okay, 2 gateways, that's enough. I can hold with 2 gateways.
Yeah, so Tech is not interested in finishing this game. He has the 4th base. He's sending another probe to the top left main position here, or the natural at least. So he wants to play it safe, which is fine, I guess. He doesn't know how far he is ahead. He said
1-0
almost
upgrades
7
with
fly.
There's no science facility started, there's no +1 armor started. Okay, science facility just started, so yeah, I think Tech's going to have 3-3 before Dandy has 1-1 or 2 anything.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, this is the get out of the game move.
Well, there are the Daleks, and this is it.
Dandy still has no science vessel. He just can't see the units he's fighting.
He has a lot of scans, so.
It's just that the tech difference between them is just crazy. It's one of them is just on their early factories with a +1 upgrade, and the other one's on the arbiters with recall.
Okay, thanks a lot for the raid, Dreamer, with 66 people. Thank you.
I bet on tech. Nice.
Yeah, so for anyone who is here now from Dreamer and doesn't know what's going on, this is the first tournament of one of the 4 final maps from the New Worlds map contest. We have a very fresh map here. It's liked by many people voted for it, and we see 8 top level players playing on this map here, and we are currently in a match between Dandy and Tech, and you are now witnessing the last game of this best of 5. It's 2-2, and we are jumping in now.
So we've seen Dandy go for a regular factory expand into 6-fac. Just it's a gasless expand into 6-fac, another gasless into 6-fac, a 2-fac into expand into 6-fac. What do you think we're going to see this game?
Something into 6-fac is my guess.
It does seem likely, doesn't it? I think if I ever
I
run into
think so.
Dandy on ladder again, it's I'm just going to blind counter the 6-fac.
Dandy should just make like 2 hidden expansions at the other side of the map now.
It would work. It's not like Tech's going to take a look inside his main. That's cheating. It's a pity too, because game 1, like Tech just flew his observer straight in. He put his robo right on the edge of the cliff. Observer beeline across the map, on top of the factory. He sees the 6-fac, easy game. And then this game, Dandy didn't even try and hide, and Tech just wasn't interested in looking. It's a bit hit and miss, because Tech clearly knows what he should be doing. Because he can do it. It's just he doesn't always. Okay, who am I going to predict on this time?
I'm not sure.
3k on Dandy.
I-
That's what I'm going with.
So both players are getting their gases. No gasless expansions here. No 12 nexus. We have a vertical spawn again, so no ramps between the 2 players on this map, on these positions. And the scouts are going the right direction for both players here. So, does this favor anyone? If you have a pretty normal gas opening for both players and both players have the full scouting information, do you think any player has an advantage here?
This is going to be nice for Protoss, I think, just because he's going to be able to... Like, Terran always gets in, because SCVs have a million hit points. But Tech is going to be able to see that it's not a 2-fac if it isn't a 2-fac. He's going to see the SCVs come off the gas. And that's... If your opponent went 2-fac against you last game, it's always nice just to know that it's not happening again. Because it has to be in his mind. He's going for the range before Goon again. I think that's fine. Oh, 20 hit points on the SCV. 15, 10. Oh.
Oh, he loses the probe.
That's unfortunate. It's just one SCV staying on gas, so Tech should be reasonably confident that it is not a 2-fac, it's just going to be a generic factory expand. I would have minded seeing the Goon before the range against a scouted factory, but it's fine either way. It doesn't really make a huge difference. Nice Maiko, that was very nice stuttering. Because that wasn't a ranged Dragoon, but it looked like one.
Yeah, that's always important. Always feels good to kill off that scouting SCV. If it comes out of your base with like 30 HP, you know it will come back.
Something's happening in Dandy's main. Dandy has 5 Marines, he's building a 6th one, and the SCV just went back on gas. Something is going on. Oh,
Wow.
I don't agree with... Okay, so the problem is the Dragoon Ranger is going to be so quick that the Dragoon really should be bullying these Marines. And if the Dragoon's bullying these Marines and Dandy is still sending them out there and losing them, that to me screams there's no bunker, something weird's happening behind this.
Yeah,
Like,
the range is
Dragoon-
on now, and he's going.
Yeah, just take shots at the Marine and see what happens. And that's exactly what Tech is doing. And now...
And now he sees.
Yeah, now he sees, wait a second, there are 6 Marines, and what are you doing? I mean, what is Dandy doing, though? Where's the, where's the starport? Where's the second... Dandy, what is this? You suddenly, you made 6 Marines, you put all of your SCVs back on gas, in fact 7 Marines. Puts all his SCVs back on gas, and this is all in aid of, what, a late CC? With 250 gas? This is just very weird.
Yeah, it's like a FD, but with too much gas.
Yeah. And like the probes can deal with this.
Killing a good amount of probes here.
Yeah, but he's got 2 nexuses. The CC is so late that it's. Remember, all of these Marines are 50 minerals apiece. These are expensive units that he's getting no value from.
Well,
You maybe should have finished off the Vulture there, buddy, but whatever. Oh, there's no observatory. It's just a shuttle. Okay, Tech, what's going on? Why have you lost all your probes? Okay, now we start... Oh, that's the support bay. Okay, never mind. We didn't want a observatory. Mines are overrated anyway.
oh, the mines! Oh no! I can't believe it. So last game, Tech holds an attack that he shouldn't hold, and this time he doesn't hold an attack that he should hold.
Yeah. It just needs observer. Just one factory gets 2 gates.
Okay,
It's just
at
one
least
low hit
kills
point
that
tank.
Vulture.
Just having fun. That tank's just having the time of his life.
Oh my god, he's trying to do the micro against the mines, but that doesn't work if there are other attacking units in range.
Oh, it's all
no.
gone wrong. Oh no, he got the tank. Okay,
He got the
that's fine.
tank at least, yeah.
One observer is all you need, Tech. One observer. That attack never should have worked. Just random 7 Marines and a tank and a dream. Okay, Reaver's done. Let's see if the... No, there's turrets up. It's... Heck, this is not the dream.
Dandy's had 13 workers, and Tech is not mining from his natural.
And this
So,
Reaver is heading
Reaver has
to a
kill
bad
like
part of town.
15 worker.
There's a Vax behind there already. It's Reaver, that is not where you want to be. Danny's already got multiple factories behind us. Okay, observer's done. The old 740 observer timing. That was up like a 25 robo as well. That was impossibly late.
So the question is Dandy following it up with a 6 fact again? He has 3 right now. This is an unusual amount if we look at the previous games. So will he still add 3 more? That's the question.
Well, Tech is going mass scouts, clearly.
Wow, far scarier. Maybe if Dandy doesn't see this.
Dandy has Academy on the way. It's
Ah, yeah, okay. I see it.
And Tech, you can't be afford to be losing gas units if you're going 2 base carrier, and you need to be mining that second gas too. And getting your +1. I mean, there's no way that Tech wins this, surely. That was such a weird attack. Just 7 Marines just wandering in. But the mines just kept him pinned for so long, and he couldn't kill that one tank with 50 hit points because there was a mine. Okay, the comsats are on their way. question is, where does the scans hit? If the scans hit the carriers, that is just on CD and going.
I don't see how they cannot hit the carriers. I mean, where do you scan as a Terran? Do you scan the Nexus? I don't think so. You can't really have a lot. You have to scan a little bit right or a little bit down from the Nexus, and then you will see the tech. I don't think he can miss this. So let's see.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about my bet on Dandy right now. This is, if he never... Okay, there's 3 more factories coming down. He hasn't
Yep,
scanned
6
it, but he
picks
doesn't
again.
care. He doesn't know what's going on, he doesn't care. It's
Big stack all the way.
perfect counter to
And
carriers
make
would be an
both.
armory and a 6-fact push. Perfect
my God,
counter to
make
not
this-
scouting anything. Still the same build.
He is saving up the scans because he got killed by an Arbiter last game. And then the carriers win the game. Imagine that.
I mean, even the thing is he's blind countering, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether he knows it's carries or not, he's gone for a 6-pack armory build.
Is he making Goliaths or not?
He's
I
making
don't
4
see.
Goliaths. But he
Okay,
hasn't
he's-
scanned it, because I've
But
turned off
only
text
4.
vision. I
4
turned
are
off
not
vision.
enough.
4 are going to be fine. The carriers are going to have no interceptors by the time tech pushes. Actually, no, sorry, but Dandy's waiting for his +1. Okay, they will have interceptors, but at the same time, there's only going to be 2 carriers. Okay, that's 1 scan.
There
but
was
it's
a
at the
scan?
natural. That was at the natural, he's just an observer.
Observer. Okay.
Yeah, I only have tech vision on, so I only had Dandy vision on. I'm waiting for him to see. Okay, second 2 carriers are building.
I'm telling you, he's not scanning text main because he wants to save scans because of the Arbiter last game.
He's banking them for the next game. He's making sure that he has spares. He's taking his
the
SCVs
carriers
off
are
his
getting
gas.
loaded with interceptors.
SCVs off the natural gas. This is just vulture and go.
Yeah, there are no more Goliaths coming. There are 4 Goliaths. The carriers. But he's pushing. I think this is early enough. The
Yeah.
carriers only now have 6 interceptors, and they will take too long to kill 4 Goliaths, and the rest of the army will crush everything Tech has.
It's funny though that he's got 100 energy on 1 scanner, 100 on the other, and he doesn't know about the carriers. This +1 timing though, this coming in, the attack coming in right as the +1.
Oh, the carriers are just now on 5 interceptors. We didn't have the upgrade earlier. Oh.
It takes a long time to build interceptors anyway. Like even if
Yeah.
it might just be that he just interceptors take longer than you think. Okay, 2
Yeah,
Goliaths
I mean,
down.
he will eventually maybe kill this army, but he will have nothing left by that time.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's,
and then one! Oh, survives with 9 HP.
he's taking so much damage from the tanks though. Like it's the amount of free damage the carriers are dealing out is much less than the amount of free damage the tanks are dealing out.
Yeah.
We're up to 4 carriers, but yeah, it doesn't matter. It must be quite surprising though when you push across the map and there's carriers. That's what he gets for not scanning. Oh, he saves the tanks too.
Oh, man.
He's put the SCV
Yeah,
straight
but-
back on gas. It's
Tech was forced to kill the vultures in its main first, so the tanks
Yeah.
can get away. And now there are too many Goliaths anyways. I mean, he has 4
Yeah.
carriers and a dream, but this dream is a nightmare.
yeah, it's not like Dandy even had to modify what he had. Dandy goes, oh, you've got carriers? Okay, well, I'll take all these factories I already have, and this army I already have, and I guess I'll build Goliaths. It's like... Dandy was exactly where he wanted to be for dealing with carriers.
So the question is, can the 18 workers of Tech mine enough minerals for him to replace his interceptors? I don't think so.
No, it's 17 now, he just lost another one. He's getting his +1 out at least. He's had to cancel his 5th and 6th carrier. So it is just 4 carries in a dream, as you said. Yeah, it's time to get out of this game. 3 carries in a dream.
No interceptors in the dream.
That early game was weird. It takes the SUVs off gas, builds a factory, then waits a while, and then he puts the SUVs back on gas, but not for the second factory, not for the starport, for the mine upgrade.
Well, GG. That's 3-2 for Dandy there. He advances to the next round.
I'm going to take a minute or two as a break, but you guys can start on our ops through Discord if you want. And just celebrate all my channel points.
Okay. So, next up, we have Dewalt versus Sziky. The
Hi.
first PvZ here. I hope you guys are excited. I don't actually remember a PvZ or seeing a PvZ on this map so far, so this will be great. Of course, the different versions of the map that we have seen, and with the knowledge that there's an even newer version than what was played in this tournament, that changes the PvZ a lot, I think, because there were some difference in the choke of the natural, and I mean the choke of the natural is a very important part of PvZ, with Zerglings trying to run through, with Hydra busts and so on. So yeah, I'm really curious to see this, and maybe we can also get a little bit of information later on what was changed in the newest version of the map. But yeah, let's see what happens here. Yeah,
So, yeah, what was changed? The 3 and 9 o'clock expansions aren't any longer just flat low ground expansion like on circuit breakers, but there's a bit of low ground in front of the graze, so the base itself just has an even ground choke, and instead there's a little low ground pit between the vertical positions now. The natural choke got opened up, and some minerals got optimized, and gases changed and stuff like that. There's an additional mineral patch on the close thirds now, for example. And that's pretty much the significant changes.
Okay, nice. Thanks. So, so naturals have opened up a little bit, so that makes it a little bit easier for Zergs to attack in the newest version, right? But in this version that was played here,
the version that's right now, the picture that's on the screen right now is the newest version.
So I think, just to clarify, guys, all the players were given the same map version, and I think what Freakling just said should be reflected in all the games. What happened with Dandy vs Tech is he playtested an old version, and I think he hosted the games versus Tech, and he used the old version that we had sent him and not the new one. So I'm guessing that's the only matchup where we'll see that older version, unless, you know, Dandy hosted again because he advanced to the next round. That's the only time I think we might see the older version. So all the players receive the same updated map file, but Dandy just posted the old one for some reason. For anybody who's just tuning in, I wanted to quickly summarize what the hell's going on. We got a really cool new event. It's called the New Worlds Map Contest. It's organized by map makers. First, we asked people to submit maps. It was open to everybody. The author of Neil Sylphid, Eclipse, and Ascension, his name is Latius, even he submitted a map. We received 33 maps, I believe from 17 map makers. So some map makers submitted more than one map. And then what happened was the map makers sort of screened all the submissions to make sure that they fit the criteria. And the criteria of this contest was a standard-ish, comfortable map, kind of like broadly defined to allow some leeway. So after that screening, As you can see in the second box here, 21 submissions remained. Also, some of the maps were, I think they were counted out by some of the map makers. Like, map makers who had submitted more than one map, they said, you know what, we're going to withdraw some of our submissions and just keep 1 or 2 in, because they have a limited amount of time and they can't update and revise their maps. So we had 21 submissions remain. In the next stage, which is really cool and what I want to talk about, is we asked the public to vote on their top 12 maps. Those 12 maps would make it into the semifinals. The public was basically on TL.net. We created a thread. It received over 100 voters and over 10,000 views. A lot of people voted, and they listed their top 12 maps. And those 12 maps are on the screen. Also, we asked for judges to vote. So this was the first kind of, I guess you can say, experiment with the system that we had. We had 4 judges score all the maps, and then we asked TL people to vote. We also asked map makers to cast their votes. So you had all these different groups vote for 12 maps. And you can see which 12 made it, starting with Wavelet and then working all the way down. After we got those 12 maps in, the map makers revised them. A little time went by, I think maybe a week. And then we opened it up to public voting again, and we asked everyone to vote on their favorite 4 maps. With that voting system, I think it was just TL users mainly, which consisted of players. A lot of top foreigners voted as well, and many other, A and S rankers. The whole point of this contest series as a map maker is really try to get your map into the top 4. And that's what happened. The public votes came in with the 4 finalist map public voting system. We didn't have judges and all those other groups vote. It was just basically open up to the public, and I think that's how they're going to do it in the future. You can see the 4 maps that were selected out of the 12 maps. So those 4, starting with Wavelet, it got 51 votes. Tundra is another map that made it into the top 4. Good Night is the 3rd map that made it into the top 4, and Sanctuary. You can see 5th place, 6th place, and down. It was somewhat close. Congratulations to the finalists. What happens when you make it into the top 4? Basically, a whole tournament is organized on your map. So today we're broadcasting an entire tournament on the map Wavelet by Freakling CrystalDrag. Once all 4 tournaments are completed, we will ask the public once again to vote on their favorite map out of the 4 maps that were featured in 4 tournaments. So it's assumed that people watched the tournaments, they saw how the games were played on that map, and they picked their favorite map out of the top 4 maps. And whichever map gets selected, gets the most votes that is, there's a prize for the winner. So just to sum up, you get a bunch of maps submitted. You end up with a top 4. You organize 4 separate tournaments on them. And then you ask people to vote on their favorite map, and then we select the number 1 at the end. There's prizes, as I mentioned, for the winning tournament players. And there's a prize for the winning map maker at the end. The map makers also created a smaller prize for the best new mapper. It's basically someone who's a new mapper, and his or her map received the most votes relative to other new mappers. For this contest series, it was SC Spider. As you can see, number 5, Terraform by SC Spider. He's a new map maker. He received a new map maker prize. And he gets 25% of the prize pool that's dedicated to awarding the map maker. But SC Spider, being a good guy that he is, I think he decided to donate that prize to the tournament player prize pool. Big shout out to him for doing that. So yeah, guys, this is basically the summary of the New Worlds Map Contest. I think it's cool because it has so many different groups involved, map makers, players, and the public. I don't think there's any event you can think of where the public actually has like a stake in the whole event and can influence its trajectory. In this case, the public basically votes on the maps that get, advance to the next round and finally get featured in 4 tournaments. And they pick the number 1 map in the end. So we're really hoping to do more of these contests in the future. This first one, of course, we're just broadcasting the first tournament on the first finalist map. We will have 3 more tournaments to broadcast this month and next month. And the next series won't start for several months because it takes some time for map makers to create their maps. It takes some time for us to ask for votes and all that good stuff. But yeah, that's basically the cool new event that broodwarmaps.net has put together. I want to congratulate them for working really hard to build a community of map makers who are interested in carrying out these kind of events. And one thing I guess I should mention is that one of the goals is to showcase these maps for event organizers to adopt in their map pools. And I believe these maps are also going to be submitted to ASL map contests. The broadcast events that we have and the replays also help tournament organizers sort of assess how well a map plays out, how balanced it is. So that's sort of another aspect of this contest series, is to get more foreign-made maps into events. Is there anything that comes to mind, MasterRey or Kwark, when you're thinking about this contest series?
No, I'm just happy to see like new maps, and hopefully they become part of the map pool. I can't believe that there are like maps like Wavelet that are being made now, and I'm playing on Plasma. Like this is, we need to see these maps.
Would you rather play on Wavelet than a map in the ladder pool right now?
Yeah, like definitely prefer to Plasma. I think it's better than Optimizer.
Really?
And I think which other maps I don't like. There's
What about Benzene? Really?
Yeah, Benzene's crap.
Okay.
Yeah,
well.
it's always good to see new maps. Maps are basically the backbone of balancing StarCraft. StarCraft has not received balance patches in the last, 18 years or so. And maps are important to keep the game fresh and balance the game. And it's always really, really important to keep the map making community alive, to bring new maps to the scene, to keep it fresh for everyone. And this is a great contest to do something like that.
Alright guys, we're gonna get into Dewalt vs Sziky next. Any predictions?
There's only one opponent who I wouldn't bet on Dewalt over, so
And that's
I've got to bet on
Bonnet?
Dewalt. Yeah.
Did I hear Bonnet?
Just any game that Dewalt is in and Bonnet isn't, I bet on Dewalt.
Okay,
It's-
yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't think you can do something else here. People who predict for Sziky have lost control of their lives, and I would say 3-1 for Dewalt here.
Okay, so cross map. That's interesting. We have Sziky as the white Zerg in the top right, Dewalt as the light, I'm going to say green, cyan color, Protoss in the bottom right. And cross map, which means it is going to be dominated by those high grounds and low grounds running the length of the map.
Yeah, I think on maps like Shakura's Temple, we have seen a lot of lurker contains, but really late lurker contains, not the early lurker contains in the natural, but the late game, or yeah, the mid game lurker contains, where Zergs try to basically have a huge lurker field in the middle of the map of Shakura's plateau, and basically denying the Protoss from reaching the center of the map. We could see something like that here, where Zerg can try to have some lurkers on the high ground. But I think on this map it's not that easy because the Protoss can run around other ways here.
Yeah, also on Shakura's temple, the thing is that there's just a huge high ground. Well, the whole center is a huge high ground, and you can push all the way to basically any base of your opponent and kind of contain them up a ramp there. Here, you actually have to go through a low ground in the center, so any lurker strategy would be more defensive on your own side of the map.
Yeah.
So Dewalt goes going for the gateway expand, and that's cross position is not what he wants to see when he does this, but he should still be able to get away with like a 2 Zealot Nexus even against the overpull. My first thought looking at this though is, where's Sziky going to place his third base? Is he going to go for the 9 o'clock? Is he going to go for the like 11:30?
I think it has to be the 11:30. It's just so close to your rally point. You can defend it very easily.
It does have
I
two
think it's the
entrances
safest
though.
option.
Because I'm
Yeah, but
I guess he can SimCity this just with like a defensive SimCity with like Evo in front of a sunken. He doesn't need
Exactly,
to try too hard.
yeah, most of the games I see on different maps, Zergs don't rely on really guarding the ramp anyways. They have their like 3 hatcheries or maybe 2 hatcheries and an evolution chamber, and they have their sunkens behind that in a nice way for drones to drill and so on. So I don't think you care too much about having 2 entrances there.
Only 2 links from Sziky, and they're just ignoring the Zealot running across the map. Another 2 links just made. He's also taking his gas before his 3rd hatchery. That's interesting to me. I like the Dwarf's just going to hold his vamp. He says it's only 2 links, I'm not going to be afraid. Just place him on the vamp. And his first Zealot coming home. Yeah, Dwarf's identified he can't do much here. It's cross position, but he doesn't need to build a forge. He's got enough here that he can defend his gateway, hold his vamp, and expand.
Yeah, and I think it's amazing that Sziky did not even try to get into the main. He knows that Zealot is on the ramp and there are probes on the ramp. It's nice. You see very high level here by Sziky as well.
Yeah, he's getting away with this quite late forge too. He could have actually done a core there, he would have been completely fine. He has 3 Zealots with a 4 coming, but he's just playing it safe.
That pylon is a little bit damaged, but I don't think Dewalt is gonna let it die.
No, the 4th Zealot's about to finish. And once the 4th Zealot comes out, he has enough.
Oh, but actually, it's red.
Yeah, he has enough though. He's just making it. Oh, no, yeah, he's just making it fun for the viewers.
Nice, so nice of Dewalt and Sziky here.
I'll put up a prediction, I guess. Hold on.
Oh, pylon goes down. But yeah, links are not going to go in. There's another pylon. Okay, so where do we go from here? This is a nice greedy opening by Dewalt. He got away with having a very late cannon. He has the gas, but the core actually, it's not too greedy. The core came after the cannon, I think. So okay, it will not be like a super fast core there. And meanwhile, Sziky is getting his lair. He got the 3rd base that we talked about at 11:30. And
Yeah.
he's streaming more Zerglings. That's interesting. Because he killed that pylon, maybe?
Walt should have a good idea of the lair time because he did see the extractor went down before the 3rd hatchery. He knows that gas can only be for lair.
Would it not be a Hydro Bust?
I think you do like 3rd hatchery, make some drones, then you go Hydroden in that situation.
Okay, Dewalt taking some fights here. He has more than enough Zealots. He can take those fights. It's completely fine. He replaced the pylon to make sure that his wall is a little bit easier to defend with less Zealots even. And behind that, he's getting the Stargate and the Citadel.
Yeah. This is a quick Spire though. This Spire is, I don't know if Dwarf's even going to get one Overlord here. Because, I mean, that's the, I think the difference between the free hatchery extractor and then the extractor after 2 hatcheries. It's just, it makes like a 20-second difference in the Spire timing. Obviously the Zerg sacrifices lava for that because they can't do enough with their third as quickly, but it's the Spire is basically done. The first Corsair is only finishing now.
I do have to mention, Dewalt did not see if there was a second extractor or not. I mean, we know that it just finished and there was no gas mine, but there could be Mutalisks now. And again, there's no pylon at the mineral line at the natural. I always hate when I see this. Like, he could not even start cannons there in the mineral line. But he's, well, I don't want to say lucky. He probably knew something, but there are no Mutalisks coming.
And here the Scourge. Yeah, so this Corsair is just being completely deflected. The Zealot counts pretty good though. And plus 1 and speed
now.
Plus 1 and speed have been synced up nicely.
Yeah. Nice.
Lings are just being annoying. Oh, are they gonna get? He's gonna get the Corsair, I think. Yeah, he gets the Corsair. That's very nice. Just it forces Dewalt to keep making stairs, and in fact he has been making stairs, so now he's just not gonna hit his critical mass on time. He's heading towards +1. He's heading towards 5 Corsairs, but he's now down 1. Yeah, Sziky with the strong SimCity heavy base.
Wall here. Exactly. He has Hydras behind the little wall. Those zealots are not going to do something. It's very important for the Protoss here to keep those zealots. You don't just want to run in and see how much you can kill. But this is actually a nice flank. This is not behind the wall, and now he can take the fight. This is pretty nice for Dewalt here, killing a lot of Lings with the +1 upgrade. Very nice trade. And he's keeping his zealots alive. So this is nice for Dewalt.
Yeah, and just forcing Hydra production. Just constantly forcing Hydra, because Sziky at this point wants to drone. It's you deflect the +1 speed lots, and then once they've been deflected, you're straight back into drones. It's kind of minimalist style. But by applying the pressure, he limits the drones. Although Sziky now just making 6 drones at once, which is what he wants to be doing.
So, what do you think about Dewalt not getting more Corsairs? He made a total of 5, but he lost 1, so now he has this pretty awkward number of 4 that could not kill Scourges if the Scourges fly in.
He should get a 5th one, obviously, but I think I agree with holding it at 5. He's got to get some value out of them, though. He's got to go hunting to find things. It's the 4 Overlords that are stacked up at the natural. That's obviously the target for him. But you can't just make a bunch of Corsairs and then get nothing.
Yeah.
And he's going hunting, but he's hunting in the wrong place. I mean, we can see this as observers. He can't, but... Oh, there's a DT coming as well. He's, okay. See if he can get any action with the DT, but he can't. And there goes another Corsair. So this has been a complete waste for him. He's invested 600 gas in 5 Corsairs and +1. And he has gotten nothing for it so far.
And the DT also not doing any damage. I mean, he can use it later, and he can also use the Corsairs later, but it's very hard to find good value later on. Nice storm, however.
Yeah, and he pins the Hydras up against the cliff as well, so the Hydras can't escape. And he's going to deny 9 o'clock. He might not know that he's denied 9 o'clock, but he has denied it.
Ah, he's keeping the DT there. That's a very nice play. So this DT still gets a lot of value now.
He only has 1 storm. He's got 2 High Templar, but 1 storm only. Oh,
but it's a nice one.
Yeah, it's a good one. But these Hydras come coming from behind and going to snipe the High Templar. He's overstayed. Oh, yeah. Corsairs are getting some value too. That's what you want with the Corsairs. If he still had 5 Corsairs, this would be a very different fight too. If you have 5 Corsairs and you're doing this, then it's use supply
But I
blocks.
feel like he
to
killed
do
only like 2 overlords, maybe only 1. I'm not even sure. There's one
Yeah.
overlord with 16 HP, and then there's another yellow overlord, and he lost 2 Corsairs very quickly. So I don't even think that he got a lot. So this was definitely a good trade for Sziky, and this happened because he only had that 1 storm because he invested so much gas into the Corsairs.
Yeah, that's I agree. It's if he had still got the 5 Corsairs and the +1 during that fight with the speedlots, even though he only had 2 storms, the Corsairs would have cleaned up. But because he was down to just 3 Corsairs, it was a different situation entirely. It was much more painful for him.
Yeah, and maybe we can take a look at the third base of Sziky. We talked about this earlier, about the Sim City, and okay, there's a little fight.
Those eggs.
Lurker.
Yeah, those Hydras were all completely dead, and he just eggs them all.
Okay, so about the Sim City in the third base, you can really see that Sunken Colony is not touchable. There's
Oh,
a perfect
that's
wall
all
from
dead.
the evolution chamber.
Oh, that's a misclick. That's a big misclick. He's even in supply now, and he's down 2 bases.
Yeah, all the trades were very nice for Sziky, and all the investment done into the Corsairs and the DTs didn't really accomplish a lot here, and he also lost a lot of zealots.
I mean, Dewalt he's got an okay army, but his army is worse than Zyky's army, and he's behind on eco. And Zyky's just building a Queen's Net. He's happy. He's heading to Hive. And if Dewalt had double Forge with 2-1 about to finish, I would think, okay, well, he can still dominate the later part of the mid game, but he doesn't. Dewalt doesn't have anything good going for him this game. There's nothing you look at
And
like,
he gets
okay,
on
well, at
top
least
of
Dewalt
the
has this.
Sentry.
Yeah,
Well, this is a very nice move here. He's not in a position to deny the space, unit-wise, but he still does it, I think.
There's no storms out of. His goons are doing so much work there, but the wrong way. His goons are just blocking the High Templar so badly.
But I mean, this
Yeah.
positioning is so nice for Dewalt. He doesn't have, or he shouldn't have the units to do this, but
Those storms. Oh. Sziky, that's a throw. That is a massive throw.
wow.
You can't run all of those hiders and lurkers down that kind of narrow choke.
Yeah.
'Cause, he's getting the High Templar out. That's the key thing here, is you cast the storms, and then you get out. If you...
Oh, but the zealots, they're targeting the egg and not the hatchery. Ah, hatchery
It's-
survives.
I think that's fine. If he lost the High Templar there, he'd be in no trouble, but he still has the High Templar, which means next fight, he's going to have the storms again. It's losing High Templar is so painful as Protoss, but if you keep them alive, then you can just reinforce with goons all day long.
Yeah, Sziky had some awesome trades throughout this game, but this last fight was perfect for Dewalt. I mean, they funneling all the units through this little ramp there, and Dewalt getting those storms off, and now he's doing it again. So he's attacking here, and he's just storming the ramp. You can really see it.
Yeah, this base is a liability. I don't think Dewalt actually wants to kill this base. I think Dewalt would be quite happy letting this base survive, just so Sziky keeps defending it. If that makes sense. If he breaks through, he'll just back off, leave it alive, and then attack again later. Because those ramps are just painful for Sziky.
Yeah. But at least this time Sziky has a lurker on the left side of this choke, so on the base itself, and some hydras. But here's another angle.
Oh, beautiful storm.
Oh, storms.
Oh, there's one High Templar.
Ah,
enter the
cast
bad
is
neighborhood.
perfect.
Yeah. Okay, so Hive is done. Crackling has started, but double forge for Dewalt as well as double upgrades for Sziky. So he's going to at least stay even on upgrades. It's the Defiler that's really going to be dangerous for him right now. He's got Mass Goon army. Mass Goon is able to dominate this right up until the Defiler's done. Then it's obviously not as fun.
There's no observer right now, so I don't think he can keep this pressure up. He can still pretend he has observers. Ah, okay, but there are 2 more coming, so he is just waiting for that, I guess.
And a 4th Nexus coming too. I like how he's expanding just along. So his expansions are covered by this this push he's doing here. Nice, good storm. Oh, the High Templar just getting blocked again. He does have storms, but his goons are just not letting him cast them. This must be so frustrating.
Oh, but there's another nice one. And this is a very nice quality of a good player here. Dewalt is not trying to rush in. He gets some good trades and he's not A-moving into everything. He's just staying there and getting more and more nice storms.
Yeah, it's like I was saying, this angle here is so incredibly good for him. I don't know if he even wants to kill this base. It might actually be profitable for him just to keep a fight going at this base for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and one of the worst mistakes you can do as a Protoss player in a PvZ is thinking you might have enough because you have some initial good trades, then moving in your whole army and then it gets flanked from behind and you lose all your important gas units. All the goons are dead, all the Templars are dead, the observers die maybe even. Then you have basically almost lost the game at that point. But yeah, Dewalt is just getting good trades and then retreating until he has more storms and more units.
Yeah, the issue he's going to have is that Consumer's halfway done. Because this army he has that's Dragoon heavy is... It's very good at this point in the game, but it's about to hit its expiration date. Once Consume's done and then Plague following it, Sziky's going to be dominating the map. And Sziky has the upgrades as well. He's got Crackling done. He's got 1-1 on his Lings with 2-2 coming. These Cracklings are going to be very, very dangerous. Oh, you can't do that, Dewalt. The Observer's too far behind. The Zealots are all dead already.
Oh, but he gets the deny off at least. Loses all the Zealots for it.
Yeah.
But it's very important to keep the Zerg, or to prevent him from growing. And it's 4 base against 4 base, so I would say this is good if he can keep.
No, he can't. There's going to be Dark Swarm. Sziky, I'm surprised Sziky's not going for bottom left. I thought Sziky was just going to Dark Swarm and kill one. Oh, there are a bunch of High Templar. Do they have Storm? Yes, but not enough. Oh. You would never ever take that ramp. I promise you. You can harass there, but you're not going to take that ramp. His entire army is just wasting its time over here.
Yeah,
I don't know what Dewalt's doing. Everything he has is just attacking like the worst possible angle ramp.
Oh, it's important he gets that army back to his reinforcements.
Oh, nice storms again.
I would really like Sziky. I would have liked Sziky to basically corner that army in the top and finish it off instead of attacking into the natural here.
Another 2 lurkers go down.
Yeah, it's still 4 against 4 bases. This could be one of the deciding moments here. This attack by Sziky at
no
the
swarm.
bottom expansion.
The Defiler's on its way, but it's not there. It's so weird to me that he moved his Defiler and lurkers towards natural rather than the 7 o'clock expansion. He could have taken that out, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, either way, I mean, he's still happy. He's got his upgrades coming. He's got Defilers. This is a part of the game where Zerg is really scary. Because they can just plague your army if you go out on the map. Like so. If you try and beat them, they just throw lurkers and cast swarm over them. It's just... Look at this. It's disgusting.
Oh, it looks like Dewalt is not microing those goons in the bottom.
Alright, here comes another plague.
Ooh.
Nice.
Oh man, those were some good trades for Sziky here. Killing like 3 High Templars, getting a lot of plagues of. Nice.
Does Dewalt... Okay, Dewalt does have another robo coming. Let's see where it is. At the natural. Okay, just triple robo at the natural. I quite like that, but I would also like him to have another base for it. But yeah, he's going straight into Reavers. He knows that this has become a Reaver game. And that is his win condition. He does... If he keeps fighting Sziky with gateway units, he is going to get punished by Plague. Oh, Storm Drop.
Storm drop. Okay, yeah, good enough.
Yeah, that was
That'd
good
be
enough. Yeah. And he's going for the denial at the top right again. No defilers.
Yeah, but there are too many lurkers. You can't go into this narrow choke, I think. So overall, I feel the Protoss goal is to deny the Zerg from getting another quarter of the map. So basically another starting position. And so far he's doing that. Do you think it's important for Sziky to get another starting position, or is he fine with that 5th base that he has there on the top?
He's presumably going to Nidus there and then move towards... he does need... Obviously he does need to split the map if he wants to win super late, but I think he's on his way to doing that. He's mined out of his main natural, and his 9 o'clock isn't mining that much. Another Storm Drop. Oh, sorry, Viva Drop. It's... Sziky's 45 drones, but I don't know where they are.
No.
I feel like I've lost games from the position Dewalt was in there. Like, I don't know that was
At
over.
what point of the game? What do you mean? You mean in the end here?
Yeah, I feel like Sziky might have GG prematurely. I've been in Dewalt's position there, and I've lost. Like, he had, what, 5 bases, high tech, good upgrades, and 50 drones. It was playable.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
he's playing
he lost
Dewalt.
some drones in the Storm drop, and then he lost some drones in the Reaver drop in the end here.
He still had, like, 45 drones, though. It was a lot of drones.
Okay.
And wouldn't say he was ahead, because Dewalt had the triple robo, and he was taking 3 o'clock. So Dewalt was even on bases. But even on bases, late game PvZ is actually okay.
Okay, and now we are in the next game. Game 2 between Sziky spawning in the top right and Dewalt spawning in the bottom left here. This is a cross position game, and it's basically the same that we had last game.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see similar openers to last game. Last game, the openers didn't go badly for any player.
So, what I really wonder is, I think we saw Sziky being a little bit ahead in the early and early mid game, but then I think the big turning point for me in this game was that these really nice fights at the 4th base of Sziky, this double ramp there where he stormed the ramp the whole time. Is this reason enough for Sziky to take the other main as a 4th base instead of that, in this case, 3 o'clock?
I think it might just be a reason to defend it differently. It's so he let Dewalt get a position over it and then kept running Hydras down into it. It's you can defend things just by being aggressive on the map somewhere else, or you can meet Dewalt's army before Dewalt gets there. It's just, I think it's a reason not to let yourself get pinned on that ramp.
No.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, I agree with your analysis. It did pivot around that fight at the 9 o'clock at Sziky's 4th base. Dewalt was behind after losing all his zealots to lurkers, but then got such good trades on that ramp.
Okay, welcome SaiyanSC.
Hello.
Hello.
Good morning. It is 7 a.m. in Japan. How's it going, guys?
It's a Saturday and I get to watch Sziky and Dewalt, so pretty good. I guess it's a Sunday for you, but it's the weekend. It's StarCraft. No complaints.
That's correct.
So we're seeing
Getting up
6
early
links.
here for the cast. Nice.
6 links from Sziky this game rather than the 2 links from last time. So this is a lot more aggressive. But it's cross position and it's Dewalt, so... And I don't feel like this is going to get anything done. Dewalt's going to have 1 Zealot out front, Zealot probe on the ramp, and a 3rd Zealot building. Dewalt's held this a million times.
It's a dance we've seen many, many times. Yes.
Yeah.
We're going to have to see perfect micro here from Dewalt. Keep those lings out of the base.
Yeah, but it's Dewalt. And it's the Dewalt is like so comfortable doing this. It's really difficult, but he knows how to do it. It's like the 6lings are just not getting much in the way of value. The 3rd Zealot's done, so now the 2 Zealots can just force them back. Or not.
Oh, nice around there.
It doesn't even
Picks
lose a
off
single
that
ling.
1 Zealot. Wow.
That
Great
was
micro
very
there.
nicely done. Yeah. I'm sitting here saying that Dewalt's going to do this easily, and Sziky just outplays him.
Getting
Oh,
that
this
extra
one is also
DPS with the
getting low.
probe. Let's switch these Zealots out here. 2 probes on the ramp, so taking it very seriously.
You could see Sziky was actively fishing for that when he was moving the lings back and forth, trying to get 1 Zealot to go one way, 1 Zealot to go the other.
Into the ramp here. Can he get up this ramp? This is a very low Zealot. Just off the probe. Gonna get that last Zealot, I think. Yes, he does. 2 lings make it into the base.
Yeah,
Very
this
nice
is
play from Sziky.
this has been extremely good. This is I was questioning the 6-ling opener cross position, but he gets 2 Zealots and a probe with them. That's remarkable.
And a full scout as well. He sees everything that's going on in the main. Back home for Sziky. 3 base is complete. 1 gas so far. See where he wants to take this game. Does he want to try and bust after that early victory there in the natural? We'll see.
Yeah, for now it looks like he's just droning up with the lair, and I think if he cancels the cannon, it's gonna be really annoying. He's just droning up. I say that there's a bunch of lings. I'm lying, and he gets another probe. This must be so annoying to deal with. Yeah, they just don't stop. Another probe.
Oh, well, what's the attack move there from the probes? He's not miking them anymore.
Oh, but yeah, because he's playing with lings at the front.
Ooh, finally the cannon does finish. You know, to hold off these lings. That was getting really dicey there for a second, though. That second Zealot almost went down. The Forge as well getting very, very low, but he does manage to hold with that Dragoon, funnily enough.
If we look at Dewalt's timing, his +1 just started, his Stargate just started, Dewalt actually has nothing. He's got fewer workers, and it's not like he's going to have any kind of attack timing. He doesn't have a Citadel, doesn't have a Stargate, doesn't have any upgrades. This is one gateway in a dream. He can't do anything. He can't even pressure. If he goes across the map to pressure, he can force Sziky to make some speedlings, but the speedlings will then kill his army. It's not a good situation.
Yeah, this is only good if the Zerg doesn't have speed, but
yeah.
I mean, Dewalt knows he has speed already. But what do you think about these 2 goons? To me, that's a very odd choice to make 2 goons here. Do you know
that's
the
a panic
process
thing.
behind that?
I think it's just because he didn't have a cannon and he was panicking. Like there were lings running around his base, and he needs to do something about them, and they keep killing probes. So there's no Corsair being made. There's no +1 air being. Okay, the Corsair just finished. There's no +1 air, so it's just going to be a scouting Corsair against 7 Muta. Like, this could just be GG. If Sziky just moves them across the map and then adds 2 Scourge. That's the GG timing.
We do have the pylon near the mineral line at the natural this time. I'm happy, and he can make cannons once he scouts the Mutalisk.
He's adding a second Corsair, but I mean, there's no +1. There's no second Corsair yet. He's gonna have to make a lot of cannons just to not die. And there we are. 2 cannons go down at the main.
First moving shot here is good. First Corsair goes down, and at least these Dragoons will come in handy with dealing with the Mutalisk a little bit.
Yeah, it's so painful though to use. Anytime you have Dragoons fighting early Mutas, you're just like, this was a mistake. Something's gone wrong this game.
1 Corsair here and 2 Goons.
Yeah, I would love to see a shield battery here. A shield battery would make such a difference with that Corsair.
Definitely agree with you there, but full-on panic mode right now for Dewalt. He can't even mine from his natural. How is he going to win this game?
Yeah, and behind that, if we look at the production tab, Sziky is building just drones and overlords. These Muta are not an attempt to win the game right now. They're just pinning Dewalt while Sziky gets his economy down.
Yeah, and while Dewalt is already behind here, he's even forced to make cannons now in his natural. That's basically the last thing you want going to the mid game, but you have to.
And as Dewalt's sitting here building cannons, we're going to have 6 Hatch Hydra as the follow-up for Sziky. Overwhelming numbers here, going to be the name of the game. And only 3 or 4 gateways are here right now. I don't even know if we have the storm on the way yet. Oh, I guess I can see the tab. Yeah, there is the Templar Archives on the way, but that's still a long way away.
Yeah, no +1 armor started either. Like, there's just... If you were to make a list of the things that Dewalt has going for him this game, it's not a list. It's 0 items. He doesn't have upgrade. He doesn't have economy. He doesn't have tech. He doesn't have map control. There is no upside to being Dewalt in this game.
Except being Dewalt.
And having cannons in your mineral line.
If I can't be Dewalt in a game, even if I lose this game because I'm in a horrible position, it's still nice.
Yeah, SaiyanSC, in case you didn't know, because I know you follow the Pro Gamer scene, he got 2,700 MMR.
Damn.
Forge goes down, so not only is he... Oh, and High Templar goes, this is just bad, going from bad to worse. This is terrible.
He does have a lot of zealots to buffer at least. Oh, Mutalisk going down. Trying to kill Templars, not succeeding.
He killed 1, the other one is 10 hit points. This is
Enough
kind
to
of
cast the storm.
flowy from Sziky. This is on research. It's like Sziky, I think, was getting a bit carried away there. Because he doesn't need to get that done. He killed the Forge, so that delays the upgrades even longer. The only thing that Dewalt had was like good defensive stuff, and Sziky attacked into it. He is now taking 3 o'clock and getting Lurker though, so he's not super committed, and his +1's done. He's got +2 on the way.
So the early mass Hydra bust there just not working out very well for Sziky. The follow-up, more Hydras plus Lurker. Is he just going to get a big old contain here that can very often be just straight up the end of the game? We've only got 2 Templars. Do we have a Robo? I doubt it at this point. Yeah, Robo's on the way right now, but once those Lurkers get down, it's going to delay the move out from Dewalt even further. That 3rd base is that 4th base is going to be done for Sziky. He's going to have such a giant mass. Yeah, coming out here against Lurker, just not going to happen.
Wow. The storm also not very good. Hydras dodged that storm pretty well and finished off the Templar. So you have a bunch of zealots, you have almost no storms, you have no ranged goons. It's really hard position for Dewalt.
No. And often when you're in this position, at least you have the upgrades going for you, but he doesn't even have that. Because he didn't ever finish the +1 armor. He went very late +1, then nothing, then lost the forge. This is the kind of situation where you like put a DT in a shuttle, fly it out on the map, and hope for the best. It's just you need a miracle, so your strategy has to be modified to search for that miracle.
I like Dewalt killing off that egg in the natural, as if it helps him moving out his army.
He does have an observer here. Some Dragoons have been made. There's a potential to break out of this contain. There's still not a whole ton of lurkers built up at the natural just yet.
Yeah,
a
there's
lot
3
of
lurkers.
hydras here, but
3 lurkers about to be 6, so the window is closing. He wants to go now. There's also no overlord. So that's an issue because Sziky really does want to just pick off the observer with his hydra the moment Dewalt pushes. Ooh, nice storm.
for that. Observer, where's the overlord
There's
to
none.
scout the observer?
Okay, here they come. Oh, these storms are devastating.
Yeah, very
Okay, that
nice
was-
storm here.
Disgusting storms, my god.
Sziky was pushing past his lurkers. It was weird. Whenever they shoot the lurkers, you run the hydra forward to force them back and punish them. And then if they back up and try and drag you into storms, you back up and go back onto your lurkers. You just dance back and forth. But instead, he just abandoned the lurker line and ran straight in with the hydras.
Now there's a good chance that this can be broken by Dewalt. He's pulling the trigger, running forward here with all the zealots and dragoons. He is going to break this contain. What an incredible throw from Sziky this game.
Yeah, there's 0 High Templar left, but they got their value. Every single High Templar cast every storm it had, and then either died or turned into an Archon. But I mean, it got it done. It was enough.
Seen this game play out time and time again. Once the lurker contain is broken, it becomes so incredibly hard for the Zerg player to stabilize. You see Dewalt coming straight up towards this third base and trying to break it. This is an overextension by Dewalt. He doesn't have any Templar with this army. Seems like he just has enough though. Too many zealots and the dragoons. Finally, some lurkers do come up. Gonna get their shots on these zealots. The zealots melt away. Only dragoons and a single Archon are left.
Yeah, and this is a very different situation to the last game where he was just punishing Sziky with Storm in this spot. In this spot, Dewalt has no area effect damage, Sziky does, so this narrow choke on these bridges is actually helping Sziky rather than hurting him.
Like that he was falling
People-
back there. Keep those dragoons alive. The backbone of the army. I also really like the positioning of the sunken colonies here from Sziky. They're just in far enough that you have to really commit with the dragoons to get any shots on them. And that's a good showing a really good understanding of this map and taking advantage of that placement, that map feature there, the tiny little choke into a wide third base or the side base there on the right hand side.
So Dewalt just made 2 more High Templar as naturals. These are the first new High Templar we've had in like 2 minutes. Dewalt has 0 High Templar with his army, and there have been none for a while. This army is not capable of standing up to like concentrated Hydra Lurker. He's been just threatening counterattacks, moving around ability. But the army itself actually has no backbone. This is pure threat, so there's no actual like ability to kill Hydras in that army.
You say no backbone, but I think the army is the backbone itself. He almost has 3-2 upgrades here. If he waits a little bit longer, he has 3-2, and I think he can totally take the fights. The Zerglings are 1-0 basically.
There's the High Templar. Kwark is on the way though, and 10 more Lurkers are coming too. Sziky has what, 55 drones. Sziky is rich and he has the hatchery to support it. with no high Templar, with no gas units, this is... I don't think that Dewalt can pressure this. I guess he can run around pressuring, but he can't actually... It's an empty threat, he can't actually follow up on his threat.
Well, behind this, Dewalt does have a third base. Very, very important for a healthy mid to late game of the Protoss. Gotta keep that base alive, and he's doing a good job preventing counterattacks from Sziky to head over to that base, keeping him back. And as long as he's here on 3 bases, he's gonna be fine for now. Looking for more bases down in the bottom right. Go ahead.
Defile amount just starting, and that's going to be what swings the map control. Right now, Dewalt's Gateway army is looking strong, but the moment it runs into a either Swarm just to negate the goons or Plague to kill everything, it will the balance will shift.
Gonna crush this army. Dewalt coming from either side. Very nice storm there, picking up a couple of lurkers, and the crackling upgrade not quite done just yet, so that big group of lings not nearly as effective as it will be. Oh, actually, it just finishes up now. Also got the melee attack upgrades coming here, so getting ready for that very, very late game army. Consume coming down as well. Armor upgrades, everything looking pretty good for Sziky as well. I think we're going to have a nice late game here on this map.
Yeah, it looks like Sziky just sent a drone to the top left trying to expand there, but there were just 2 zealots waiting for it. So that got denied. And yeah, they're evening up on bases. Obviously, Dewalt's bases are mining out faster, but Sziky has a lot of drones. Sziky's third is down to 300 minerals of crystal.
Yeah, the worker count is quite different here. Protoss very low lurker count here.
Consume is finished, but this is not the time to take this fight, Sziky. He's losing all of his lurkers right before Consume. And Plague, go on, show me Plague, Sziky. One Plague will just annihilate this army.
Looks like Ziggy's more interested in just macroing up super hard here, is adding on more just the factories of the Zerg army. So many hatches popping out here. There's those 2 defilers, but they might just get targeted down immediately here. One does fall already.
Those
oh
are
my
some
God, they
great
both went down.
storms, too. Those storms caught so many Zerglings. He just got on top of the valley point and stormed it. That was beautiful.
Giant flank though coming from Sziky. So many cracklings jumping right on top of these dragoons, makes it very hard to storm them. Almost no dragoons left over, and this army about to be annihilated here. 2,000 minerals in the bank for Dewalt as well. He's pretty rich right now on 4 bases. Needs to throw down a bunch more of those gateways, I think, or change up the tech. I'm not sure.
Okay, Plague is done. We have Fire was consumed.
Is he gonna get an ability off with this? Okay, it does get to consume, but loses the Defiler once again. Great pickoffs there from Dewalt.
Sziky's about to mine out 3 bases at once. He's got 4 base economy, but it's about to go down to 2 base economy.
Luckily, he has secured that base in the top left. A little bit tough on this map. I'm getting the feeling, getting the sense here of taking that other main for Ziggy's. Not been able to do so. Despite Dewalt being mostly on the right-hand side of the map, and he's going to head towards this top left now. A lot of lurkers in that position, but at least he'll be able to deny Sziky from taking any more bases there in the upper left. Reacting here at Sziky, looking for the counterattack.
Dewalt's fourth is completely naked through a Dark Swarm. Like one Dark Swarm, and that base is just is dead. It's only got cannons. And Sziky needs to do that. It's half of Dewalt's economy, and it's only defended by cannons. Now he has
It's also-
Cracklings and Dark Swarm. It's go time.
Oh, looks like a bunch of Cracklings gonna run right past this army. No, he does manage to intercept that, so really, really important that he intercepts that. As you said, that Dark Swarm plus Crackling will absolutely wreck this base, so very, very important that he keeps his army between the base and the rallies here of Sziky.
But this forced position for Dewalt opens up the way for Sziky to take the top left very easily, because Dewalt has to stay here with the army.
That's true, but we're not seeing Sziky. Oh, there we go. Finally a hatch going down in the upper left. Important moment here as the map gets completely split in half. Dewalt gonna claim the bottom right-hand corner bases, and Sziky gonna claim the entirety of the upper left, as it looks like here. So many Cracklings just pouring down this map, trying to get some damage, but pretty good holds overall from Dewalt. Really getting the most out of every single storm here. The Archons are starting to build up in huge number, and once you get to about 6 or 7 Archons, these Cracklings really don't do too well.
No, he needs Swarm to cover them. Under Swarm they can do well, but without it, it's they will just die before the fight even starts. One Defiler coming in.
All fighting under Dark Swarm. I'm not sure about this for Dewalt here.
Oh, that was a nice play.
Real tug of war here in the bottom right. Sziky's starting to add on some drones in the top left. He needs to really get a good
He's walled himself. Look
defensive
at the
position there.
look at the 1130 base. The hatchery has blocked his army from reinforcing the top left.
Oh, nice.
Well, he will crack through that hatchery before any attack comes up to the top left. Yeah, as he said before, Dewalt cannot move this army around to counterattack that top left. He's got to keep it here. Got to protect these bases in the bottom right. There's no other choice.
I feel like this could end up in a map split situation where Sziky can deny 9 o'clock and come out ahead. They're roughly even on supply, roughly even on bases.
This is very interesting. If you look at this map, you would think the map split would be left and right, but it's actually bottom and top.
Oh, Plague on the Archons only. It's not going to do what he was hoping for. It's 72 drones. Like, half of Sziky's supply is drones. So many.
Yeah, and Dewalt really going through this game with a very low lurker count, but he was on 2 bases for a long time, and he knows those are going to mine out eventually, so it's actually not super bad to stay on such a low worker count, because he can just use the workers once the main and natural are outmined, like it is the case now, and then transfer them to the new bases.
Yeah. And his third gas is never going to deplete. He's doing very sustainable mining practices on that third gas. That's 1 probe and 2 probes standing nearby just supervising.
Oh, drop top left. Very nice storm drop. Oh, missing this one
my
patch with
goodness.
4 drones or 3 drones. But very nice.
This is one way to abuse the Zerg player. When you can't get your army up there, his army is completely locked down in the bottom right. Just throw some storm drops in the top left and annihilate the economy. Of course, Sziky still has 67 drones, so not going to be that badly hurt. Just needs to transfer some of these idle drones on the right side over to the new patches, and it looks like he does transfer. So he's still gonna have a banging economy, but that was a nice play from Dewalt to just start to deal that economic damage.
Yeah, and just the constant Lurker Swarm defense. The Dewalt is just hoping for a split at this point. There's nothing more he can do. He's pressuring the Sziky, but he's not actually able to push through the defilers.
Looking for another storm drop here. He might get a really
drop.
strong one. Oh, DTs. All right.
Yeah, he's going for the hatchery. Sziky is not interested in letting that happen though. I'm worried that Sziky might get like frustrated the way he did last game, because I like Ziki's position, but it's going long, and that's what I think what was happening last game as well. But it's not like Dewalt can attack anywhere, and it's not like a map split would favour Dewalt, because Ziki's already taken one of the middle expansions that are going to be the ones that decide the game.
Yeah, it will be the fight for the 9 o'clock in the end.
Yeah.
First Reavers are coming into play. He has robotics at this bottom right natural, and he is producing Reavers and the shuttle there. Also, more shuttles coming from his own natural now. Loaded up with another High Templar Storm Drop.
This is a big opportunity for Ziggy. The entire army has moved to the left-hand side. He needs to initiate an attack down at one of those bottom right-hand corner bases. He's bringing some units over here to try to counter this attack, but those Zerglings just got annihilated. Set up very, very nicely here. No lurkers, though, up at this top left-hand corner base. And what is he doing down in the bottom right? I don't see him actually getting any kills there.
He's got to cast a swarm. I mean, that base, the bottom left, so the bottom right base, the 4 o'clock, so the 5 o'clock base is naked. He can get that base. He just needs to go. But he needs to go for that one, not the one with the Reavers. He bottles out.
Yeah.
That
luring
base
the
was
lurkers here
so
in front of
exposed.
the base is not going to give him any advantage.
We see Dewalt choosing the correct base here. The one without any lurkers gets a lot of damage there, and Ziggy chooses not to really attack at all, or just set up a position here in the front. Does he still have that? Does he still have the defiler there?
Yeah, it's
Can he
one
actually get
defiler,
that?
but it might get stormed in a second. Yeah, the defiler's down.
Damn, really unfortunate there for Ziggy. He's gonna lose this upper base as well. Has to abandon it.
It's a pity, because I mean there were bases that he could kill. Dewalt has been getting away with having 2 bases at the bottom that were his only minor expansions for like the last 10 minutes, and they're only defended by cannons against crackling defiler. They shouldn't have been allowed.
GG.
That was a fantastic recovery from Dewalt after that early game. That early game was a disaster. Just 6 Zeki-lings kill like 4 probes and 2 zealots. It's ridiculous.
I think this is a case of the Zerg player just giving too much respect overall to the Protoss.
He overcommitted on the contain. He lost so many Hydras to the storm, but yeah, I feel like there was more he could have done. There were openings, and he either assumed the openings didn't exist or he didn't exploit them, and it's confusing. Maybe he thought that like Dewalt would always have like High Templar or Dark Templar at every base, but you can pick off a Nexus so easily with Cracklings. You don't even need to kill the cannons. You just run in with 10 Cracklings and a Defiler.
I also think one of the very early turning points of the game was this tag that Sziky did on the natural of Dewalt, where he wasted all his Mutalisks into the natural and Dewalt just had a huge amount of zealots to buffer for the cannon, and Sziky basically lost all the Mutalisks and a bunch of Zerglings and Hydras, accomplishing not really a lot there. Okay, and we are in the next game. It is 2-0 for Dewalt. This could be our last game. In the bottom right, it is our Zerg player Sziky, and in the bottom left we have a player who only needs to win one more game. It's Dewalt.
Alright, in this game, I think we're going to have to see Sziky fill in some of the small gaps that we've seen. Get those Defilers and Cracklings going. Or just bust this man, bust Dewalt. I mean, we haven't really seen a committal to a Hydra bust so far this series. Maybe just thinking, again, too much respect for the Protoss player. Find that when the Zergs just aren't willing to commit to a bust early on, especially when you've got that lead, killing off a lot of probes in the early game, a threat, at least to threaten the bust and force a bunch of cannons to be built, can be a really, really strong play for the Zerg. And it's been kind of neglected here in this series.
Okay, we see a 12th pull here by Sziky, while Dewalt is actually not going for Gateway. He is going straight for the Nexus. I mean, he can do that with the scouting information he has by getting that first position scouters.
I really like this for Dewalt when you have that lead. You got kind of assume that your opponent is going to play relatively safe. They're not going to just go for anything super crazy. He's already down 0-2. That would be a really embarrassing way to go out. He went for a early Ling play and just lost all the Lings and just died. So grabbing this Nexus, very, very smart play, in my opinion. Gonna get a cannon here and be completely safe against this 12 pool. He might even get this pro. Oh, he almost got the drone there as well. Really, really close.
Yeah, and now the links are coming, but we could see Dewalt placing down the cannon. This will finish perfectly in time, and yeah, I would really give the early game build order to Dewalt here with that early Nexus, because he got that scouting information.
Here we go, Lings do nothing. Very, very different from that last game. Dewalt not going to rely just purely on his Zealot micro this game. Rather, grabbing that early cannon, hitting this early Nexus. Is he going to jump on the cannon here, though? Okay, just run by. We've seen how good 2 Lings can be in the main base of Dewalt, but 3 Sziky Lings here this time. How many probes is he going to be able to pick off?
Let's see. One Zergling almost down here. Oh, Micro's a little bit back here. So 4 probes not mining, but so far, I think not a single kill. Okay, gets the second probe here. Now it's 2.
Dewalt
3 probes
microing
dead.
heavily against this. He's got a bunch of idle probes in the natural as well. Single Zealot has come across the map though. Any Lings back home for Sziky? I don't see them. Hopefully this is not just pure drone. Okay, some lings do pop out. He's going to be able to deal with this. Zealot, nicely done. Pulls back the injured drone. Gonna look for it once again. Oh, just barely gonna escape there. And he does manage to deal with this Zealot without any further losses, though he does lose the lings in the main, of course. Very micro-intensive battle back at home, so he sacks those lings after getting a few probes. And I'm still feeling the position here for Dewalt with that early Nexus. He's able to produce a lot more probes. But it was a pretty good move from Sziky to run by the cannon there.
Yeah, but the gap is still not closed. There's still a gap between the pylon and the forge. And I guess on the top as well. But because he went for the top gap, Dewalt was able to block the ramp off with the probes.
Nice probe pull there, but a few more probes may end up going down. Another Zealot wandering in here into the natural. No defenses and only drones popping this time.
Oh no!
He's microing a single ling in the natural of his opponent and losing 2 drones at home. Brutal, brutal stuff there for this Zerg player. He will block the Zealot from running into the main and eventually pick it off, but two drones. It's not an insignificant number, especially after making this number of lings.
Yeah, and losing them as well. Losing the Zerglings not really accomplishing anything because of that nice probe pull. So he's forced to make even more Zerglings.
Another
and he's
lone
really
Zealot.
down on woodwork.
This lone Zealot gonna find his way into the other third base. Not the correct one, but eventually will come up here to the upper right. Could get some more damage. The lings are sorely out of position here. Has no idea about this Zealot. He's gone through a gap in the vision. Now does arrive. Lings are gonna respond to that, but we'll lose some mining time here.
Oh man, and I'm not sure if he saw the 3. Okay, he's definitely seeing it now. I mean, he has a sunken in the natural, so he will be fine for now, but this is causing such a hassle for Sziky here.
And I think this game we're going to see a lot more sunkens. Trying to take the 4th base already, that's an insanely fast 4th. And the only real way to defend that here is to get an insane SimCity plus a ton of sunken colonies and just try to keep the Protoss back for as long as possible while teching into Hive. I think that's the game plan here for Sziky.
Yeah, I'm also a bit worried about the Corsairs. He has 5 Corsairs already, even making a 6th one. And the +1 will be finished soon, so 6 Corsairs with +1 upgrades. We really need to see a little bit more of an answer for Sziky. Only has 4 Scourges right now. If those Corsairs arrive at his base before he produces some more Hydras or Scourges, he will lose all the Overlords.
Does have a couple of spores, which is kind of helpful, but I think you're right. The number of Corsairs here is going to get very, very high. A +1 armor for the heirs on the way as well. I think that's going to finish up before +1 for the air weapons of the Protoss, which is nice. It's going to keep those Scourged alive a little bit longer. Might allow them to connect a bit more favorably here. Now only 2 sunkens and nothing blocking in front of them. But Dewalt not going to take that fight, not going to try to run by either, just going to fall back and see what he can do with these Corsairs.
7 moving out here, 8th one in production, but the upgrade is not done. The +1 air attack for Dewalt is not done. If he engages in a fight without the air upgrade against the armor upgrade of Sziky, then it will be bad for him. But okay, he's retreating. The air upgrade is finishing now, and now he has 8 Corsairs and a shuttle with 2 DTs heading towards the main of Sziky.
Alright, this is all gonna come down to a single engage here, I think, with the Scourge of Sziky versus the massive Corsairs of Dewalt. These two DTs running in at a very opportune time, but Sziky, since there's no engagement going on at the moment, he is aware of these two DTs and will be able to pick them off with the Muta, but the fire goes down. A big loss here. Oh my god, don't use those.
Oh.
Don't use those. Okay,
Man,
this is
That
one.
looks so close.
Should be able to finish off this last DT. The Corsairs are going to come in though and deal some damage. So many Scourge here now for Sziky. He is ready to take this fight, but will he notice the 2 DT drop in the upper right? Coming in now. Gonna start to lose drones. Of course, the Hydralisk dies, so he does get the notification. However,
Yeah,
this is
targeting the hedge not gonna work, but gets a few more drones here.
quite a few more drones. Wow. And almost manages to escape. I like the Sunken and Spore placement here in the top right. A DT can absolutely ruin your day, but that is a small investment to keep yourself alive. Especially when a lot of things are going on in the game. 2 DTs, so scary. Here comes that big engage I was talking about. This could be the turning point of this game, though. Dewalt immediately backs away, not willing to take that fight just yet. So many Scourge here. Absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, and often we see a props player trying to move out with the full army, with some High Templars and Storms as well, and just getting one Storm off on the bunch of Scourges could secure Dewalt the win of this fight.
That is true, of course. Picking off some of those Templar with the Muta could be a huge turning point as well. We've got the 3rd base coming down for Dewalt. It's all going to come down to micro in this fight, I think, with those Scourge and, of course, Templar and the Corsairs. Really got to get a good flank going with those Scourge if you want to get any of them to connect here.
But somehow this game, despite both having very active and very fast units, it still looks a little bit passive here. Both players are just basically growing their economy. Sziky is getting the lurker upgrades. He has some nice sim cities at both of his entrances to his bases, some nice sunkens. It looks like no player is going to attack here, but saying that, Dewalt moves across the map.
I think the passive game really plays in the favor of Sziky going for this quick 4th base. He's already got that mining. He's got a good healthy drone count. Just needs to get that Queen's Nest down and make his way into Hive. You're not going to take a late game fight here with just Hydra, Ling, and Lurker. You really want to get into those Defilers as quickly as possible. And the counterattack could be coming through here. No, Sziky gonna back off and try to flank this army. Oh, nice dodge on the Storm there. That could have been horrible if he lost all of those Scourge at the same time. Try to push through here. Can he actually get through all of this defense? The Scourge dive forward on the Corsairs, and most of them do die. But the Sunken colonies are all but gone. Giant rallies of Zerg units coming down from Sziky to try and flank, but a beautiful Storm there on the rallies. And there's only a few Mutalisks left trying their best to hold back the tide here of Zealots that are just running forward, but they're not killing them quick enough. And now that the Corsairs are coming up, can start to annihilate these last few defensive units. And yes, Dewalt takes the game. GG is called. An excellent finisher there from Dewalt.
Yeah, GG, and that was really a super nice timing because the lurker upgrade was like 80% done. And I think one of the main reasons this fight was won because Dewalt just had so many zealots and the zealots got on top of the Sunkens. If Sziky has like 5 lurkers burrowed there, those zealots are going to die and they will not kill the Sunkens. And then we have a completely different game. So Dewalt really hit a perfect timing right before the lurker upgrade was done. Very nice.
Excellent job. I think a key factor in that game also was DeWalt really threatening with the Corsairs, but never actually engaging, forcing a lot of Scourge to be made and slowing down those later attacks like the Lurker upgrade. Just overall, an excellent display from DeWalt this entire series, dominating over Sziky 3-0. That's the end of this series.
Okay, and that concludes our round of 8 here. We have found out all the players advancing to the semifinals, and we have the bracket here on screen. And we have Hawk versus Oya in one of the semifinals, and then on the other side we have Dandy versus Dewalt. So we have another nice ZVP and TVP here.
Alright, guys. Let's get into Hawk vs. Oya. What? It's a marathon stream event tonight.
Yeah, both players here that we see in the next match, Hawk and Oya, both defeated their opponent 3-1, as we can see on the screen, but both of those opponents were Terrans. So both players here have played against Terran, and it was not the same matchup that they have to play now. So this could maybe be a little factor here, especially on a completely new map. But we'll have to wait and find out. Oh, yes, sorry. I have not seen Oya's PVZ in a while, so I'm not sure about what the state of that is, but in general I really like Oya's play. He played a very clean match against Ultra, and that's why I will give it to Oya even if I don't know his PVZ. So 3-2 for Oya.
So are we gonna have the same map here in this next best of series?
Yes, all the games from the whole tournament will be on Wavelet, the first place of the map contest voting, and next Saturdays and next weeks we'll have more 8-player tournaments for the other 3 maps. Okay, so let's check out this game here. We have early pool for Hawk. I think it was an overpool. So pretty normal common build. And on Oya's side we have the gateway first. He really likes that. But overpool I think is a very good response to a gateway opening.
Oya's gonna get over here and see how many lings will be made. Decide whether he has to sit back at home with his first zealot or if he's going to come across the map and try to pressure with that. Scouting down in the bottom left first, so likely going to arrive right as the lings are coming down the ramp. And the first zealot is already out on the map sending that, but I think he's going to have to head back home as soon as he sees these lings.
So far, he's not really impressed by those Zerglings. He's sending the probe away. Zerglings are following all the 4 Zerglings, and maybe he can sneak that Zealot into the natural, or even the main base.
Yeah, you're right. Gonna defend with just a second Zealot popping out. But looks like he might get spotted. Oh, okay. Sorry, the third Zealot is going to be the defender here. First Zealot and a probe gonna head into the natural. Second Zealot actually heading back home as well. Knows that a lot of damage can come down on that pylon or the gateway there before he gets back. So trying to get that last shot on the drone, doesn't manage to get it. Maybe he can find it here a little bit later. Tuck it behind the minerals. Alright, gonna find a better position here, just still walking around. He manages to push the lings away from his natural, but the Zealot not getting any damage here in the main.
He's sending out more Zealots, 2 more Zealots on the way here. And actually another one on the top. I think it was spotted by the Overlord, however, so Hawk is trying to intercept that. He's looking for it with the Zerglings, spreading them out a little bit, but Oya's just joining them all together. Now he has 3 Zealots, and Hawk doesn't know where they are.
Zergling speed about to finish here. Should make holding these 3 Zealots a little bit easier. He's coming down. Not quite gonna find those Zealots. More lings popping. He knows that he has to produce a little bit more to really secure the kill on these Zealots. But once he does, he will have complete map control. And there won't be really anything to scout him until that Corsair pops out. There we go. The speed is done. Gonna run these drones, but I think just transfer the rest of the lings. Leave a few to chase here. You should be able to kill off all of these Zealots.
Zealots are getting good trades though. That's good enough.
He spots the lack of a lair here as well. Pretty good scout in the main. Throws down immediately the Citadel. An interesting response here. And Hawk gonna drop his second gas right away. Still no lair just yet.
Yeah, Oya's reading this as some kind of Hydra play. He just added a second gas as well. So he's thinking speed, he's thinking +1, he's thinking second gas so he can get toward Templar. No Stargate.
Alright, and Hawk kind of countering that play, just throwing down more hatcheries here. He does have a Hydralisk Den on the way, but this is not going to be a Hydralisk bust.
Hawk is making a lot of drones. He's gone from 18 to Oya's 28 up to 29 to Oya's 37. So it's he's pulled that drone, that worker difference back a long way.
But I do have to say, I always... Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, opting for the same wall-in that we saw from our previous Zerg player at that third base. Looks like a really nice tight wall there.
Yeah, I'm curious where he's going to take his fourth, whether he's going to opt for the 9 o'clock or the 1 o'clock. Because the 9 o'clock looks intuitive, but it was, we saw in the Dewalt Sziky game that it was surprisingly hard to hold against Storm.
What I want to say is, as a Protoss player, I always love it if I can get some scouting formation in the Zerg main and see no lair. That means I can basically skip the Stargate because I know there are no Mutalisks coming, and this usually gives the Protoss a really nice presence, a really nice army in the mid game here. So he should be able to take map control with that skipped Stargate tick.
I agree to an extent, but one thing with this, having just one Corsair gives you the ability to keep an eye on the Hydra count, whether they're droning or making Hydras, and also whether they switch to the Spire. I've seen Oya get punished quite a lot recently, like in the series I think I saw a few days ago against, was it Sziky? Who just fought Odin? Where if he's not, if he skips the Stargate, he just gets punished hard. Oh, if he denies it, that's huge.
Illusion chamber.
Yeah. Oh, he's gonna get it. That is such a big pickoff.
I think he just has too many zealots here. I mean, he will obviously not kill Hawk. Hawk has enough Hydralisk, but Oya denying that upgrade and saving some of the zealots. This was a good move, I would say.
Yeah, it's +1 for the Hydras is like, it's, I was gonna say it's pass right. It's 10% more damage, and if you have as many Hydras as Zergs have, it's huge.
Nice
Also,
pick off there on the DT, not allowing that to run into the natural there, and a Spire finally does come down. Okay, could have a switch here.
Are you going for the +2 attack rather than the +1 armor? Given that he killed the Evo, +1 armor would be far stronger. That doesn't feel. I know people like to get attacked, but it's if you can stop the Hydras getting the damage upgrade, armor is just huge.
I'm sensing a Mutalisk switch here from Hawk. We've got the third gas already up. It's going to be mining quite a lot of gas here. More than you need for even 6-hatch Hydra. No lurker upgrade on the way, so yeah. Big potential here for a large Mutalisk switch.
Yeah, and like the Stargate and the Corsair, it's just 250 gas, 300 minerals. It's affordable at this point in the game for Oya to have that. And it would tip him off to this, and then give him the option to add more Corsairs if needed. Whereas he's gonna have to place like 6 cannons and also go Darkon if he wants to survive against Muta, I think.
But maybe it's just right before the Mutalisks are out. Hawk actually producing more Hydralisks after the Spire finished, so that's weird. I also thought he will go for Mutalisk switch, but so far he's not.
We'll lose a few Templar here. Running forward, Hawk on top of these Templar, just jumping in, grabbing a couple of them, and getting away with a lot of the Hydras. That was a great trade for him.
Yeah, that was 4 high
Templars are left.
He killed 4 of them and only ate like 2 storms, and they weren't even great storms. Oh, this one here has
great storm, though.
Yeah, and he's got another 2 storms in that one.
Starting to fall apart here for Hawk. The storms are too strong. There are the Mutas we were talking about earlier, but way too late.
Yeah.
To be able to pick off some of these Templar and the Zealots, but he's gonna have to rely on just what's popping out of the eggs right now. And I think that his economy is gonna be completely ripped to shreds.
Yeah, looking at this, you think the Muta was slightly earlier. They pick up the High Templar and the Hydras just clean up. But
yeah,
it's 10 seconds too late, and by then the storms have been cast. The damage is done.
exactly. Really, the Spire finished, and then he made like 10 more Hydras, and then made Mutalisks. So I think that was a crucial mistake that cost him the game here.
And it's not like Oya has anything that's actually good against Muta back home. It's just Oya doesn't need to worry about the Muta. He's already killed the Spire. It's that's three on the way. And Hawk isn't completely dead. He's got 40 drones. He's got a good number of hydras. It's just he doesn't have anything that can deal with Oya's free base +3 mass gateway style right now.
Yeah,
Up
he will
until
be
this
dead
moment,
with this
he
attack, I
couldn't
think.
produce, he couldn't produce anything. He lost his Hydra Den, he lost his Spire and his spawning pool. Not even able to
Oh,
make a sunken colony. Finally, that finishes, and 13 Hydras are on the way, but they're gonna pop out here to a lot of Dragoons. Maybe he can take this fight actually, just pure Dragoon versus pure Hydra.
That SimCity, his natural is hurting him though, because the Dragoons have the superior range. So that the SimCity that stops the Hydras from getting in, or stops the Hydras from getting swamped, is actually forcing the Hydras to bottleneck. Look at that. That hatchery is just really limiting the Hydra's arc.
Getting close here.
Oh,
One more storm's
another
gonna come
storm.
up, though.
Yeah, also Oya has enough money anyway. It's not even about the trade at this point. I can trade inefficiently all day.
Sziky has cracked him here. Are you gonna take this game? I don't think there's anything the Hawk can do to turn this around at this point.
It was a close one though.
Rallies.
That Zealot High Templar against Hydra Mutatani, that could have easily gone.
As that could have easily gone the other way with the Mutalisk popping out just a few seconds earlier. Would have made all the difference if you just made those Mutalisks right as the Spire finished. I think the idea was great. You really kind of tricked out Oya there. Oya thought that there was no way he was going to see Mutas that game, but he was wrong. Fortunately for him, it was just a little bit later than it needed to be. Gets in there on the drones, kills off all the Hydras with the storm. Everything goes wrong, and now Hawk gonna have to GG here. There it is. Oya takes game number 1.
Okay, yeah, nice game by Oya here, but yeah, I think he knows that the scout information from the Corsair is important, but also he got that that split off from the 4 zealots that he had. He split off 1 zealot going into the main, and that got him the scout information he needs to basically pave the way for this attack that basically killed Hawk. I mean, it was still close, as you say, that the Mutalisks were almost out, but I think it was still like consequence of this early scouting information that he confirmed no lair. That was nice. Okay, and we are in the next game. Game number 2. In the top right, we have our red Zerg. It is Hawk. And in the bottom left, in gray, or bluish gray, sorry, we have Oya. So also an important information could be that both of these players are in the same team, so they have probably played each other plenty of times, and maybe they know a little bit more about the playstyle of their opponent here.
It's always a little bit sad when you have to take down a friend. especially in a tournament and their tournament life.
Yeah, for sure. And we are going for the gateway again. This time, no overpull here for Hawk. He looks to be going for a 12 edge here. So this could be nice for Oya if he can get across the map and do some damage. But it is a cross position, so this in turn is nice for Hawk. So is Hawk greedy here? Is he making more drones? No, he's not. He's getting the pool right after the hatch on 11 supply. So yeah, this is good. He will probably have around 5, 6, 7, 8 seconds maybe with Zealot in his main base before the Zerglings hatch. But if he pulls away the drones, he should be fine here.
This is something that Zergs have to deal with all the time. It's become such a popular opener, going for the gate on low ground. Transitions very, very well. The Protoss can deal with pretty much anything with this opener, and that they can always get a little bit of pressure on the Zerg player if they didn't go for it that pool first. So we see Hawk scouting this out. How many lings are going to be popping here? Oh, for Hawk's sake, he's got about 4 to 6 lings coming right away. Otherwise, he might end up losing some drones here. The probe and the zealot, very strong combination. Does lose the probe right away. And some very nice pullbacks for there from Hawk. Excellent, excellent micro, but he does get around the other side and snags that low health drone. Another drone goes down. Damn.
Second Zealot is hidden, and that's the classic Oya play. He, I guess he's putting it back. But one thing he likes to do is, as the lings across the map, second Zealot shows up, but only once he confirms the lings across the map. Otherwise, it stays hidden. Two drones.
It looked so good in the beginning.
Yeah, he was looking so nice with the drone control, just keeping all of those alive, but one ring around the rosy there, walks around the mineral patches and finds those low health drones.
Look at that core timing. That Stargate's going to be done before the Spire starts. That is core before but it might have been core before Forge. Definitely core before Cannon.
Yes.
No here from Oya. Getting that core down really, really fast. Cannon count low. We've seen this in the recent ASL as well. People getting the core out insanely fast now. Getting that Corsair out way, way earlier, not fearing the early Hydra bust here. But we're not seeing any additional drone. We'll see how many get added on at the third base. There's a possibility of a Hydra bust here.
There's no Hydra down.
Here we go. We've got 4 drones at the natural. And okay, we got a layer as well, so excuse me. Yeah, just pure macro here from Hawk.
There's one drone sitting in a position where you want to build the spire, but it's not doing anything. I'm a bit worried. Okay, now I was scared that he actually wanted to place it and it didn't build and he doesn't notice. But no, he's switching his strategy to an Hydralisk then here in the natural.
I'm not a fan of this. That Corsair is going to identify it, and Oya has a lot of gas. He can very easily just transition into upgrade High Templar style. Like, I wouldn't want to skip the spire. Okay, he's just checking for Hydra Bust. That's why the Corsair went halfway across the map. He says, okay, if it's a Hydra Bust, there will be Hydras crossing the map. If it's not a Hydra Bust, let's kill this Overlord.
Very nice.
Yeah. And he should get multiple here.
Oh, straight to that second Overlord. Okay, changes path a little bit. Oh, but finds it. Oh, this is so good for you.
Yeah, and as we can see, the Archives is coming. +1 is about to finish, Speed's about to finish. So he had a certain map control with the +1 speed lots while getting Storm behind it, and he just has no fear. It's a very solid drone count from Hawk, though. Hawk's economy is in great shape. Losing Overlord isn't ideal, obviously, but it's he's got money to buy new ones. There's no Overlord speed, and there's 3 Corsairs, so I feel like when the +1 speed lots come to town, we could see some Overlord deaths.
Yeah, for sure. But we have seen the SimCity in the third base is pretty nice. So even if an attack comes in there, I think the Hydrodisc can focus the Corsairs first. But the natural is the big problem for Hawk maybe, because there's where all the Overlords are, and the SimCity is not quite as good.
Cutting a lot of corners here, Hawk not opting to go for the Spire, also not adding on any sunken colonies. Hopefully for him, he's going to have a mass of Hydras capable of taking out both these Zealots and the Corsairs.
Yeah, this is
Spawning it out.
This is triple gas. I'm curious what he plans to spend all this gas on. Those Corsairs are not focusing their target.
Here.
The Corsairs aren't focusing, he's not killing many.
He is focusing down some drones though with the Zealots.
That did not
Picks
do
off, well, 3 or
what it was
4.
meant to. He lost the Corsair right at the start, and then the Corsairs after that were just targeting different Overlords. He could have killed like 4 or 5 Overlords there, and he killed 2.
But he did kill a lot of drones. If we look at the worker count, Oya's almost doubling it. Okay, not
Yeah.
anymore.
No, it doesn't necessarily need a bunch of Zealots to be fine right now, because he has his Storm done. And he's got double ups on the way. So this is going to be 2-1 against +1.
The Lurker upgrade is on the way now. I guess that's going to be the answer to your earlier question. Where's all that gas going to go?
Yeah, because Hawk's on 700
a lot
gas.
of Lurkers.
Oh, DT down.
A little sneaky DT tries to make it by, but does get picked off now. Are we going to see a giant Lurker contain here? Because he does have mass Hydralisk. I think he can push everything back from Oya once he comes out on the map and get those Lurkers out. But does he want to go for a contain, or he got the Overlord speed as well, so he can come out on the map now.
Oya's already producing his mass goon range observatory. Oya thinks that this is going to be some kind of Lurker contain, and he's ready for it. Well, Hawk seems content just to be on free base with drones. His drone count is up to 45 now, so he's doubled it since the harass. And I feel like I don't know which angle Oya is going to attack from. If Oya looks like he's going for a big push, but it's not like he can push into the third. That third has the ramp and the choke. So if he's pushing, he's going to have to push the natural. You could maybe get a good arc there with goons, but it's not going to be the easiest thing ever.
Yeah, I think he can at least poke that and maybe kill off the hedge and then retreat. But yeah, okay, Hawk is burrowing the lurkers in front anyways. Being out there and not using his SimCity, that could backfire for Hawk. If Oya comes here with a strong upgraded army, Oya can take that fight. And Hawk is actually even moving across the map now. I'm not sure if this is the correct decision because the Observer is out for Oya.
Yeah, this feels like an anti-timing. Dragoon Range is like finishing this second. This is any earlier would have been fine. Any later would have been okay. Oya's +2 is just finished, and Oya's +1 armor is about to finish. So Oya's really hitting all of his key timings as Hawk pushes.
Great positioning here from Oya as well, though he might end up getting counterattacked at this third base.
That ramp
here
is so difficult.
incredibly small.
Yeah, it's that ramp that was working really hard for Zergs in the early games we saw. Is going to happen here.
Two lurkers wandering around the wrong angle.
Yeah. You are in the wrong part of town there, buddy. There's a High Templar that's also crossed to the wrong side of the bridge.
A bit of pathing issues here on both sides, but eventually I think this is going to go towards Oya. Hawk's got a lot of units down to the south here as well, and Oya's just going to push one side back and then go ahead and hit the other.
No Zealots though. The Zealots taking a beating. I think Oya wanted to have the Zealots head towards the Hydra and force the Lurkers into the Storm Goon. But instead the Zealots, all of those Zealots are walking wounded. They just ran straight through 4 Lurkers.
Not many Zealots left over. I think we're running low on Storms as well, but Hawk not willing to take this fight just yet. He needs to get some more Lurkers up with this army. Now gonna dive on here. Only a couple of Templar left. They all die.
You can't lose the Goons like that. The Goons are such valuable units. Oya now has to remake all those High Templar.
A little bit too high. Picking off a lot of Overlords. Just about supply blocking Hawk there.
And Oya's macro stayed stronger than Hawk through that fight. That was a crazy chaotic fight. That lasted about 90 seconds. But Oya's money stayed low the entire fight.
More Overlords getting picked off. Now totally supply blocked here. Hawk not going to be able to produce for quite a while, and Oya just takes another base. Macro god here.
His army comp is terrible though. He needs to get a new High Templar in there. The pure Goon is just asking to lose him. He has to reinforce. At least he has speed lots now, but he's got 0 High Templar. He lost all his High Templar in that fight.
Oh my goodness, so many Lurkers being added on. That is crazy number. 11 Lurkers here in the middle of the map.
He's gonna see it. He's gonna
see it.
GG. What? The moment that one Goon shoots the Lurker X, he GG's out? He was in this game, right, guys?
And he wasn't winning, but that I've lost from Oya's position, so if Oya's army had if Oya's army had Storm, then like you're gonna lose a bunch of Lurkers there, but Oya had 0 Storms.
Exactly.
That was some fantastic multitasking macro during that fight in the middle, though. Just Oya constantly casting storms, moving his units, and then you look at his money, and he's keeping it low. The reinforcements are coming.
Kwark, did you want to join the game?
Yeah, I'm just opening StarCraft now.
SaiyanSC, invitation always open to you, my friend.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to stay for the whole event, unfortunately. It looks like we're going to go over the 7 hours originally quoted.
You can't stick around for 9 hours, Kwark? Thanks, man.
I'd have to negotiate it.
It's such a long stream event. We have casters working in shifts. MasterRey and Kwark are really putting in overtime, though. Thanks for joining us, Saiyan.
Absolutely, my pleasure.
I have my co-caster, so hopefully he won't get too excited by this. That's my infant co-caster, not MasterRey, who I don't expect to start squealing.
Okay. So, top right, we have Oya 1 game away from advancing to the finals. And in the bottom right, our Zerg player has to win 3 games in a row. It is Hawk.
Yeah, Hawk's certainly a very formidable opponent. I'd rate him as one of the top NA players for sure, but Oya seems to have his number. So, this is a close position vertical. We haven't seen that before, have we? The other two are cross map. This may be a factor, because this will leave him more exposed to Hydra Bus or to early muta play.
I thought about that, but
that's a
I
9
think in
pull.
PvZ... Oh yeah, nice.
9 pull close position.
I think a Hydra Bust isn't really changing.
And once again,
I mean,
with the
you have
gateway
low ground.
first here from Oya. But an early pull coming down from Hawk. He's going to get the extractor cancel. Grab that 10th drone. It's a strong opener.
Yeah, just a straight
Be able
9 pull.
to get a hatchery here pretty quickly as well.
There is actually some kill potential here, and if there's one thing that Oya likes to do, it's let Lings into his base. So it's... Oya should be fine, but I've seen enough Oya games where he's got 2 Zealots and a probe, and he thinks they're on the ramp, and then the Lings get in.
6 Lings are going to be coming directly across the map.
And Hawk, he sees where his opponent is, but he doesn't show the overload. Nice. If Oya's first Zealot crosses the map and gets surrounded, this could go very badly wrong for him.
And that probe is not going to find these Lings.
Yeah.
That Zealot is leaving the base. Uh-oh.
And Hawk is just committing on the Lings. He's another 4 Lings are on their way. This is... Hawk smells blood, and I think he's probably right.
Spots that first Zealot, but it could still get surrounded here.
We need Forge, we need Gateway, we need more probes pulled.
I think we've got some more probes on the way down the ramp.
But are they gonna... Oh, the Zealot slips out, just. Nice.
Ooh, barely.
Again, at least the probe's inside Hawk's base, so Oya knows that this was no gas. He's not super worried about the Lings being like crazy slippery.
This is the low HP Zealot, but another one does pop out. You can switch it in for that. That Zealot at the bottom is so low. 50 HP.
Yeah, but Ling's stacking 1 at a time. That 53 hit points is, what, like 18 hits from a Ling.
We did see him pull that Zealot out of the wall, though, earlier to try to fight. If he does that again, he could absolutely lose that. I think the 4th Zealot about to pop out, though, and the cannon going to finish. And this attack really did a lot less than we expected it to. Now, 2 Lings managed to slip in. The 3rd going to be picked off by the cannon. And an immediate counterattack here from Oya.
Yeah, he's got that
Another
probe.
Ling goes down in the main. Oof.
He has that probe in Hawk's main, and he sees that Hawk is trying to recover. That Hawk has no drones, but is trying to make them. He knows that if he just pressures, he can just keep that drone count down. He doesn't need to kill drones, he needs to force Lings. It's the same thing.
Both of the Lings in the main go down here. Hawk's got no pressure on the other side of the map, and a bunch of Zealots walking into his natural now. Doesn't even have speed? Yeah, speed just starts now. Holding his ramp.
I like just the whole position on the ramp. He's going to lose these, but he's going to force Lings to kill these, and just forcing the Lings is enough. He doesn't need to go hunting drones. If he hunts drones, he's going to lose them. If he leaves them there, he's going to force the trade. Hawk is still 11 drones. He hasn't had a chance to drone up. he was relying on those links to like threaten the counterattack, but Oya's crisis management was just perfect.
Well, we're gonna see a Hydralisk follow-up here. I think Hawk's gonna kill off all of these Zealots and then try to just bust his opponent. Hopefully, Oya gonna sniff this out and lose these Zealots. Of course, the trade is really, really decent for Oya. And so many Lings have been produced. You gotta be kind of wondering here. I'm very shocked to see Oya getting Dragoon range right now. That seems...
That's Oya doing Oya things. He believes that you can hide us with Dragoon range.
That is not really going to work out when the Hydralisk bus comes here.
It can
Hydra
work.
speed.
It's incredibly difficult to do because Dragoons with Dragoon range have one more range than Hydras with Hydra range.
Yeah, but you need to defend the cannons here. It's not really going to be about the Dragoons. You got to keep those cannons alive. He's got a second cannon on the way. Actually, maybe even the third cannon. Where's that third cannon that's being morphed right now? Okay, it's there. In the natural. Just in the back.
Yeah, it feels like Oya thinks this might be Muta, but there's 0% chance it's Muta because he had the probe in the main, saw that there was no lair started. He saw the number of links made, so he knows that Hawk doesn't have drones. This is
gonna be a straight up Hydra bust.
Yeah, and I feel like this is the Hydra bust that Oya should be able to read. It's either Hydra bust or all drones all day recovery. No in between.
I feel like Oya is just gonna straight up die from this. He's adding on gateways right now and building Dragoons, but there's so many Lings out. These Lings are just gonna rush through. Once he kills the Zealots, he's just gonna jump right on top of those cannons. Cannons are gonna die. Dragoons are gonna be pushed up against the wall. This is gonna be a Hawk victory. I'm calling it.
Yeah, I'm not a believer in the Dragoon range thing, but it does exist. I saw Best do it in the ASL like a year ago, where there was a Hydra bust and he just micro Dragooned perfectly against it.
Gonna come out and
Oh,
spot
that's
this,
an anti-timing.
but
That is not what we were after.
gonna lose all of his Zealots. The Hydralisk range is done. The Lings are gonna jump straight in here. Jump on top of the Dragoons. Yeah, this is just about done. Only one cannon in the back right now. Dragoon on high ground getting some pretty decent trades, but he will lose this wall, and the follow-up, the number of Hydras that are just coming across the map right now.
Zealot legs
He's gonna
and
lose this game.
4 gateways. But yeah, it's not. This isn't what Oya wanted. I'm not convinced by the Dragoon range thing, but it does exist. It is a real build. Just not a good one. He could have just made like 7 cannons. He could have said, I have like 30 workers, you have 10. I can afford 7 cannons. I quite like Viva as well. Viva is a surprisingly strong counter to early Hydra plays. Just build the robot your natural and just rush out of Viva. Yeah. Viva rush counter Hydra bust. The issue is if they didn't go Hydra, you have just a Viva sitting at your natural looking silly. That's some pretty nice probe micro. It's not going to be enough, but I mean, still, it's impressive.
Yeah, just pure Hydra coming across the map. Only one more cannon. Desperate to finish, but I don't think it will. Even if it does, just a few Hydras can dive on top of that. The Zealot speed is done. No +1 here. Gonna micro back against this. Keep as many Hydras alive as possible. And eventually dive on those cannons there. Finish this off.
Oh, one
Here
cannon
we go.
unpowered.
That cannon, he was waiting so long for that to finish as well. And having it unpowered, heartbreaker there for Oya, but don't think it was gonna make a difference anyway. Hawk is your victor.
Yeah, starts to come back. Just needs 2 more. But that wasn't the most convincing victory ever, I feel, because that was Oya getting very far ahead and Hawk going all in. It's ideally you wouldn't want your opponent to force you all in like that.
And I also want to talk about this goon thing. So you said you're not a believer. I'm also completely not a believer of this goon strategy. And you mentioned the best game, but whenever someone mentions the best game, where he did it in ASL, I have to say, best was far ahead in that game from the early game, even before the goons were a factor. Best was far ahead, and if you just played it normally, he would have crushed that game. Then he went for the goons, and it was super close. He almost lost it because of the goons. Yes, he won with goons in the end,
But
he was
really
ahead
impressive.
from the early game. Yeah, it looked impressive because he was far ahead, but almost threw it with the goons.
Yeah, but I mean,
okay,
it was
but we are in the...
it was
Yeah.
just kiting 5 range hydras with 6 range goons. It was some of the like craziest micro that I've seen. I was just trying to show off.
Is the safest thing to just build a bunch of cannons?
Yeah, the counter to a bunch of cannons is just the Zerg is droning like crazy, but sometimes you just have to accept that. Or you hide a probe on the map and you hope that you get to confirm what it is. But I don't think Hawk would have let Oya confirm it.
And of course you spend all the gas that you invest in the range and mass goons. You use that for your High Templar Storm tech.
Yeah. Cannon storm, and then if they Hydra bust you, okay. If they go drones, you have to try and convert into some kind of like goon zealot storm timing. So we're doing a gateway expand again, and again, Oya. Okay, this time Oya is scouting. Is he going to scout 9 o'clock? I want him to.
Nice.
Oya learns. This Oya bot that we're running has adaptive learning. He recognized that what happened last game was the Overlord was just above the pylon, and he goes to check. Because I'm sure if there was nothing there, he would have just checked top right. And this time he's got, because this is a 9 hat. This is a 9 hat, not an over hat, right? 9 hat drone, 9 overlord, 9
Yes.
pool. This is like the Abbey Love special. This is a weird one. It's like the
Yep.
most possible lings you can make at 5 minutes. But the question is, why would you want the most possible lings at 5 minutes?
Well, it's definitely a better build against the early zealots compared to the game where he lost the 2 drones.
I feel like Overpool's superior to this unless you want to do like a mass ling timing. Because this build
Yeah,
here is
of
all about
course.
maximizing lava. And the question is, what are you going to do with all these lava that you're maximizing?
Yeah, Overpool is the perfect build against this, but it's still better than 12 hedge 11 pool,
Yeah.
I think.
Okay, he is throwing up lava. And here, yeah, it's the Abbey Love special. And the question is, does Oya recognize it for what it is? He needs a forge. There are going to be a lot more links than Oya's expecting here.
Oh, he loses a drone though.
Oh, second.
Oh, another one!
No!
No!
Oh, 3 drones.
Oh, he's going to get a
Oh,
fourth one.
4. Oh, so close.
Okay, never mind. He should have had that one. That's a pity. Okay, yeah, now he's forging. Now he realizes that he's done enough damage anyway. He doesn't actually need to do any more. Okay, we do have 18 Zerglings right now. There's 9 drones out of 18 supply. The rest are all Zerglings.
We got a random drone out in the middle of the map as well. Don't know what that's doing there.
It was trying
you
to
weren't
expand it to the further. Okay, Oya needs cannons badly, and he needs to bring this Zealot home, and he needs to pull some probes. The silly thing is, I don't know where the Zealot was at. He knows how far ahead he is. This Zealot there was no upside to sending the Zealot. Okay, he brings it home. And yeah, he's pulling pulling 6 probes there. 6 probes isn't an overreaction. 6 probes is a correct reaction to as many lings as Hawk has here.
There is a gap below the pylon.
Yeah, that surprised me. I think you might need to wall the gate with the egg or something here. So you've had the pylon slightly higher up, and you leave a gap at the bottom. Okay,
Yeah, I think so.
there's no probe hidden on the map. That's a mistake, but I mean, Oi is so far ahead. He just needs to build a second cannon or keep building zealots, neither of which he's doing.
Damn, 9 drones for 23. He is so far ahead right now.
Yeah, he's got a lot of probes. If he pulls them to hold the choke, he will be fine. But this is... I have lost like this before with 1 cannon.
And the 2 zealots at the top of the wall, they can get surrounded by 4 or 5 links. This top zealot, that is not in the correct gap. It's a bit too far outside. If he jumps on that and kills that zealot and Oya doesn't move it back, this could really be bad for Oya.
Hawk was just supply blocked for the longest time. He went up to 300 minerals, or 26, 26, and I was like, okay, once that overlord finishes, he's going to make a bajillion lings. No overlord in production.
Oh, yeah, wow.
Yeah.
These larvas for
Yeah,
so
look at this.
long.
Yeah.
400. Oh, he makes another hatchery now. He's on 8
Oh.
drones. Oh,
Hawk
no.
just raided us as well. Hi, Hawk. We are watching your series with Oya. So you caught us at a good time. 1 cat. Oya right now, it's so difficult to be Oya right now because you're like, okay, well, I've got all these zealots. I really should go push. But you shouldn't. Except half of the games you should. It's such a frustrating position to be in.
I think we've got a timer on Hawk here. Second cannon is on the way. He's got to pull the trigger.
If you're in this position as Oya, though, you're like, okay, well, maybe it's Hydra. I should go have a poke. But if you have a poke and the lings get in, you just lose. It's...
Yeah, the second cannon is finishing.
Okay, Hawk has gotten bored. It's time. If he just pulls the probes, we're good. Pull the probes, Oya. Pull the probes, Oya. No.
He doesn't even need to.
Oya is just no fear. He's nope. There's 0% chance this breaks through.
Well, that was anticlimactic, but Oya manages to hold on there, takes the victory.
That was a good read. I would have poked out there with like 5 zealots and then immediately been overrun. Because if you have like 5 zealots, you're like, yeah, it's fine. If there's a few lings, I can handle it.
Okay, yeah, and that was the 3rd win for Oya here. He takes the match against Hawk and advances to the final of our tournament here. And to find out his opponent, the next match will be Dandy versus Dewalt. What do you think about that match, guys?
Well, Dandy was really struggling with tech, and like Dandy didn't show much in the way of good ideas either. I'm a huge fan of Dandy. I don't want to like flame Dandy or anything, but it was 4 games of 6. Was it 5 games of 6-fac in a row?
Yeah, it was all the games, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, and
5
like
games in a row.
there were some games that there's a 2-fac that should have worked and didn't. A 1-fac that shouldn't have worked and did. And then at one point, Tech just fed him a game by. He goes, okay, my opponent is 100% going to do a 6-fac plus 1 timing push. Better go 2 Stargate Carrier. It's just like Dandy got through by mechanics alone. I think the ideas weren't good, but Dandy just is such a strong baseline player with his macro and his multitasking that he was able to just scrape by anyway. But you can't do that against Dewalt. Dewalt's going to punish. Taking my reputation, such as it is, on that.
Okay.
Let's put a prediction up. Dandy wants to, so chat wants to know what race Dandy is. Dandy is Terran. He's a Peruvian Terran, probably one of the 5 best Terrans outside Korea. But Dewalt is just such a strong player. And we see they have vertical close positions. To me, this feels bad for Dandy. I feel like he will get pressured pretty hard by Dewalt. Dewalt in close positions, we're talking Reavers, we're talking dropship harass, we're talking like, as Dandy pushes out, we're talking like big arcing busts. Dewalt finds a lot of opportunities in his PvT.
Yeah, I agree. But we have seen Dandy go for that weird FD push with 1 tank and 7 or 8 Marines on vertical spawns. I think we only had 1 game on vertical spawns, and that's where Dandy did that build. So we could see something of that again here from Dandy.
I wouldn't like. I'd like to never see that again. It was. I don't think that works. I was going to say I don't think it works the second. I don't think it works the first time. That game is sort of sticking out in my memory as something that shouldn't have happened, and I don't want to believe in it. It was.
I think we're gonna see a lot more of that in the future, though, in the Korean pro scene, especially players like Sharp. Recently, in the Ultimate Battle, he absolutely crushed Stork in a 9-game series. Using that, I think he used that specific push at least 4 times in that series, and with great effect.
I will be corrected, I guess. I thought it was just some kind of weird error, but maybe it is a real thing. It was
following.
It was 8 Marines, no bunker. Like, it showed that it was 1 base. He had a goon taking shots at his Marines at the start. I could not imagine a scenario where that holds, or that beats it like a 23 next, where the guy just goes for the observatory on time and 3-gate goon. I can't see that scenario. So Dandy not going for the wall. That's odd. We saw him go for the wall. Was it Dandy who went? No, was it Ultra who went for the wall?
No, Ultra went for the wall.
Yeah, it's been a long day at Boudoir. Okay, so this first Zealot will get in, and looks like we're going to see Zealot Goon rather than 3 Zealots and a Goon.
Only 1 Marine so far. Barracks is not flashing, but
yeah, he's
there's
supply
a
blocked.
little gap between. Yeah, not anymore. Okay, now he's he was supply blocked. He's flashing now.
Yeah, he waited like a second there, and that's gonna hurt him. Especially he's using his low hit point SCV to make the factory. That is not the play.
But very nice positioning here of the buildings of Dandy. You have 2 spots here between the racks and the depot, and between the racks and the factory. That's very nice here.
Yeah, unfortunately, SCV AI is gonna do its own thing. The second Zealot is on its way.
Oof.
Yeah, I think. And then we're about to have a Dragoon as well. If he forces the Vulture here, this Dragoon's going to do a lot of work.
Oh.
And yeah, okay, Dandy's not going to make the tank, but it's... This Zealot could go hunting SCVs, could just be a nuisance. Oh, we have Proxy Factory. 2-pack.
Oh, wow.
Ooh. So we are going to be in for a short game here.
Yeah, one way or the other. I am worried about these Marines. There's going to be 4 Marines against the Zealot Goon. That's...
Oh, and those Marines are already hurt here.
Yeah, this is the strength of the Zealot Goon, is that Goon gets out there so early. The tank just can't be ready in time. He did need to pull SCVs, or just build a bunker at the natural if possible.
5-kill Dragoon here.
Oh, is he going to get
Will
this
it get
around?
more?
No, that Dragoon is all buttered up. Just slides through. And 2-gate Goon pressure against... This could be an interesting one, because there's no way that Dandy can hold 2-gate Goon with no bunker and a siege tank. But at the same time, Dandy's vultures from the flank could be super dangerous.
Look at the game sense of Dewalt here. He's scouting the map with a single Dragoon. Yeah, he's going to see it. And that should seal the deal here.
Wow, that is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
Oh, killing that one vulture already. He's so ready for this push. Oh man.
I had to step away for a second, but it looks like Dewalt smelled that something funny was going on and found the factory. So there's no chance he loses now. Surely. He's got so many Dragoons.
He can
Vulture,
one-shot
one,
vultures.
yep, down it goes. Tank down. There's one tank just running towards 4 Dragoons. That's not the way that normally goes. Normally the tank is running away from the 4 Dragoons. And Dewalt with the low hit point Dragoon at the back, naturally.
There's one mine, there's a chance.
Yeah, if you are incredibly good at kiting Dragoon to tanks, you can like just shoot at them all day long. But it's hard micro to do. You see, that's the problem. You get hit by a volley of Dragoons. I remember playing, I think it was Sharp, on a game where I had MasterRey and he had like 3 tanks, and I didn't get a single shot on those tanks. Those tanks were just dancing constantly. It was so crazy to watch. Yeah, it's just, there's no way. Observatory's done anyway. Observer's halfway done. We've got third gateway on the way. He could have actually picked off the tank a while ago. He's being very forgiving towards that tank. That tank shouldn't have survived for as long as it did, but it's dead now, so job done. And Dandy's money is just... he hasn't kept on top of it. He could easily have a bunker with his natural right now with some marines in it. You see now he's putting down extra factories. He knows that he's not been spending his money. But the multitasking just slipped. And it's too late to recover now. He's only just starting his siege mode.
He clearly needs 2 more factories. Oh!
Oh. Looks like look. Dewalt's looking for. So Dandy's looking for the backstab, but Dewalt is not having any of that shit.
Oh,
is he?
what? There's a gap. Vultures, man.
Yeah. There's anything they can't do. I mean, if we look at Dandy's natural, its siege mode isn't done, and the Dragoons are inside his base. This is just multitasking. It's Dewalt throughout the micro battle they're having at his natural. He was just developing his tech, building up his army, adding gateways. Dandy just wasn't. So I have to be right back for a bit. So just continue without me, please.
Dewalt really blowing me away there in that game with the game sense was crazy.
Yes.
It's making me more and more excited for the Dewalt versus Scan series that's coming up soon. That's going to be a fun series as well.
Yeah, that's right. Saiyan
Yeah,
and
cool.
Machine are co-casting that, guys. It's on Tuesday, June 15th, starting at 11 p.m. Eastern. Apologies to European viewers who will be sleeping then, but we'll upload the VOD Dandy will also be playing Kala. So it'll be 2 best of 7s, all games played. Should be fun.
Okay, and the next game is starting here in the top left. We have Dewalt in lime, and in the bottom right it's Dandy. So that previous game we saw was the first game we have seen of Dandy today that was not the 6 factory. Yeah, Dewalt was just able to kill him before that is happening. But it all came down to that second Zealot and the Goon. I mean, he did so much damage with that. And also I think those 2 units scouted that Dandy was still mining gas. And that's why he had this Goon scouting at the bottom and checking for the second factory.
Okay, that makes sense.
I assume that's what happened, but of course I can't be sure.
I mean, there was so much going on. It's really easy to miss something small like that, and even Dandy could have been accidentally mining that gas, you know, trying to micro so heavily against the pressure of Dewalt. It's very, very common, really typical that if you're doing that much damage in the early game as a Protoss player, that when you fall back, you're really not expecting a second factory. You're just happy with your lead, throwing down your Nexus, getting your probe count up, securing that. But the Dewalt really showing a great presence of mind there.
Yeah, even like checking the SCVs in the gas while harassing and microing his units. Very nice. Okay, this time we have a cross position game. So any super early aggression like we have seen in that last game will not be as effective in this game.
Also, the 2-fact play not going to be nearly as strong. So we'll probably end up seeing a 6-fact if that's the case. Just based on the performance so far from Dandy.
Yeah, I would think so, yeah. Oh, can the probe get out of the base? Oh my god, so close. Gets out. Crazy. But now that also means he cannot use this in this attack, so a Marine needs 2 hits from a Zealot and then 1 hit from a probe to be finished off, but he can't use the probe anymore, so he needs 3 Zealot hits to finish a Marine instead of only 2.
Finally a little bit of luck there from Dandy. Gets the correct gliding path on the building SCV. Keeps that alive. And it does clean up that Zealot with relative ease. 4th Marine gonna be here as well. Ooh, building with the damaged SCV though is going to lose the SCV on the bunker. Not gonna be a big issue though. That bunker should still finish up before the Dragoon arrives, and it was Zealot Dragoon again, but not doing nearly as much damage this time. Dandy going to be pretty safe and secure here. Running by actually with the Dragoon, that's a little bit surprising. He's gonna run right up into the main? Are you kidding me? Okay, he's not able to do so. That one Marine on the ramp gonna completely destroy his dreams here. Loses 1 Marine for a Dragoon. A great trade for Dandy.
Yes. Yeah, that was super nice here for Dandy. from these early trades we should give him the advantage, but let's look at the builds here. We have a 2 factory again, so you mentioned 2 factory is not as strong on cross position, and I definitely agree, because the path is just so much longer. But maybe that's why your opponent will not expect it, and maybe be caught off guard by it. But I really want to see Dewalt checking for a command center here. But can he do it against the bunker and the tank? I don't think so.
Especially after losing that first Dragoon. Taking a bunch of damage on the second Dragoon gonna be very, very rough. But if he comes up here and sees 2 vultures right now, do you think he will expect the 2 fact from here? Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Those 2 vultures are like a dead giveaway. And now he just has to prepare. He's getting the shield battery already, so he definitely knows. And he has 3 gateways. He has skipped the robotics, but instead got a lot of gateways. And I think with that, we'll easily hold this once again. Or even using the probe here.
Already.
Thank you.
Already matching this. Just picking off the vultures as they run forward. Gonna drop back to the shield battery, heal up his dragoons, keep the majority of them alive. Oh, keeps that mine from hitting as well, and this is over. Dandy cannot push right now. All he's producing is those vultures rallying out across the map. There's no way he can dive on this with just pure vulture and try to kill off the Dragoons of Dewalt, especially with his micro. I mean, he's just going to even just send 1 Dragoon forward, just eat the mines. The rest of the Dragoons kiting backwards. And he should be fine here. He's just waiting for a observer to pop. Sends a Zealot forward, even better than a Dragoon. We're gonna send 1 Dragoon forward here, eat these mines. No problem, cleans it up. Excellent hold here by Dewalt, and Dandy once again with the 2-fact play being completely shut down, reading him like a book.
Yeah, and despite having no observer, as you say, he just has so much production, he can just send units through the mines and clear them that way. And now even sending some goons into the main base in case there's some drop play or something like that. So Dewalt is totally confident here and playing totally safe here.
Another factory being added on for Dandy, so just gonna continue this. Bunkering down at the front, putting up lots of mines, trying to get some more tanks in position, but just a pure Dragoon play from Dewalt, I think it's gonna be enough.
He has supply blocked, however, losing that pylon, but now the observer's out, and this observer is what he was waiting for, and now he will pounce on this attack. And yeah, he just has so many units, it's not even close.
Honestly, I think Dewalt was just waiting there for his own buildings to get picked off. The pylon and the shield battery getting a bit in the way there. So he waits until those do fall and then pushes right through. Nice open pathway. Run right up on top of those dragoon, or on top of those tanks with the dragoons and zealots. And now he's taking a 3rd base. Oh, he's letting some vultures slip by here. But I don't think this is even gonna matter too much. Might end up getting a few nice kills though on some popping units. No, just
Yeah, a lot
clean
of
up.
cold kills. The worker count is actually even. But of
Wow.
course, Dewalt, he even had the third base. He even added a third base. That's how confident he is. Maybe a little bit too confident, but I think he still got it.
These two
man.
tanks doing their best, shelling their little hearts out, but there's nothing that they can do to keep Dandy in this game any longer. Dandy gonna have to GG out. He's got a command center on the way, but that is just so far behind where Dewalt is. If he falls back and just goes into a macro game right now, Dewalt, he can probe up this base, he can take more bases, he can do anything that he wants. There's nothing that Dandy can do about it. Just brutal.
Yeah, it's pure goons against mostly tanks, but Dewalt just has so much more that he still wins the fights.
I see Spider the man. Thanks for subbing, man.
And it's crazy, like, Dewalt has 3 bases and he's still making probes out of all 3 Nexi. I think he expects Dandy to have a base, or expected him to have a base much longer than Dandy actually did. I don't think Dewalt realizes Dandy was on 4 factory 1 base all in.
Well, regardless, he's just getting completely set up here in this game. There's basically no way back in for Dandy. Though he is running all around a bunch of vultures, looking for maybe some more probe harassment. Killing off a ton of probes is never a bad thing. But in this case, moving out right now, trying to pressure. I don't understand this at all from Dandy. His tanks count is already so incredibly low, and there's just been a growing number of Dragoons. Again, gonna get wiped out. And he's still rallying up, still rallying forward with these tanks and vultures. And the Dragoon count just growing and growing. Now he's actually coming all the way across the map. Danny gonna have to turtle up now. With only 2 tanks, he is so far away from a reasonable push. A push that has an actual chance of working. And a shuttle coming as well. I think we're just gonna see a break here in the natural, trying to get something done in the main, but he's not even sieged. Tanks just wandering out into the Dragoon fire. Absolute domination here from Dewalt. Yikes. GG is called. Dewalt takes another game. This could be a quick 3-0.
Yeah, looks like that's what's the case so far. And Dandy really going for the 1 base place here. I'm not sure why he's doing that. He didn't do that against Tech. So is this maybe him thinking that he cannot beat Dewalt in the late game or mid game, or is he just I don't know. I have no answer for this. But let's see what he's doing in the 3rd game. Okay, and game number 3 is ready. Dewalt spawning in the top left, and across the map on cross position in the bottom right we have Dandy.
Again with the cross map. All right.
Saiyan, do you like this map?
So far, so good, man. I'm really liking it. This for, I think, Zerg versus Protoss. It seemed really, really fun. Haven't seen too much Terran versus Protoss. Just those two facts so far, but yeah, it seems like a very well-balanced map. Shoutouts to the map makers out there, doing a great job.
Nice,
keeping
man.
life interesting for us.
I'm gonna take all the credit, though I had nothing to do with this map.
Okay, so Dandy placing his first depot at the bottom here. We'll probably add a Rex and then another depot next to the Rex to have this nice sweet spot against early Zealots. We have seen a lot of early Zealots here for Dewalt so far, so that's something Dandy should expect here, I think. Oh, no gas here for Dewalt. Getting the second pylon before the gas, so that's interesting. We'll definitely see another Zealot attack. Oh, is this maybe an... Okay, I just wanted to say maybe he's going for an expansion of just one gate Zealots, but then he still sent a probe to the gas. Was a slightly later than 100 minerals, but he's getting the gas, so yeah, this will pretty much be the same, I guess. Yeah, it's again 2 Zealot, 1 Dragoon, so it has been working the previous 2 games, so why not continue it?
Didn't work nearly as well in the last game, but yeah, I do agree. Don't fix what ain't broken. I would have liked to see Dewalt play super greedy this game, actually, just because he already has this huge lead, and you know, you kind of know that Dandy is in a rough spot. Going for another rush after 2 failed rushes, probably not going to be the best way to end the series.
I think this is the wrong replay. We have seen this already.
Are we watching the exact
Probably
same one from last game?
Yeah. It's exactly the same game. The probe getting away with 1 HP. The factory
Zealot's gonna
finishing.
die.
Or is it not? Am I seeing things here?
No, I think this is the same replay.
Yeah, it is the same. And now the SCV dies to the Zealot because he's using the hurt SCV. Yeah,
Yes.
that's the same.
I'm pretty sure this is the replay I received. How sure are we that this is... It looks like
100%.
it.
100%, yeah. Here's the 2 fact.
Goon will run through, try to get up the ramp,
Yeah,
and the will
okay.
pop out and block it on
Well,
the ramp, and
Shit. I'm hoping that I remade the same replay, and this is the same replay wasn't sent to me twice. Alright guys, my bad. Yeah, this is it. I remember this goon guy.
oh,
Well, you can consider that a highlight of last game.
exactly the same opening again. Crazy.
Alright guys, give me a second. Let me figure out what's going on.
The moment I saw this probe leaving that base with 1 HP again. I thought, no, this is weird. Is he lucky? That lucky twice? So guys, while we're waiting here for Ox to figure out this replay situation, tell us in the chat, what do you think about the map so far? Now we see it played by high-level players. If you have some feedback, leave it here in the chat, or maybe as well go to the Team Liquid thread about this contest and leave it there. I'm sure the map makers appreciate any feedback, and even if this map gets voted for and wins the tournament, I'm sure there will be some more updates to it in the future, even if it gets, or especially if it gets picked for any future tournaments.
Okay, I have identified the problem, and I think I got a solution.
What is it? Tell us.
I found the correct replay.
Seems like a good solution.
Yeah, it was my bad. I mean, it was... the file name was different, but it's the exact same size. So... let's get into it, guys. 2-0 for... Dewalt.
I also just realized when you have a normal tournament cast with a map pool with different maps, you will realize very, very, very early that it's actually the same game. You have the wrong replay because it's the same map, but it should be a different one. But when you have a tournament that is played on a single map on all the games, it's a little bit harder to notice right away.
So I'm not
I
an
don't
idiot,
think
is
so.
that what you're saying?
Yes.
So I don't think we've had these starting positions so far from the Dandy Dewalt series. So I think this is the correct one. Thank you, Ox, for figuring that out. At least we are going to get to see that third game. We got Dandy down here in the bottom left, Blue Terran, top right, Pink, Protoss, Dewalt. He's looking primed to take this series right now, and possibly a 3-0 here, but Dandy, hopefully he can pull out that 6-fact once again, make it work for him as he did in the previous series. See how this one goes.
Yeah, so far no shenanigans here. Both players just playing the normal opening. The big question, of course, will the gas be? So far no gas or no pylon, but we'll see it any second here for Dewalt.
In my defense, the players have also been spawning in the same positions with the same colors in several games. But...
yeah, especially in our very first match of the stream, we had 2 players spawning with the same colors in the same positions 3 games in a row. It was pretty awkward. But yeah, they were different
I'm
games.
glad you caught that, and it wasn't like the end of the game where we're like, oh, you know what, we just saw this game, so casted it twice.
No, usually my probes always die very barely to that marine shot, and I definitely notice a probe being lucky and surviving with 1 HP. It doesn't happen twice in such a short
I
time.
noticed it too, and I was like, oh my god, this is happening again.
No, usually the poor Protoss units are always dying to the evil Terran units.
Oh. Thanks for being awake, guys. Here we are.
Okay, so yeah, where are we in this game? We have a Zealot here running across the map. Probe did survive, but this time not a second Zealot. Usually when he was making the core, he queued up the second Zealot. This time he's not doing that, so that indicates an early expansion here by Dewalt. And that's nice on a cross position game.
Goodness, gas. Excuse me, CC and no bunker here. Just gonna rely completely on the micro. Diving in with the probe, loses the probe, has a good SimCity bank here, but 2 of these Marines are super low. He needs to get this bunker up. Gonna back up once again. Oh, just barely lining up there and getting between the racks and supply depot there. Was very, very close to losing an SCV, or excuse me, losing a Marine, and now he does have the bunker on the way, and with a nice early command center. So big change up here from Dandy. He's gonna get a good macro starter without taking too much damage. Only a single SCV is lost. And his command center is actually faster than this Nexus, looking good.
Yeah, very greedy opponent here for Dandy, not getting that bunker early, but it pays off for him, and that's a nice position for him. But also, Dewalt is doing a nice, like, little reaction, the best reaction you can do to that, the little adjustment. He got the range before the first goon, so that's because he wants to pressure the bunker as much or as long as he can before the first tank is out. And of course, scouting that early expansion, you know you have some time until the tank's out, so any additional hits on that bunker will force some lost mining time and some repair money from the Terran.
We're waiting for the follow-up here from Dandy now. I see a second factory on the way. Pretty standard stuff. Are we gonna see armory or a engineering bay next? He needs to prepare for any sort of surprise DT play. Also needs to get the repair on this bunker. Get it down there in good time. I think we're gonna see around 3 or even 4 Dragoons hitting this bunker before siege mode is done. If he's even getting siege mode at all.
Yeah, and he has added 2 more factories here, so he will have a good amount of units early on.
He's out on another SCV there. What is he doing? Okay, there we go. Getting extremely low. Cutting it very close, but tank does come out. Now we'll see if Dewalt wants to dive this tank. Of course, 4 Dragoons, much better than 3. It takes 8 shots to kill a tank. So as this 4th one arrives, he might decide to dive on that. There we go. He's going to dive forward. Actually going for an SCV. A bit surprising there. Taking quite a bit of hull damage on that Dragoon. Just gonna back off for now.
Yeah, I think those are like little details where you can see both players 100% know how this early game works out, and both are reacting perfectly fine. As you mentioned, it's always nice to try to snipe a tank with 4 Dragoons, and Dewalt went for that. But then he just pulled it away because he also knows once that 4th goon is coming, he will try to snipe my tank. And then Dewalt reacting to that seeing the tank getting moved back so early, he switches target to the SCV. So I think this really showcases how these players understand this early game here.
That's a good point there. Now, a shuttle coming across the map with 4 zealots and 2 zealots and a reaver, excuse me, inside. While Dandy's trying to push across the map, this reaver could absolutely wreck this push. Dewalt just needs to get his dragoons together here and get a good position. Those marines will absolutely explode as soon as this reaver pops. So I think Dewalt actually had 2 dragoons as well in his main base. He wants to pull those out. Was prepared for any sort of drop. He's just going to get all of his forces together here. Get some nice pot shots with the reaver as Dandy comes forward. This should be a good hit. No fire. Not going to fire there. The reaver kind of glitching out. I'm sure that he was right-clicking on some of those tanks, but not able to get that shot off. He's going to drop a zealot here. Try to pull the mine. Where's the mine drag? Fires the reaver, but reaver gets picked off really quickly there. Now the mines are going to land on one of the tanks. But that did not go as planned for Dewalt. Losing that early reaver kind of sucks, but eventually he will push all of this stuff back.
Yeah, he just have enough units. He has the second reaver ready, and he didn't take a lot of damage. But of course we have to mention that he did not go for third base. So usually at this time you see most protos go for third base, and then holding this attack is a lot harder. Here it seemed very easy for Dewalt because he has not went for the third base yet. So both players on 2 bases with similar worker counts.
Not a bad situation here for Dewalt. He lost a couple of tanks there, but acceptable losses here at this point. He does need to pull everything back though now, as Dewalt just has way too much. Is there still tanks just outside the natural? Is that just pure mine? Yeah, okay, just pure mine. He's pulled the tanks all the way back home, filling those up. He'll be able to stay safe here at his natural and takes his third already. So taking a third in tandem with Dewalt. Nice macro play here so far from Dandy.
Yeah, this doesn't look really bad. I mean, yeah, his attack got crushed, but he at least saved 3 of those tanks, and his worker count, his worker production has really been on top during this whole time. And this third base timing is super early. If he doesn't really take a lot of damage, then he's fine. But there are 2 speed shuttles coming in.
Flying right into the main base here. He might lose these speed shuttles just because of the positioning of the turrets here. But he's going to take a lot of damage. Reaver going to town here in the main. You could also focus in between the supply depots here. Fire right in the center of that. You can kill 4 supplies at the same time. It's not actually optimizing that damage, but coming around with a counterattack, gonna be able to cancel this command center here, I think. Command center was just seconds away from completing. He does pick off the Reaver, but that command center forced to cancel. Oh, disaster here for Dandy.
Yeah, I think these goons at the third base here are the big story of this attack. They didn't even, or they not only killed the third base, they also killed the eBay after he just killed a lot of turrets in the main. So there could even be another shuttle drop. So if he uploads, or he has 2 more shuttles, and there's no eBay, so no possibility for Dandy to rebuild the turrets right now. So there's some follow-up damage coming for Dewalt here.
Just straight up speed gate style from Dewalt this game. Does he have his second robotics? I think he's producing a lot. Yeah, there it is. Second robotics. Pure speed gate. Double upgrades as well. He is just going to try and run over his opponent here with massive amounts of Zealot drops. Reaver drops as well in the main here. Going to kill a lot more SCVs. The tanks are being forced up to the north. This is very strange from Dandy. Sending all his stuff up there. He's losing so many SCVs. Some crazy good hits there. Gonna back off right into the corner. Of course, there is a Goliath. This is kind of taking Dewalt by surprise. I thought he knew about this attack here up in the north. I guess he's just gonna go for a trade. Fly right in and start destroying the natural here. Jump on top of the factories. And Dandy, I mean, he can kill this third base, but what are you gonna do when the units of Dewalt are on top of your production? I don't think you're gonna be able to do much here. Nice SCV block on the ramp. But Zealots are gonna be lifted up here into the main, killing off these tanks, and this is just about a victory here for Dewalt. The Storms, the Templars are coming out now. The final piece of the Speedway, the Speed Gate style. And yeah, on top of the production, this is it. Dandy not going to be able to handle that attack. GG. Dewalt is your victor. 3-0 sweep.
Yeah, a very impressive play by Dewalt here. He killed so much in the main base and the natural of Dandy that even if he lost the third base and all of the probes there, he still wins that game. But then he actually even defends his third base with only his reinforcements, while all the main army and all the shuttles are in Dandy's base. That's just crazy.
I think it really came down to that first speed shuttle run by, flying into the main base. He killed so much there and killed off, as you said, the eBay and that third base. Really forced the hand of Dandy. And he felt like he was so far behind, he had to make an attack work. And the counterattack just crushes. A nice, easy series here for Dewalt.
Yeah, one last thing about that last game. In all the other games that Dandy has played, he never went for an early third base. He always went for these two base all-ins. And here in this one game, where he actually went for a third base, has a lot of SCVs and everything, this is really the worst game actually to do it. I mean, he didn't know, but if you think about it, because he went for that early third base, he had all the tanks very far outside and not in his natural. So when then the speed shuttles fly in the main base, they do even more damage because all the tanks are so far away.
Very true. I guess we're going to be going into the finals of this tournament.
We did it, guys. We reached the end. 6 best of 5s, and the final is a best of 7, guys. Oya versus Dewalt.
Yes, and this is the first PvP we will see today, and I have to say, when I see the map and when I talked in the past about this difference between vertical spawns where you don't have any ground level difference between the two players, and horizontal spawns where you have the switch between high ground, low ground, high ground, I always think about PvP, because in PvP very often you see at least one player going like for very early 2-gate or 3-gate goons, and there's always a lot of action with mass goons and range units. So I think when you have the horizontal spawns, where there is this ground level difference with the low ground and the high ground difference, that can really be a very big factor in those early goon against goon fights. So I'm really curious to see how they approach this matchup depending on the position of this map.
All right, hopping into game number 1 of the finals. Get hyped, guys. It's Oya versus Dewalt. Oya spawning here in top right. He is the yellow Protoss. Down in the bottom right, Dewalt.
Are these colors kind of hard to differentiate? Should we just do red and blue?
Yeah, it's a little bit tough here, I think. Once we get into those zealot on zealot fights, that's going to be pretty tough to tell the difference. So yeah, we'll go red-blue. Seems a little bit better.
Yes. I mean, with
And
different
yeah,
races, it's fine, but PvP, if you have the same race, it can really be hard to see.
And we're going to have vertical spawns here. So, like you said, there's going to be no high to low ground between the two bases. See how that comes into play once the builds have been decided here. Of course, if one player goes DT and the other goes 3-gate, it doesn't really matter. But if we do see a bunch of Dragoon Wars here in the beginning, that could play a serious factor.
Yes. And so far, both players obviously going for the very common or most common builds, the gateway gas. Of course, there are some 2-gate builds, but usually on this level of play, the micro of these players is good enough that one goon can defend zealots and they pull away the probes. So that I think 2-gate rushes are a little bit less common here on this level. Oh, and Dewalt actually cross-scouting here versus Oya scouting normally. So if you're cross-scouting in PvP, you usually want to do something greedy maybe, and you want to check, or you want to do something very aggressive and you want to check if your opponent is close position or not as early as possible. Yeah, so I'm really looking forward to see what Dewalt is planning here.
Not skimping on the first zealot. Both players getting that out. Prepared here to fight off any proxy pylons in the main, but so far none. None have gone down. We've got robotics on the side of Oya. Still waiting around here, not going to throw down his tech just yet. Dewalt getting the range. No range on the way for Oya, so skipping range to start. Going to go straight for that robotics. We're not going to see much power on the map from Oya here at the beginning.
Yeah, this is a crazy build by Oya here. Robotics before range. So he will get into those speed shuttles very early and yeah, try to do the most damage he can. But can Dewalt somehow figure this out? I think Dewalt, correct me if I'm wrong, he did not get any scout information of Oya's base, right?
No, not able to get in there.
Yeah, so this could catch him off guard. This first goon, of course, you always want to send it out to see the unit count of your opponent. For example, if he's getting a second zealot after the first goon, you know, okay, this guy must be using his gas somewhere else. So it's always important to poke a little bit and try to figure out what kind of units your opponent is making. Oh, one goon getting stuck there, not shooting for a long time. Wow.
And despite not having range here, Oya takes the first kill on a Dragoon. Unlucky for Dewalt there. Really unlucky to have that Dragoon glitch up at that moment. And already we have a Reaver on the way for Oya-G, whereas just an Observatory coming here from Dewalt. A great build order advantage from Oya. I think he could end up getting a lot of damage here.
I think so too. Winning this first fight with the two goons, that happened right before the range was finishing for Oya, and then for Dewalt, and then Dewalt had to retreat before actually seeing that Oya does not have range. So usually you want to stay a little bit longer with your goons until you have your range, and you want to check if your opponent has also range or not. But because Dewalt lost that fight so early, he had to retreat and could not confirm the range of Oya. So this could play a big role here as well.
It's a good point. Now, the Observer is coming across the map, so he will have full information here in just a moment. The shuttle kind of dawdling around for now, waiting for that Reaver to pop out. Correct me if I'm wrong, is there a Reaver already in that shuttle?
Yes.
That we would have one already. So he's waiting for 2 Reavers, being a little greedy. I think that we're going to see a big push from Oya with these double Reavers, and the range about to finish. He's going to pop a couple more Dragoons, head straight across the map, and just try to break Dewalt here.
Yeah, and this Observer, it saw one Reaver and it saw the shuttle. But I'm not sure if he actually knows that there are actually 2 Reavers, that it was a robotics first. Because usually, if it's not a robotics first, you don't have time to get 2 Reavers at this point. But this will be a purely micro battle. Let's see.
A micro battle where one player has a shuttle and the other does not. Generally gonna favor that shuttle player, but focusing down the shuttle incredibly fast. I can't believe he lost that already. Glitching out here on the Reaver of Dewalt, but this has gone remarkably bad for Oya considering the position that he was in. That is very rough. He is going to win this battle, but that really should have gone much, much better for Oya there. Committing a little too hard with those Reavers, just losing the shuttle immediately. The Reavers go down. That was very, very rough.
Yeah, he flew in the shuttle very far to the front, and Oya was, Dewalt was able to kill that shuttle so early and get the nice shots with his own Reaver on the 2 Reavers of Oya. And that was a nice hold. We could also see that in this natural, you have a lot of room as the defending player if you don't have a Nexus already. Because he had a really nice concave, a really nice like circle of goons. And Oya really had to push into a suboptimal position there, and we could easily see it pay out for Dewalt here.
We come in once more with the Reaver and Shuttle. 2 Reavers versus 1 though, and he loses the Shuttle again. Lackluster control here for Oya, and he taps out immediately. GG, Dewalt takes game number 1.
GG. That was pretty convincing beatdown here. Oya going for the fancy strat, but Dewalt just crushing it completely. That was an impressive defense here.
That is rough considering the advantages that Oya had. I'm a little bit worried for him if he ends up in a deficit versus Dewalt. Like, can he actually make up that? You know, if he loses the rock paper scissors build order choice in the early game, can he actually take a win? Because it seemed like he was really ahead there. It's rough.
Yeah, we'll see in the second game, I guess. But sometimes, you know, it takes one little bad click in a fight, and especially with Reavers, the micro can go to one side or to the other side very quickly if you do one little misclick. So definitely know that Oya has good micro and he can pull off a better execution. And I think we just saw him having a bad fight here, and then when that first very big fight, or the first fight that your strategy relies upon, gets crushed, then it's just super hard to get back into the game. But I think he can avoid that in his next games.
I certainly hope so. Jumping into game number 2 here, we've got Oya spawning in the top right. He is the yellow Protoss. And of course, down in the bottom left, Dewalt spawning here as the... was that teal?
That is pale green.
Pale green, alright. Pale green Protoss in the bottom.
I've heard
It's
it called pea
cross-spawns.
soup. I've heard it called baby vomit. But I think MasterRey actually knows the official code name.
Pale
Yes.
blue.
And it's also the name that you can select when you select the colors. It's pale green.
Pale green, okay. Excuse me.
I have to go AFK for 1 minute, so we're back.
Alright. With the solo cast, let's go. I'm not a Protoss player either, but I'll do my best. So we do have cross spawns in this game. That means that there will be multiple high to low grounds in the center of the map, and potential for things like counterattacks going around the army. If you happen to miss your opponent's army, could end up into a really weird game. But so far, completely mirrored builds. Oh, actually, Dewalt. Excuse me, he doesn't even have a gateway here. Okay, just going straight into a Nexus. Right, with some confidence coming off of that first win. To throw down the Nexus immediately here and try to go for a crazy eco advantage. Getting his gateway now, and we'll see when Oya actually scouts this and what his response will be. So far, he's just adding on the normal build here, throwing down his Cybernetics core, and no Zealot to speak of. Skipping that straight into a Dragoon. And Forge coming up. Okay, Forge expand for Dewalt. Very interesting. Now
I'm back.
I've heard he's back. I've heard that Forge expand is getting more popular in PvP. It wasn't something that was popular for many years, but recently it's been coming back around. See this on ladder a lot? MasterRey?
I don't really see this specific build on ladder. 12 Nexus is pretty rare in my games, at least. Usually people go for fast DTs and then expand with cannons behind that. But yeah, this is very interesting, but I think it works out perfectly, especially on cross position here.
Looks like Oya throwing down the proxy pylon might be thinking of a Reaver push. Proxy Reaver push. It's going to be a probe gets spotted. The Zealot is out on the map, but will be chased down. It's going to be up to Oya to break Dewalt from this position. He has no other choice. This is an all-in. If you don't break this spot, you have no Nexus behind that. You're going to lose your Robo and be in an absolutely desperate situation. He's building a gateway here as well, so about as all-in gets. 2 gateways, actually. You're just going to be building a lot of those Dragoons here and trying to break Dewalt as quickly as possible.
Yeah, Dewalt
this
almost
is
certainly
very-
knows this is coming, but it doesn't actually matter whether you know it's coming.
Welcome back, Kwark. This is a very common response here. If you scout this super early expansion, especially with the cannons. Obviously, cannons can move; they cannot jump on a Reaver. So this is hard to defend for Dewalt. Let's see.
Yeah, Dewalt's rushing out his own Reaver, but it just won't be done in time. And the Dragoon range advantage for Oya is pretty big. Cannons are surprisingly worthless too, because cannons don't focus fire, so you can just jump on cannons with Dragoons. Like, Dewalt is forced to use his cannons with their range as something to hold back the Dragoons, but they're not. They have more DPS than a Dragoon, but without the focus fire, they just don't work as well. Honestly, I think Oya should pounce on these cannons right now and just kill them.
Yep.
And he agrees. Yep, 6 Dragoons, magic number, 2 shots of cannon. And if he rotates the low hit point, and that doesn't need to, Viva's done. Yeah, this is why you don't do the build that Dewalt's done. It's a trash build. It's if you play at the level that Oya does, you see somebody do this, you're like, oh okay, I'll just do the counter build. It's just that simple. Now, Dewalt's not going to be forced out of the game, he's just going to lose his natural, but he is going to lose his natural. There's no way he can save it.
Building Zealots right now versus a Reaver. Pushing in, he still doesn't have range yet. Adding on more cannons, he's pretty desperate to save this. But all the Dragoons come forward. The Reaver going to get its shots, and then the Dragoon's going to finish off this natural. You're right, losing that natural. Dewalt in a terrible spot now.
He does have a lot more workers, but he's lost so many buildings. He's just so far behind on tech that he's relying at this point upon like a Dream Reaver harass counter. If he flies the Reaver across the map and somehow kills all of Oya's probes, then he's fine.
Yeah, especially if you go for that many cannons to defend and then you lose your natural, you wasted so many minerals. If you go for gateways and try to hold it with goons or so, at least you have the gateway still. Or if you go for, I don't know, storm or so, at least you have the storm. But if you go for cannons and then you lose them all, then you pretty much have nothing.
Well, he's just decided to start shuttle speed here. I think it will be that Hail Mary play, sending the Reaver across the map, trying to kill off a ton of probes and eventually break down this ramp, but I think the chances of that happening slim to none.
He does.
Two Reavers here.
He is up 10 workers, but at the same time, he's lost a lot of infrastructure. He's super hard contained, and Oya will be able to recover. I'm surprised Oya hasn't built his own shuttle. If Oya had a shuttle here, he could just, I think, push the ramp. Because right now he can't get his Reavers near Dewalt's Reavers, but with a shuttle he could be much more aggressive. But I guess he feels like he doesn't need to. He has observers, he has his natural done, he has 3 gateways. He's feeling good.
One
Got the
very
observer
important
here as well.
Yeah, one very important thing I'm missing for Oya is a probe patrol or some unit patrolling around the base of the contained player. So Dewalt could elevator out all the units to the right of his main base, for example. In the front now. Ooh, nice pickups.
Ooh, nice pickups. Very, very nice. He picked off that one Reaver as well. That's going to make this contain much less powerful. Diving forward with the goons. Takes huge hits there. And actually, Dewalt going to break this.
Yeah, Oya needed the shuttle really badly. You can't have a Reaver fight without the shuttle. He's taken so much damage. Fortunately, the choke is getting him something. He's going to kill both Reavers, but it's at this point... Okay, he's going to lose his Robo as well, but it's... I don't know, this game's getting interesting. Dewalt has no Reavers, no shuttle. And Oya has about to lose his gateways and Robo.
Yeah, he also has no Reaver, no Shuttle left anymore, and he also loses those units here. So, yeah, this now looks very good again for Dewalt. It's crazy.
Yeah, that lack of a shuttle really, really hurt him. Because you can't have Beavers on the ground anywhere near Beavers with a shuttle because they just dodge your Scarabs.
Looks like Oya gonna take a high ground here. Try to take a fight as Dewalt crosses the map, but Dewalt not really interested in crossing the map just yet. He knows as long as he sits back, makes some shuttles and reavers, he's gonna come across with a very strong advantage. No way for Oya to build those reavers. It's just gonna be pure Dragoon on his side, and a double expand from Dewalt, just grabbing up more of the map. Going to make use of that probe advantage he has.
I love that double expand play because this map is difficult to attack horizontal on. There's so many high grounds and low grounds. But he knows that Oya can't really harass. He's lost his Robo. He knows that Oya has a bajillion Dragoons, but he's stuck on his side of the map. This is just it's a end in the gameplay. So, is the Dragoons moving around? No. Yes, maybe. No.
Dewalt's gonna get in here. How many probes can he kill?
All goons popping out.
Oh my fire! Oh, huge damage there. Massive damage from that Reaver. Can't see the number of kills right now, but I'm assuming it is a lot. More probes gonna go down. Eventually this will be clean, but that's more than the damage that Dewalt needed. He's still ahead in supply here. Killed the economy of Oya, and he is in such a great advantage now.
I really like this decision by Dewalt for going for 3 bases here, because he just killed the robotics of Oya, so he knows Oya doesn't have like speed shuttle Reaver flying around. So usually you don't go for early 3 bases like this because you're spread too thin against speed shuttles. But if your opponent can't have speed shuttles, it's so nice.
There is a moment here where Dewalt will not have a shuttle. Just going to have a single Reaver here. Could be jumped on by Oya, but he's still so far behind in the supply. I think that Dewalt could take this without even a Reaver present. Adding on more gateways, and that third base really gonna start to kick in here.
Yeah, if Oya knew about the third base, he'd have left the game already. He thinks he might still have a chance, but that's only because he doesn't have enough scouting info. It's unfortunate that he went Reaver rather than Reaver shuttle, or that he didn't go back for the shuttle after, because he could have done more there. It was always going to happen where Dewalt eventually got a shuttle and microed shuttle Reaver against Reaver. But at this point, we're just waiting for Oya to realize that the game's over.
I think we're quickly approaching that moment. Dewalt loading up his Reavers. He's gonna head across the map, assert his dominance. He doesn't have Zealot speed just yet, but those Zealots are going to take a lot of damage and keep the Dragoons. Give ample opportunity for the Reavers to get damage, and we've seen so far Dewalt really dominate, even from a desperately bad situation like in this game. The first game wasn't nearly as bad as this one, but another kind of upset, another game from behind. Finally, we're gonna have the engage here. Fighting from low ground, but the double Reaver gonna annihilate the Zealots of Oya very, very quickly. Doesn't want to actually fight up onto this high ground, but just gonna fall back for now.
Yeah, and while this is happening, Dewalt is making sure that his opponent really is on 2 bases. If he saw a 3rd base, he'd commit, but he knows his opponent's on 2 bases, so he doesn't need to actually force it. That observer's just patrolling back and forth between the 2 bases Oya could have.
I think as speed finishes up here, 7 zealots popping out at a time, Dewalt is going to have the power to just push through. He's come around to the high ground as well, closing in on the natural. And what is Oya's force doing up here towards the north? Needs to get in a good arcing position. And it looks like the arc pretty good for Oya. Overall, he does have Reavers as well, and Dewalt not feeling this attack. He's actually going to leave his Reavers behind.
That has to be a mistake, surely. You would never just bail on the Reavers.
Does seem like a mistake there for sure.
It's not enough of a mistake to matter though. It's
High Templars popping out now. He still does have that speed shuttle, so he could come across the map and deal massive economic damage. I think though he'll just keep the Templars with the army, blanket storms wherever Oya decides to attack, and probably just take that fight. Swing down here. We're seeing an interesting part of this map, aspect of this map is that in order to attack, you really have to go around to one of this side area here. Blanketing storms, that's a pretty decent storm of the Dragoons on the right hand side. He even gets the shuttle. GG is called. Dewalt takes yet another game here. Beautiful last engage. Really, really clean with the storms there. Didn't even need those Reavers. I don't know why he bailed on those, but wasn't even a factor there. That last fight, completely overwhelming.
So, I have one question about this proxy robotics against the cannon expansion. What if the cannon expanding player goes for a super fast DT afterwards? I think the robotics player with the proxy robotics will make a Reaver 100% of the time, and he will not have an observer first. What if the DT just kills the Reaver then? Kwark, do you have any experience with that?
I think we might have lost Kwark again. I am not a Protoss player, so I do not have the information you seek. But
Well, maybe we'll find out. We have a lot more games here.
Sounds pretty good to me. Well, I think what you're saying making a lot of sense. Building that Reaver, you don't have an observatory. You're trying to get that attack going as early as possible. So maybe there's a timing issue. It's too hard to get the, you've delayed your Cybernetics Core by quite a bit. Maybe getting the Citadel and then getting the Templar Archives and then getting the DT might take a little bit too long. I'm not sure, but either way, we've got again cross-map positions here. Hopefully it's not the same game, is it? No. I hope not.
Other colors for sure.
Yeah, their colors, right. Not pale green this time, right? I think Oya was yellow last game as well. This is blue this time. Dewalt switching it up. And And we do have a gateway, so definitely not the same game. Mirrored builds thus far.
And we have cross position again, so super early aggression is usually a little bit weaker, but Oya is going for the 2-gate here, so this should give Dewalt a little bit of an advantage here.
And Dewalt going for the cross-map scout, as he has been known to do in this series. Going to give him a good advantage here. Actually, he's scouting the middle first, then heading up to the upper left, so not going to get that super early scout, but I think he'll still get in here. Good time to see the 2 gateway play, get his counter together. But you're going to come across and get the scout a little bit earlier. He's going to see pretty much what he wants to, and might even get a proxy pylon off here in the mineral line. We'll see if he can get past the zealot first, though.
He cannot so far. And yeah,
Perfect
the
scout.
bolt sees everything, and I think Dewalt takes no damage here. We could even see a second zealot here after the Goon, and that will be almost be finished when these zealots arrive. I think he's totally fine here.
Just another Dragoon gonna come. Might want to pull probes or something. Just gonna come right out with the Dragoon and start harassing these zealots as they come across the map. Nice hold position micro so far. As much damage as possible here. Looking good for Dewalt. Of course, Oya might be able to come in and just try to focus on some probes. If he just right-clicks probes, maybe he can get something done. It is tough to keep the Dragoons fighting here. See one Dragoon already glitching out. I think maybe one probe went down there. But that's all that Oya's gonna get, and that is much, much less than he was hoping for. See what the follow-up is for him. He's adding on a couple of Dragoons, and will there be a third gateway? Or is he going to get into a robo here?
I think it's 2 more gateways actually. He doesn't have the gas for the robotics, and well, this will be a complete all-in here.
Right proxy, third gateway. Is he gonna throw down a fourth? I think might as well, right? Why not?
Yes.
You're pretty much 100% all in anyway. He does throw down the fourth gateway, and we're just gonna see a Dragoon battle. That's about all there is to it. Dewalt probably not gonna find this. Not gonna expect it. And hopefully the surprise factor will be enough for Oya to get something done in the natural, while Dewalt takes this Nexus. He's gonna have to fight against a Reaver though. Reaver is being built here on the high ground, gonna walk himself down into the natural here very, very shortly. And Oya's gonna begin this aggression as the range finishes up. Try to push through here. What do you think the chances are that this actually works out for Oya?
It's so close here. The Reaver has to build Scarabs and move to the ramp immediately. Otherwise, Oya could pounce on those units before it's ready. But yeah, okay, Oya is waiting for those additional goons, so this gives Dewalt the time he needs to get the Reaver in position. But still, this is not easy to hold. Dewalt has to have the Reaver in a good position to move it back when it's focused. Yeah.
So far, so good. Nice block there with the couple of Dragoons. Stopping these other Dragoons from running forward and diving on the Reaver. He eats that army of Oya. Ouch, another victory here for Dewalt. 3-0 so far in the series. Oof.
Yeah.
Match point now for Dewalt.
Yeah, that was such a great hold. If you just have like your line of goons and the Reaver somewhere, the player with like double the goon count, he doesn't care. He will just run in and snipe the Reaver. You really have to place your Reaver very far back, so if you move it back, then the goons cannot reach it anymore after the first shot. So and then your goon line has to be ready to close the gap where the other goons trying to go through to snipe the Reaver. And yeah, Dewalt did it perfectly. So that was a perfect execution of this defense, and he's only one game away now from winning this tournament.
I felt like that was a bit awkward for Oya, not allowing the 4 gates to kick in. He just finished that 4th gate. I think he produced 1 Dragoon off of the 3rd gate, and he just pulled the trigger. He just went for it there. But it really didn't work out for him at all. Let's see the final game here. The last possible final game. I'm already calling it. You can see just Dewalt being so dominant here. The match point. We got Oya spawning here in the top right. He is the red Protoss. And down in the bottom left, we've got Dewalt. Again, across maps, same position. That is crazy to me. Did we get this 3 times in a row?
We did get the exact same positions 3 times in a row in the first series as well. But I mean, we have seen games with different positions, so I think the map is not rigged. It's just pretty funny coincidence.
Yeah, as far as I know, there's no way that you can control what color or positions people spawn at or with. Am I right, MasterRey?
You can do you can do it if you
it's use map
host the
setting.
map in use map settings.
Right.
Correct. But then I think you cannot switch the colors to red and blue. So that should confirm that they clearly did not do that. So, anyways, let's see what the players are doing in this game. We have a gas opening for both players. And yeah, that means we could see maybe a longer game this time.
Mirrored builds here so far, just waiting for some divergence in their play. Simultaneous cybernetics cores coming down. Completely mirrored builds here. Of course, it is a mirror matchup. Double Zealot in the production tab. Everything really lining up. And we're gonna have a pretty even game to start this one out. I mean, really like that for Oya because we've had him in a good position multiple times this series, and he has not been able to close those games out. But now we've got him in a exactly mirrored situation to his opponent, and looks like he is gonna mix it up. Okay, going for the Citadel finally. All right, finally someone is going to DT rush the sort of standard DT rush. I mean, you gotta have one in a PvP, right?
Yeah, sure, especially in a best of 7. And now Dewalt needs to get the robotics here. Is he getting that, or will he add some more gateways?
It's one way that I think Oya could definitely take a win. I mean, anyone can take a win in PvP if your opponent goes 3 gate and you go for a Dark Templar rush. Nope, gonna be that robotics. So the next thing we'll have to see, does he throw down an immediate observatory as he's done previously, or will he mix it up and try to get a Reaver and shuttle out immediately? I doubt that he'll go for that sort of greedy play, but you never know. The Nexus coming down on the side of Oya with that DT to defend and also to attack at the same time. It's going to be a little while before Dewalt can put any pressure on that Nexus there. Of course, you kind of have to wait for 2 observers to come out before you can get that to actually deal some pressure, because hiding DTs out on the map is super powerful. If that first observer moves out with the army, you just sneak in the back, get into the main, and start killing off tons of probes. An observatory and a robotic support bay coming down. We'll see where this observer decides to head first. If it goes directly across the map, that could be dangerous for Dewalt. But it's likely he will send that to the natural and deflect this early DT. DT's going to arrive here exactly when the observer pops out, so that is a bit unfortunate for Oya. Going to lose this DT. Completely smacked here.
Okay, and Dewalt does not plan to attack and punish this, because we can see that he's not queuing up the second observer. So you have to get the second observer if you want to move out on the map. But he's getting a Reaver, so that means he wants to stay here with that first observer, the only observer, and yeah, just takes an expansion. And I have to say, Oya did the most greedy version of this DT rush. He completely skipped the range. He only got a single goon, no cannons, and straight up went into a Nexus. No forge even. This is incredibly greedy. Dewalt had like 4 units, like 1 zealot and 3 goons, when Oya had 1 zealot and 1 single goon. If Dewalt was in Oya's natural and just poked the units, he would have almost killed Oya, because Oya had no units at all, just this DT in production. So Oya has a very greedy build, and he could still win this because of that.
Storm about to finish up here. No Templar in sight. I have to take
There's
this
one.
fight. Oh, there's one. Okay. Has the Storm ready as well. Good catch there. Dewalt just backs off immediately. Gonna take his own natural and begin to tech up as well. Seems like he wants his own Storm. Getting that Citadel out.
Usually the Reaver tech is nice for harassment and so on, and in early goon against goon fights, Reavers are very good. But if your opponent already has Storm, then you have to transition away from the Reavers. Usually you have to get your own Storm, because Storm wins against Reavers. Once the armies get bigger, Storm just does more damage, and it can straight up kill the Reavers because they are so slow, and it's so hard to dodge Storms with Reavers. So yeah, he has to transition to Storm as well.
Alright, Oya gonna take his advantage right now, send his army across the map. Perhaps he can drop some good storms on these Reavers. Fighting here in the natural is going to be hard though. With double pylon, it's going to be eating a lot of Dragoon shots. Of course, the Reavers will do massive damage as well as the Dragoons clump up here in the natural. We'll see how this goes for Oya. Will he actually try to take this fight? He's here with the Dragoons and the Templar. I think he's got 2 storms here, just 2. Can drop those on the Reavers. Here we go. Coming into the natural. Let's see these storms. Not gonna take it. Backs off. Eats a huge shot from the Reaver, and a DT pops out. That DT can track down this High Templar, no problem. There's no observers on the map just yet for Oya, at least not with this army. And it looks like Oya thinking about taking a 3rd base. He's gonna have to deal with this DT pressure first.
Oh, he has a shuttle as first unit out of his own robotics. He has an observatory, but he went for the shuttle and not for the observer first. So, he has to stay back here. He lost 1 High Templar. And he could lose a bit more, but Dewalt, it looks like he doesn't want to try. He's too scared that there's an actual observer or maybe even a cannon. But there's not.
There
but Dewalt
is a
doesn't
cannon
know.
in the
Okay.
natural.
Yeah, never mind. Yeah.
So it can't really come in there. But yes, the pressure has been completely alleviated on the side of Dewalt. Now with complete map control, can take another base. So Oya has this sneaky base down in the center right. Looks like Dewalt going to spot that though with his observer that gets pushed back.
It does not. He does not have vision. I'm on the vision of
quite yet.
Dewalt. He doesn't see the pylon. It's super close. Oh, and Dewalt going for Archons and 2 Reavers in a shuttle here, and the 3rd Reaver crawling without the shuttle. Oh, counter drop by Oya. This is a storm drop with a single High Templar. That could do massive damage.
Here it comes. Oh my god, huge damage there from Oya. That's really what he needed. Now he needs to take this fight and take it well. Gonna dive right on top of these Reavers. Picks off the shuttle at least. A lot of Zealots pushing forward. And the Archons really dominating in this fight. Where is the storm? Where is the storm? Does he have storm? No energy, I think, on this High Templar. High Templar is gonna go down. There we go. Nice storm on the Reavers, but doesn't pick them off. There's still quite a few Dragoons left over, and Oya is running out of fuel here. Just a single Templar sitting in the natural. A couple of... Wait a second. Did that Reaver just crawl all the way across the map?
Yes,
A 3rd Reaver joins the fray here. And it looks like we have one more storm, but it just gets picked off immediately. Zealots gonna be... Zealots are going to be following it up, and Dewalt takes the victory. You're a legend, GG. Oya taps out 4-0 here. Best of 7 goes over to Dewalt, and my god, Dewalt pulls up his opponent and smokes him in this series. That was a serious ass beat.
Yeah, so such a convincing series of Dewalt here. Man, Oya had this super greedy play. He had an expansion so early. He had more workers. He had the storm tech super early. But yeah, somehow Dewalt comes out on top, and I mean he just defeated Oya 4-0. That really shows you how good of a player Dewalt is.
So he beat Sziky 3-0. He beat Dandy 3-0.
Yes.
And then he won 4-0 in the finals.
Yeah. Clean 10-0 swipe of this tournament.
Damn. Wow. That's making me really hyped for Dewalt versus Scan. Cannot wait to see that series in the future. That is on Tuesday.
Yeah, at Eastern time it'll be 11 p.m. And there'll be Dandy versus Kala as well.
Hopefully we're gonna see some closer series in that show match. Danny just cleans house here. Excuse me, Dewalt just cleans house here.
We did it, guys. Marathon stream event. And you know what? I just realized that MasterRey has been hanging out with us the whole time. And he's in Germany. So, thank you, MasterRey. Did you pull an all-nighter because of us, or...?
Yeah, it's 3 a.m. So
Why did you
not
do
an
that to yourself,
all-nighter.
my friend?
I can still go to sleep now. It's fine. I mean,
Okay.
it was just an awesome tournament, awesome
That's
matches.
very kind of you. You're always a gentleman. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MasterRey. Thanks for hanging out, man. It was fun.
For sure, guys. This was the first playtest tournament. There will be 3 more of these, and we'll announce dates soon. Check out tl.net. I believe the next one should be scheduled for the 26th. Same time, 1900 Central European Time, 1 p.m. Eastern. So yeah, tune in for those. I want to, thank all the players for participating in this. This is awesome. I want to thank all the map makers for submitting maps, fine-tuning them, everybody who tuned in, and last but not least, our great casters today. You guys really made the event special. On behalf of the map makers, I want to thank you very much.
Alright, and thanks to the map makers for sure. Some excellent maps. Hopefully see them in more big tournaments in the future.
Hell yeah.
Good luck in the ASL map selections.
Yeah, try their luck. Submit the maps, see what happens. Hopefully foreign event organizers consider some of the maps that have been featured in this contest. And there'll be more maps, guys. So I think it's a pretty good change for BW content, because usually you see the same maps being played on, whether it's like ladder streams or some tournaments. Although I know some organizers switch up their map pools a bit. But to see completely new maps like this is really refreshing, and to see such high quality maps is just excellent. So yeah, big round of applause to the map makers. Anyways, it's been a very long stream event. I want to let my casters go because I know they're tired, especially MasterRey. If you guys have any plugins, shoutouts.
Ray,
Yeah,
you want to go first?
Yeah, okay. Thanks a lot for having me. Were some awesome games. And if you guys want to see more of me, you can always tune in on my stream on Twitch, just MasterRey. I'm streaming every Friday, and I'm streaming my Clan Wars every Sunday, so that is tomorrow in the evening of European time. But yeah, apart from that, thanks a lot to all the map makers. Thanks a lot, Ox, for also staying here the whole time. You always mention the casters, but I mean, you are the streamer and you have to be here the whole time.
I do the easy
and
stuff,
that's
man.
Also very nice.
I couldn't do what players do, I couldn't do what map makers do, and certainly not what casters do.
Yeah, and thanks to Saiyan, was a nice cast. So yeah, thanks everyone. Bye bye.
You have a good night, my friend.
Alright, thanks to MasterRey. Definitely, it was very helpful to have him there for the PvP. It's not my specialty. But I'd like to shout out my channel.
Hell yeah.
SaiyanSC on YouTube. Come check it out, guys. We do KCM, a bunch of other not very well-known tournaments, but with a lot of Korean pro players that you should definitely not be missing out on. Just trying to get some English casts for those, and keep the hype alive, you know, keep the dream alive. And that's what you guys are doing here as well. Thank you so much, Ox, for keeping Brood War going, especially in the foreign scene. You are a pillar of this scene, so
That's
thank
going
you
too far,
very,
man.
very much.
You went too far. It's always a pleasure having you, man. You have a huge following. Your content is some of the best. So, yeah. Really looking
Thank you
forward
so
to
much.
Tuesday's event.
Yeah, everybody mark it on your calendar. It's going to be a big event. It's very rare that we get a nice crossover between the foreign scene and the Korean scene, so really excited to see that. And thank you so much, guys. Thanks for watching, and have a great night.
Enjoy the rest of your day, my friends. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
I'm MasterRey. Alright, guys. That was the New Worlds Map Contest. Playtest Tour number 1 on Wavelet by Freakling and CrystalDrag. I put up a GIF that Freakling had prepared. It basically shows the development of Wavelet over time. Pretty cool. Want to thank Minerals for organizing and being the great person he is. Big shout out to SC Spider as well. He's played a big part. I know I call him a piece of shit all the time, but part of me really likes him. But most of me really loves to hate him. Fuck you, Spider. Think you're gonna get a shout out? Alright guys, that's it. 9-hour stream. See you guys around. Bye.